The Widow's Most Improper Kiss, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe. Prologue, North Atlantic, September 1814. Daniel O'Connor felt the first tremor through the deck before he heard the whistle of the incoming cannonball. The morning had dawned calm and clear, with the merchant vessel Mary Catherine cutting through gentle swells toward the Spanish coast. Her hold was packed with medical supplies bound for British forces. Bandages, laudanum, surgical instruments that could mean the difference between life and death for wounded soldiers. It was dangerous cargo in dangerous waters, but the pay was good, and Daniel had his mother and sisters depending on him back in Boston. French frigate off the starboard bow. The lookout's cry shattered the peace as Daniel dropped the rope he'd been securing and spun toward the rail. The enemy ship emerged from the morning mist like a predator. Her gun ports already open, her intentions clear. She was larger than the Mary Catherine, faster, and built for war rather than trade. All hands. Captain Morrison's bellow carried over the crash of the first ball striking their mainmast. Prepare for engagement. Daniel's boots found purchase on the suddenly treacherous deck as he raced toward the guns. Around him, sailors moved with the desperate efficiency of men who'd learned to fight or die in these waters. Merchant seamen had no choice, run or fight, and sometimes running wasn't fast enough. Danny, mo der thair. Sean Flanagan appeared at his elbow, using the Irish endearment for brother that had followed them from the docks of Boston. His friend's grin was fierce as he hefted a ramrod. Just like when we were lads scrapping in the alleys, eh? But even as Daniel grinned back, loading the 6-pounder with hands that knew this work too well, he could see this wasn't like their previous skirmishes. The French ship was a hunter, and they were prey that had wandered too far from the pack. The second volley shattered the deck behind them. Daniel felt splinters bite his cheek as he touched the match to the cannon's vent, their answering shot disappearing into smoke and spray. The Mary Catherine listed heavily to port. They were taking on water faster than the pumps could manage. "She's breached below the waterline," someone screamed. That's when Daniel saw Sean stumble, his hand pressed to his chest where red bloomed across his shirt like spilled wine. Their eyes met across the chaos of battle, and Daniel abandoned his post, catching his friend as he fell. "The supplies," Sean gasped, blood flecking his lips. His voice carried the lilt of County Cork, stronger now than it had been in years. "Don't let them take the supplies, Danny. The lads in Spain, they're counting on us." Another cannonball crashed through the rail where Daniel had been standing moments before. Around them, the deck was littered with bodies. Boys who'd shared their bread, men who'd taught him to read the wind and weather. The acrid smoke couldn't mask the copper tang of blood or the groans of the dying. "Abandon ship," Captain Morrison's voice cracked with anguish. "She's going down." But Sean's weight was dead in Daniel's arms now, his green eyes fixed on nothing. Daniel closed them gently, his friend's blood warm and sticky on his hands, and something inside his chest cracked like timbers under cannon fire. Why him and not me? Why any of them and not me? The Mary Catherine rolled with a sound like the world breaking. And Daniel found himself in the black water with debris and dying men scattered around him. He caught hold of a piece of the mainmast and held on, watching his ship, his friends, disappear beneath the indifferent waves, while the French vessel sailed away, her mission accomplished. He floated alone among the dead, salt water burning his throat and survivors' guilt settling in his bones like winter ice. The medical supplies that Sean died protecting were gone. The friends who'd laughed with him that morning were gone. The boy he'd been before this moment was gone too, drowned with everything else he'd cared about. Hours later, when a British frigate pulled him from the sea, Daniel O'Connor was the only survivor. The rescue captain asked his name, and Daniel answered in a voice he didn't recognize, hoarse from salt water and screaming. But in his mind, he was still holding Sean's body, still wondering why he'd lived when better men had died. Survivor's guilt, a Navy surgeon would call it later, though neither of them understood what that meant, or how it would follow Daniel through the dark hours of every night for years to come. All Daniel knew was that he'd been marked by that morning, marked by the weight of the dead and the burden of living when he shouldn't have. It would be 6 years before he'd learn to sleep through the night without seeing Sean's face. 6 years before he'd meet a gray-eyed English widow who would teach him that surviving wasn't the same as living, and that sometimes the bravest thing you could do was let someone else's warmth melt the ice around your heart. But on that September morning in 1814, floating in the wreckage of everything he'd known, Daniel O'Connor simply closed his eyes and let the British sailors pull him toward an uncertain shore, carrying with him the terrible gift of breath in his lungs. Chapter 1, London, May 1820. Lady Caroline Whitcomb stood at the edge of Lady Pemberton's immaculate garden, watching her younger sister Sophia charm yet another besotted young gentleman. The afternoon charity event was proceeding exactly as Caroline had orchestrated, elegant, refined, and perfectly calculated to advance Sophia's debut season. "She's doing beautifully," Amelia Sterling murmured, appearing at Caroline's elbow with 2 glasses of lemonade. "Lord Henley can barely string 2 words together in her presence." Caroline accepted the glass with a small smile. "Sophia has that effect on men. It's quite useful." She surveyed the gathering with satisfaction, the Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe holding court near the rose arbor, Nathaniel deep in conversation with several influential peers, Charlotte laughing with a group of young matrons. Everything in its proper place. "You sound rather calculating," Amelia observed, though her tone was fond. "I am calculating. Someone has to be." Caroline's gaze returned to Sophia, who was now surrounded by 3 different suitors. "The marriage mart isn't a place for romantic notions." "Speaking of romantic notions," Amelia said carefully, "William mentioned he might bring a guest today, an old friend from Boston." Before Caroline could respond, a commotion near the garden entrance caught her attention. William Sears was approaching with Charlotte on his arm, both looking uncharacteristically tense. Behind them walked a man who made Caroline's breath catch in her throat. He was tall, taller even than Nathaniel, with dark hair and the kind of broad shoulders that spoke of physical labor rather than drawing rooms. His clothing was well made but sat on him like armor, as if he were preparing for battle rather than an afternoon social gathering. The dark-haired stranger's eyes swept the garden with methodical precision, noting exits and positioning himself with his back to the garden wall. Caroline found herself studying his careful movements. There was something almost military in the way he surveyed his surroundings, as if cataloging potential threats rather than admiring Lady Pemberton's roses. When he turned his head to scan the crowd, Caroline caught sight of his profile. Strong jaw, sharp cheekbones, and something in his bearing that suggested barely contained power. "That must be William's friend," Amelia said, following Caroline's gaze. "He looks rather intense." Intense was an understatement. The man moved through the elegant crowd like a predator among sheep, his dark eyes missing nothing. When those eyes swept across the garden and found Caroline watching him, she felt an unexpected jolt of awareness shoot through her. She looked away immediately, irritated with herself. She was a widow of 26, not some green girl to be rattled by a stranger's stare. "Caroline!" Sophia's voice carried across the garden as she waved from her position near the fountain. "Do come meet William's friend from America." Caroline noticed that William and Charlotte were indeed making their way toward her and Amelia, the dark-haired stranger, following in their wake. Charlotte caught Caroline's eye and gave her a meaningful look that suggested this introduction was important for reasons Caroline didn't yet understand. "Caroline, there you are," William said as they approached, his voice carrying obvious relief. Charlotte still clung to his arm, both looking uncharacteristically tense. "May I present my oldest friend from Boston, Mr. Daniel O'Connor. Danny, this is Lady Caroline Whitcomb, Nathaniel's sister." Daniel O'Connor stepped forward and bowed with precise correctness, though Caroline detected a slight stiffness that suggested recent and intensive instruction. "Lady Caroline, the pleasure is entirely mine." His voice carried traces of America, but underneath was something else, a musical quality that made her think of whiskey and storm winds. Irish, she realized. The combination was unexpectedly appealing. "Mr. O'Connor," she replied with cool politeness. "How delightful to meet one of William's associates." Danny's not an associate, William said quickly. He's family, practically. Known him since we were boys scrapping on the Boston docks. With that, something flickered in Daniel's dark eyes at the casual mention of their humble origins, but his expression remained carefully neutral. William's being generous. I was the one doing most of the scrapping. And winning most of the fights, William added with a grin that didn't quite hide his nervousness. Danny's expertise in maritime matters has proven invaluable to our operations. Caroline noticed how Daniel's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly at William's explanation. There was clearly more to his presence in London than simple business. But before she could pursue the thought, Sophia bounced forward with characteristic enthusiasm. "Oh, how wonderful to finally meet you properly, Mr. O'Connor," Sophia said with the bright smile that had been conquering hearts all season. "William has told us so many stories about your adventures in Boston." "Miss Sophia Sterling," Caroline said formally, completing the introduction. Daniel's bow to Sophia was perfectly executed, but Caroline caught the way his gaze lingered on the girl's face, and something uncomfortable twisted in her chest, something she couldn't quite name or explain. "Miss Sterling, William has spoken of you often. You're every bit as lovely as he claimed." Sophia blushed prettily. "How kind of you to say so, sir. Are you enjoying London?" "It's certainly different from Boston," Daniel replied diplomatically. "Oh, you must tell me about America." Sophia's eyes lit up with genuine curiosity. "Charlotte has shared such fascinating stories about your customs and culture." Caroline watched Daniel's expression soften as he began describing the bustling ports and markets of Boston for Sophia's eager ears. Whatever rough edges he possessed seemed to smooth in the presence of young innocence. It was rather endearing. The thought irritated her profoundly. "If you'll excuse me," Caroline said abruptly, "I believe I'll refresh my lemonade." She walked toward the refreshment table with measured steps, annoyed with herself for noticing how Daniel O'Connor's voice carried that lilting undertone when he spoke of his homeland, or how his eyes crinkled slightly when Sophia laughed at something he said. A few moments later, as she approached the crystal punch bowl, she heard footsteps behind her. She didn't need to turn to know who it was. Something about his presence made the air feel charged. At the refreshment table, she reached for the ladle, just as a larger, darker hand closed over it from the opposite side. "I beg your pardon," Daniel O'Connor said, not releasing the ladle. Caroline found herself staring up into those storm-dark eyes from mere inches away. This close, she could see the faint lines around them, worry lines, she thought, or perhaps the result of years spent squinting into bright sunlight. There was something haunted in his gaze. Of course. But he didn't move away, and neither did she. Quite a crush today. Caroline found herself studying his face despite her better judgment. Lady Pemberton's events always draw a crowd. She tugged gently on the ladle, but his grip remained firm. Though not always such diverse company. His eyes sharpened. Diverse? Americans are still something of a novelty in London society. I see. His voice had cooled noticeably. And novelties are entertaining. That depends entirely on the novelty. She met his gaze steadily. Some are charming, others are merely curious. And which am I wonder? I haven't decided yet. His mouth quirked in what might have been amusement. How refreshingly honest. Most ladies would offer pretty lies about finding me charming. I'm not most ladies. No, he said quietly, studying her face with those dark eyes. I don't believe you are. The intensity of his gaze made her pulse quicken, and she realized they were standing far too close for propriety. The ladle, Mr. O'Connor, that of course. He released his grip, and as he handed it to her, his fingers brushed against hers. The contact sent an unexpected jolt of awareness racing up her arm, so sudden and electric that she stepped back abruptly. Daniel's eyes sharpened at her reaction. What's wrong, my lady? Nothing, Caroline said quickly, too quickly. I simply... Her words were interrupted by voices drifting from a nearby group of ladies. Quite shocking, really. An Irishman at Lady Pemberton's garden party. Well, what can one expect when William Sears is involved? The man has no sense of proper society. When voices rose sharply nearby, Caroline felt Daniel's entire body go rigid beside her. His grip on the ladle tightened for a heartbeat before he seemed to force himself to relax. Daniel's expression hardened, and when he looked back at Caroline, there was something knowing in his dark eyes. "Ah, I see." His voice had gone soft, almost conversational. "Does it pain you to be so cordial to someone like me?" "I don't know what you mean," Caroline replied, though her cheeks had flushed. "Oh, come now, Lady Caroline." His mouth curved in a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and something about that smile made her pulse flutter in an entirely different way. "Surely being seen with me will cause tongues to wag." The ladies' voices continued their poisonous whispers. "Wonder what Lady Caroline is thinking, entertaining such a person. Perhaps she's simply being charitable, though one does worry about the example it sets." Caroline's jaw tightened visibly, and Daniel noticed the change immediately. His misinterpretation was swift and cutting. "Come now, my lady. We both know what I am, a rough American who doesn't belong in your refined world. The question is whether you'll pretend otherwise for politeness' sake." "I don't pretend anything," she said coolly. "Don't you?" His voice carried a hint of that musical accent, more pronounced now. "Then what's this performance? The gracious lady being kind to the savage colonial?" Heat flashed through her at his deliberate provocation. "If you're so convinced of your unworthiness, why are you here?" "Unworthiness." His laugh was short and sharp. "There's where you're wrong, my lady. I don't consider myself unworthy of anything. It's your precious society that's decided I don't measure up to their ridiculous standards." "Then why subject yourself to it?" "Because sometimes, my lady," he said softly, his voice carrying a dangerous edge, "circumstances force us into places we'd rather not be." The words hung between them, charged with tension. Caroline felt unsettled in a way she hadn't experienced in years, as if this rough American had somehow seen through her carefully constructed facade and found it wanting. Before either could respond, voices rose nearby. "Really, Lady Pemberton, one must question the wisdom of such eclectic guest lists." Caroline turned to see Lady Hartwell, one of society's most vicious gossips, holding court near the rose arbor. The woman's strident voice carried clearly across the garden. "I mean, first we have American heiresses marrying into our finest families, and now we're entertaining their Irish connections? What's next? French revolutionaries?" Daniel's mouth curved in a sardonic smile. "Ah, the dulcet tones of enlightened society," he murmured, just loud enough for Caroline to hear. "Such refined sensibilities." Caroline shot him a warning look, but he seemed entirely unbothered by the criticism, which only irritated her more. How could he stand there so calmly while they insulted him? Titters rose from Lady Hartwell's audience. "Poor Miss Sterling," another voice chimed in. "Such a lovely girl, but the family's standards do seem to be declining. First American in-laws, now this. One wonders what sort of men she'll be expected to entertain as suitors." Caroline's blood turned to ice. Through the crowd, she could see Sophia's face fall as the cruel words reached her ears. Lord Henley, who had been hanging on her every word moments before, suddenly found urgent business elsewhere. "Predictable," Daniel said quietly, that infuriating note of amusement. "Your kind always turns on the innocent when they can't reach their real target." "My kind?" Caroline whirled to face him. The careful control she'd maintained for 4 years, already frayed by his unsettling presence, began to crack. "Forgive me," he said with mock courtesy. "I meant your class, of course. Always so concerned with appearances, so quick to sacrifice the young to preserve your precious reputations." "I wouldn't let my daughter associate with such questionable connections," Lady Hartwell continued with obvious relish. Heaven knows what sort of influence these foreign elements might have on a young girl's reputation. The combination of Daniel's smugly superior commentary, his disturbing effect on her composure, and now watching Sophia's devastation proved too much. Something inside Caroline snapped, all of it crumbling in the face of watching Sophia's hurt expression and this insufferable man's casual dismissal of it all. "How dare you?" Caroline said, her voice carrying across the garden with crystalline clarity. Conversation stopped. Heads turned. Lady Hartwell's eyebrows rose in surprise. "I beg your pardon, Lady Caroline. How dare you attack an innocent girl because of your own narrow-minded prejudices?" Caroline stepped forward, abandoning all pretense of polite restraint. "Miss Sterling is one of the finest young ladies in London, and if you cannot see that, the failing is yours, not hers." "My dear Lady Caroline," Lady Hartwell said with false sweetness, "surely you cannot approve of such associations. A young girl needs proper guidance in selecting her companions." "Mr. O'Connor is a guest of the Sears family," Caroline replied, her voice growing stronger with each word. "He is William's oldest friend, and if you knew anything about judging character instead of indulging in drawing-room gossip, you might show some courtesy to a visitor to our shores." "A visitor, yes," Lady Hartwell's voice turned cutting. "But not merely American, I'm told. Lady Castlereagh mentioned that his father was Irish. Irish, Lady Caroline, as if colonial manners weren't troubling enough." Murmurs of shock rippled through the assembled ladies. "Irish blood," someone whispered with obvious distaste. "How perfectly dreadful. One shudders to think what sort of influence such breeding might have on impressionable young minds," another added with a meaningful glance toward where Sophia had been standing. Caroline felt something hot and fierce rise in her chest, the memory of her husband's final letter, praising the Irish soldiers who had fought beside him, who had died trying to save him. "Furthermore," she continued, her voice rising with passion, "the Irish soldiers who fought beside our own troops showed courage and loyalty that put your petty prejudices to shame. My own husband wrote of their bravery, their honor, their—" "Enough." Daniel's voice cut through her speech like a blade. Caroline spun to find him standing directly behind her, his face a mask of controlled fury. "Enough, Caroline." Her name on his lips was rough, intimate, completely improper. "You don't need to defend me to these people. But they're destroying Sophia." "You're making it worse," he said quietly. "Look around you." Caroline did, and her heart sank. Far from helping Sophia, her passionate outburst had made her the center of a scandal. Whispers rose like wildfire. The Dowager Duchess looked appalled. Nathaniel was pushing through the crowd with murder in his eyes. "You think I need your charity?" Daniel continued, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that only she could hear. "You think standing up for the poor Irish bastard will salve your conscience about your comfortable prejudices?" "That's not," Caroline began, stung by the accusation. "Isn't it?" He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the gold flecks in his dark eyes, smell the clean masculine scent of him. Poor Lady Caroline, so generous with her pity, so eager to demonstrate her enlightened views. "How dare you question my motives?" she snapped, forgetting entirely that they stood in the center of London society's most exclusive gathering. "I defended you because it was right, not for some twisted sense of nobility." "Did you? Or did you defend me because your sister's prospects were threatened?" The accusation hit home with devastating accuracy. Caroline felt her cheeks flame with anger and something else, shame, perhaps, that he'd seen through her so clearly. "At least I tried to help," she shot back, "which is more than you've done for yourself. Standing there like a martyr, expecting insults, practically inviting them with your defensive." "My defensive what?" Daniel's voice had gone deadly quiet. "Your defensive attitude, your assumption that everyone looks down on you, your complete inability to—" Something wild and reckless stirred in Caroline's chest as she watched Daniel's jaw clench at her accusations. When was the last time anyone had challenged her? When was the last time she'd felt anything other than careful, controlled, safe? The rest of her words were lost as Daniel's mouth crashed down on hers. It was not a gentle kiss. It was hard, demanding, designed to silence and shock and claim. Caroline's entire world narrowed to the sensation of his lips moving over hers with controlled desperation, the taste of whiskey and danger, the solid strength of his body as he pulled her against him. For one mad moment, she kissed him back. Fire raced through her veins, melting the ice she'd built around her heart, making her forget everything except the overwhelming need to get closer to this impossible, infuriating man. Then reality crashed back. The gasps from the watching crowd, the scandal she'd just created, the complete and utter destruction of her carefully maintained reputation. Caroline pulled back, breathing hard, staring up into Daniel's dark eyes with a mixture of shock and fury, and something she didn't dare name. Caroline stared at him, her heart hammering against her ribs like a caged bird. 4 years of widow's propriety had just been incinerated in front of London's most influential gossips, and instead of horror, she felt alive. "What kind of man," she whispered, her voice shaking with rage and something else entirely, "kisses a lady he's just met?" Daniel's smile was sharp as a blade, full of dangerous promise that made her pulse race even as her mind reeled from what they'd just done. "The kind," he said quietly, his Irish accent more pronounced than before. Who knows, she wanted to be kissed. Caroline opened her mouth to deliver a scathing retort, but he stepped closer, his voice dropping to an intimate murmur that only she could hear. "You're welcome," he said with infuriating smugness. "I gave them something else to talk about." And with the entire garden watching in stunned silence, Caroline realized with dawning horror that he was absolutely right. Chapter 2. Daniel had no idea what came over him or why he had just kissed a proper English lady in the middle of a garden party, but what he did know was that he needed to get out of there. Quickly. The shocked silence stretched across Lady Pemberton's garden like morning fog over Boston Harbor, broken only by the rustle of silk and the sharp intake of aristocratic breath. Daniel kept his eyes locked on Caroline's green ones, refusing to acknowledge the sea of scandalized faces surrounding them. Her lips were still parted from their kiss, her cheeks flushed with what might have been passion or fury, possibly both. Christ, what had he done? "You're welcome," he'd said with that infuriating smugness, and now he watched the words hit her like a slap. Lady Caroline Whitcomb stared at him as if he'd just sprouted horns, her composure finally and completely shattered. A movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention. A tall, dark-haired man was pushing through the crowd with murder in his green eyes that bore a striking resemblance to Caroline's. Her brother, most likely. Daniel had approximately 30 seconds before he found himself on the wrong end of a nobleman's fist. The thought should have sobered him. Instead, Daniel felt the familiar itch between his shoulder blades that had kept him alive during 3 years of dodging French cannon fire. Danger approaching. Time to move. "If you'll excuse me," Daniel said with a bow that managed to be both perfectly correct and utterly mocking. He turned on his heel and strode toward the garden's exit, leaving Caroline standing frozen among the whispers and stares. "O'Connor!" William's voice cracked behind him, but Daniel didn't stop. Couldn't stop. His heart was hammering against his ribs with the same rhythm it had kept during naval battles. Fast, urgent, demanding action. 2 hours later, Daniel sat in the cramped parlor of his cheapside lodgings, staring at the amber liquid in his glass as if it might provide answers. The brandy hadn't helped. 3 glasses, or was it 4? And he could still taste her on his lips, still feel the soft warmth of her mouth, the way she'd melted against him for one impossible moment before reality crashed back. Lady Caroline Whitcomb. He'd just ruined her reputation in front of half of London society. But Christ, he didn't even know what kind of reputation he'd ruined. Was she married? The thought made his stomach lurch. What if he'd just kissed another man's wife in front of half the ton? Her husband could challenge him to a duel, and Daniel would have no choice but to accept. Was she an unmarried miss? That might be worse. He could have just destroyed an innocent girl's chances of ever making a respectable marriage. The brandy burned his throat as he drained the glass, but it did nothing to wash away the sick certainty that he'd made the worst possible mistake. He knew nothing about English society's complicated rules, nothing about how their titles worked, or what Lady Caroline's position truly meant. Soft curves pressed against his chest, the scent of lavender and something uniquely her filling his senses. The little gasp she'd made when his mouth had claimed hers. She'd kissed him back. Despite every reason she had to push him away, despite the watching crowd, despite his obvious unsuitability, she'd kissed him back with a passion that had shaken him to his bones. Daniel poured another measure of brandy with hands that weren't quite steady. He'd come to London for one reason: business. William's shipping enterprise needed his expertise in maritime insurance, especially after that smuggling incident with Lord Hargrove had made their operations suspect. The partnership could set Daniel up for life if he could convince Admiral Thornfield to renew the naval contracts, if he could keep his Irish blood and questionable past from destroying everything William had built. And instead, he'd kissed the first English lady who'd shown him a moment's kindness, effectively ensuring that Admiral Thornfield would never do business with any venture associated with Daniel O'Connor. Margaret Thornfield. The Admiral's married daughter, bored with her elderly husband and looking for excitement. She'd pursued Daniel with the determination of a woman accustomed to getting what she wanted, and he'd been foolish enough to let loneliness and post-war emptiness cloud his judgment. It had been purely physical, stolen afternoons when her husband was at his club, quick encounters that meant nothing to him beyond temporary oblivion. When Daniel had tried to end it, she'd threatened to tell her father that he'd seduced her, ruined her marriage, corrupted her with his foreign ways. The threat of scandal had been real enough to send Daniel fleeing Boston for London, but not before Admiral Thornfield had heard whispers. Now the same man controlled the naval contracts that could make or break William's business. Contracts worth thousands of pounds. Contracts that would never be renewed to any company associated with the Irish bastard who'd corrupted his daughter. Daniel had come to London hoping to prove himself worthy of the partnership, to show that he could navigate English society without causing disasters. Instead, he'd lasted exactly one garden party before destroying his chances completely, and he couldn't even explain why he'd done it. Lady Caroline had been defending him, standing up to those poisonous harpies with a fierce passion that had caught him completely off guard. The intensity of that protection had cracked something inside his chest that he'd kept carefully sealed for years. So he'd kissed her with all the desperation of a drowning man, claiming her mouth in front of London's elite, as if he had any right to touch someone so far above his station. The worst part was that he wanted to do it again. Daniel's hand tightened around his glass as the treacherous thought surfaced. Even now, with his business prospects in ruins and her reputation destroyed because of his reckless impulse, he wanted nothing more than to find Lady Caroline Whitcomb and finish what that kiss had started. He was a selfish bastard. The sound of familiar footsteps on the stairs interrupted his self-recrimination, followed by a sharp knock on his door. Daniel didn't need to guess who it was. William's particular pattern of knocks had been the same since they were boys. "It's open," Daniel called, not bothering to rise from his chair. William entered without ceremony, his face grim with controlled fury. He surveyed the brandy bottle in Daniel's disheveled state with obvious displeasure. "Well," William said, settling into the opposite chair without invitation, "that was spectacular. I assume you're not referring to Lady Pemberton's refreshments." "Don't." William's voice carried a warning that made Daniel look up sharply. "Don't you dare make jokes about this. Do you have any idea what you've done?" Daniel gestured vaguely with his glass. "Kissed a lady, caused a scandal, ruined your business prospects. Take your pick. You kissed Nathaniel Sterling's sister in front of half the ton," William said flatly. "Caroline's been the perfect widow for years." "Perfect. And you just widow?" Daniel's relief was so sharp it nearly made him dizzy. At least he hadn't kissed another man's wife or destroyed some innocent girl's future. William stared at him. "Her husband died in the peninsula 4 years ago. Why would you?" His eyes widened with understanding. "Christ, Danny, you didn't even know her situation?" "I know her name and that she's Nathaniel's sister," Daniel said defensively. "Your English titles make no bloody sense. So you kissed a woman without knowing if she was married, unmarried, or widowed?" Daniel's silence was answer enough. "Jesus." William rubbed his face with both hands. "This is even worse than I thought. I know what I did. Do you?" William leaned forward, his eyes blazing with the kind of fury Daniel had only seen when someone threatened Charlotte. "Because I've spent the last 2 hours trying to convince Nathaniel not to challenge you to a duel. 2 hours explaining that you're not completely without honor, that there must be some explanation for why my oldest friend would kiss his sister and then flee like a coward." The words hit their mark with devastating precision. Daniel had spent years learning to live with choices he'd made, with consequences he couldn't undo. But this was different. This was active cowardice, running from consequences he'd created himself. "I didn't mean for it to happen," Daniel said quietly. "She was defending me, and those women were attacking her sister. And I just lost your mind?" "Something like that." William studied him with eyes that had seen too much for their years. You want to know the worst part, Danny? I vouched for you. Personally, I told Nathaniel you were a man I'd trust with my life, with Charlotte's life. I told him you were a war hero, a man of honor. I staked my reputation on it. The quiet words cut deep. William hadn't just invested money, he'd put his own standing on the line, defended Daniel's character to people who mattered. And Daniel had made him look like a fool who'd misjudged his oldest friend. Daniel stared into his brandy, seeing no way forward that didn't end in disaster. The practical consequences were devastating enough. William's business, Charlotte's future, the employees who depended on them. But this was worse. This was about friendship, about loyalty, about the kind of man Daniel claimed to be. I'll fix this, Daniel said suddenly, the words surprising him with their certainty. William raised an eyebrow. How exactly do you plan to do that? I don't know yet, but I'll make it right. I'll prove you weren't wrong about me. Danny, I mean it. Daniel set down his glass and met his friend's eyes. I'll fix what I broke, all of it. William looked both nervous and slightly amused at his friend's sudden determination. Well, if you're serious about fixing things, you might want to start by apologizing to Nathaniel for being a complete ass. I'll do that. First thing tomorrow. And then I'll figure out how to make sure Lady Caroline doesn't suffer for my stupidity. William rose to leave, then paused at the door. For what it's worth, Danny, I've never seen you lose control like that. She must be quite a woman. Alone again, Daniel refilled his glass and tried not to think about those piercing eyes and the taste of lavender on soft lips. Caroline Whitcomb was indeed quite a woman, and he just destroyed both their lives for the privilege of kissing her once. Chapter 3. Caroline paused outside the breakfast room door, steeling herself for what awaited within. The murmur of agitated voices, Nathaniel's deep baritone, Amelia's soothing alto, and Sophia's higher notes of distress, told her everything she needed to know about the morning's developments. She pushed open the door to find her family gathered around the mahogany table like generals planning a military campaign. Nathaniel stood beside the window, his dark hair disheveled as if he'd been running his hands through it. Amelia sat with perfect posture, though worry lines creased her brow. Sophia hunched over her barely touched breakfast, shoulders shaking with what Caroline suspected were tears. Good morning, Caroline said with forced brightness, settling into her usual chair. The silence that greeted her was deafening. Nathaniel turned from the window, his green eyes, so like her own, blazing with barely controlled fury. Good morning? Caroline, do you have any idea what you've done? I've had breakfast, apparently later than the rest of you. She reached for the teapot with steady hands, determined not to show how her stomach churned, though I notice Sophia seems to have lost her appetite entirely. Don't you dare make light of this situation. Nathaniel stalked toward the table, a stack of calling cards and letters clutched in his fist. 3 invitations withdrawn already this morning. 3. Mrs. Pemberton's musicale, Lady Castlereagh's garden party, and the Duchess of Marlborough's afternoon salon. Caroline poured her tea with deliberate calm. How unfortunate. I was so looking forward to Lady Castlereagh's terrible soprano and the Duchess's stale cucumber sandwiches. Caroline. Amelia's sharp tone made her look up. Her sister-in-law's usually gentle expression held a rare note of censure. This affects more than just you. Sophia hasn't had a single morning caller. Not one. Young men who were practically composing sonnets to her beauty yesterday have apparently found urgent business elsewhere. Caroline's teacup rattled against its saucer as she set it down. She looked across the table at Sophia, whose blue eyes, red-rimmed from crying, met hers with a mixture of hurt and fascination. I still can't believe he just kissed you like that, Sophia whispered, her voice carrying equal parts scandal and awe, right in front of everyone. Sophia, Nathaniel warned, the way he looked at you afterward. Sophia continued, ignoring her brother's glare. Was it wonderful? You seemed rather breathless. That's quite enough, Nathaniel snapped, but Caroline caught the flush creeping up Sophia's neck. Despite her distress about the missing callers, her youngest sister was clearly thrilled by the romantic drama of it all. I've never seen anything so exciting in my entire life, Sophia added in a rush before Nathaniel could stop her again. Caroline found herself torn between guilt at causing Sophia's social difficulties and a strange warmth at her sister's obvious delight. When was the last time anyone had looked at her with such admiration? When had she last done anything worthy of that bright-eyed excitement? "The excitement may cost you a suitable marriage," Nathaniel said grimly, resuming his pacing. "Do you understand that, Sophia? Caroline's episode yesterday has called the entire family's judgment into question." "Episode?" Caroline's voice went dangerously quiet. "Is that what we're calling it? What would you prefer? Temporary madness? Complete loss of propriety? A momentary abandonment of everything you were raised to?" "Perhaps," Caroline interrupted, rising from her chair with the fluid grace that had been drilled into her since childhood, "I prefer to call it the first honest moment I've had in 4 years." The room fell silent, except for the ticking of the mantel clock and the soft clink of Amelia's spoon against her teacup. Even the servants seemed to pause in their movements, sensing the tension that crackled through the air like lightning before a storm. "Honest?" Nathaniel's voice carried a note of incredulity. "Caroline, you allowed a complete stranger, an Irish-American stranger with questionable breeding and no prospects, to maul you in front of London's most influential families. In what way was that honest?" Heat flashed through Caroline's chest, the same fire that had prompted her to defend Daniel yesterday. "He didn't maul me, Nathaniel, and his breeding is perfectly respectable, as you well know, since William vouches for him completely. That hardly excuses." "Furthermore," Caroline interrupted, a dangerous glint entering her eyes, "Mr. O'Connor kissed me. I didn't throw myself at him. If we're discussing questionable judgment, perhaps we should examine who in this family is truly no stranger to scandal." She looked pointedly at Amelia and smiled. "After all, it was only last year that you married despite causing quite the stir yourself." Amelia's eyes sparkled with amusement despite the tension. "Caroline raises an excellent point, darling." Before Nathaniel could respond, Thompson appeared in the doorway with his usual impeccable timing. "Lord Clarendon, there are gentlemen here to see you and Lady Caroline." "Gentlemen?" Nathaniel's eyebrows rose. "At this hour?" "Mr. Sears and Mr. O'Connor, my lord. Mr. Sears says it's a matter of some urgency regarding yesterday's events." Caroline's pulse quickened at the mention of Daniel's name, though she couldn't quite determine if the sensation was anticipation or dread. Perhaps both. "Show them to the drawing room," Nathaniel said curtly. "We'll be along presently." As Thompson bowed and withdrew, Nathaniel turned to Caroline with grim determination. "This is your opportunity to end this nonsense before it goes any further. Whatever Mr. O'Connor wants, whether it's an apology, an explanation, or, God forbid, some misguided attempt at courtship, you will handle it with appropriate dignity and distance." Caroline lifted her chin, the gesture so familiar that Nathaniel's expression shifted from commanding to wary. "I'll handle it as I see fit." "Caroline." "No, Nathaniel." She moved toward the door, her silk skirts rustling with each determined step. "I'm 26 years old, a widow with my own income and my own judgment. I'll receive Mr. O'Connor and Mr. Sears with whatever attitude I choose." She was halfway down the corridor when she heard Sophia's delighted whisper, "Oh, this is going to be so much more interesting than morning callers." The drawing room felt smaller, with Daniel O'Connor in it. Caroline had noticed yesterday how his presence seemed to charge the air around him, but in the intimate confines of the Sterling family's private space, that energy was almost overwhelming. He stood near the fireplace with William, both men turning as the family entered. William looked every inch the respectable American businessman in his perfectly tailored coat and precisely arranged cravat. Daniel, by contrast, looked like barely contained wildness dressed in gentleman's clothing. His dark hair was impeccably styled, his coat cut by an expert tailor, his boots polished to a mirror shine. Yet something in his bearing, the way he positioned himself with his back to the wall, the careful alertness in his dark eyes, the slight tension in his broad shoulders, suggested a man always prepared for trouble. When his gaze found hers, Caroline felt that now familiar jolt of awareness race through her veins. The memory of his mouth on hers, of his strong hands framing her face, of the taste of whiskey and danger on his lips, made her breath catch audibly. "Lady Caroline." Daniel stepped forward with a fluid grace that reminded her he was equally at home in ballrooms and on ship decks. In his hands, he carried a bouquet of white roses so beautiful they might have graced a royal table, and his smile carried just enough of yesterday's wickedness to make her pulse skip. "Mr. O'Connor," she managed to keep her voice level despite the way her heart hammered against her ribs. "How unexpected. I hope you'll forgive the presumption of calling so early," he said, offering the roses with a slight bow that was perfectly correct, yet somehow suggested far more intimate gestures. "But I found myself quite unable to wait until the acceptable afternoon hours." Caroline accepted the flowers, acutely aware that every eye in the room was fixed on the exchange. The roses were magnificent, clearly expensive, perfectly fresh, and arranged with an artistry that spoke of considerable effort. They were also completely inappropriate for a widow who barely knew the man offering them. She should refuse them. She should hand them back with cool politeness and maintain the distance that Nathaniel clearly expected. Instead, she buried her face in the blooms and inhaled their delicate fragrance. "They're lovely. Not nearly as lovely as the lady who will carry them," Daniel replied, and the warmth in his voice made something flutter in her chest that had been dormant for far too long. "Mr. O'Connor." Nathaniel's voice cut through the moment like a blade through silk. "Perhaps you'd care to explain the purpose of this visit." Daniel's attention shifted to Nathaniel with obvious reluctance, but when he spoke, his tone held the easy confidence that Caroline was beginning to recognize as his natural state. "I've come to apologize for my behavior yesterday and to request the honor of escorting Lady Caroline to the opera tomorrow evening." The silence that followed was so complete that Caroline could hear the coals settling in the grate and the distant sound of carriages in the street. Amelia's teacup paused halfway to her lips. Sophia's eyes grew round as saucers. Nathaniel looked as though he'd been struck by lightning. "The opera?" Nathaniel's voice carried a dangerous quiet that Caroline recognized from their childhood. It was the tone that had preceded some of their most spectacular arguments. "La Traviata," Daniel confirmed cheerfully, as though he hadn't just lobbed a conversational bomb into the middle of their drawing room. "I'm told it's quite popular this season." "Mr. O'Connor," Nathaniel said with the careful precision of a man controlling his temper through sheer force of will, "what exactly are your intentions toward my sister?" Daniel's grin could have charmed birds from trees or talk angels into sin. "To take her to the opera. Beyond that, we'll see what develops." That's hardly a satisfactory answer. "She's a widow, not some green girl." Daniel's tone remained pleasant, but something harder entered his dark eyes. "We're both old enough to figure out what we want as we go along." Nathaniel's jaw tightened visibly. Caroline deserves better than casual attention. "Who says it's casual?" Daniel's Irish accent became more pronounced, lending his words a musical quality that made them somehow more dangerous. "Maybe I just don't plan 3 moves ahead like you English." Caroline watched this verbal sparring match with growing irritation. They were discussing her as though she were a prize mare at auction, weighing her merits and deciding her fate without bothering to consult her preferences. The same fury that had prompted her to defend Daniel yesterday began building in her chest again. How dare Nathaniel interrogate this man about his intentions? How dare he assume she needed protection from her own choices? How dare both of them stand there planning her future as though she had no voice in the matter? "Actually," she said, her voice cutting through their masculine posturing like a knife through butter, "I would love to go to the opera, Mr. O'Connor." The words fell into the shocked silence like stones into still water, creating ripples of astonishment that spread throughout the room. Nathaniel's mouth actually fell open. William blinked rapidly, as though trying to process what he'd heard. Amelia set down her teacup with a sharp clink. Daniel, however, looked delighted. "How refreshing," Caroline continued, warmth creeping into her voice as she met Daniel's admiring gaze, "to meet someone who doesn't assume I need permission for my own choices." "Caroline," Nathaniel began, his voice carrying a warning note that had cowed her as a child. "No, Nathaniel." She turned to face her brother, the roses still cradled in her arms like armor. if I choose to attend the opera with a gentleman who's been vouched for by William, a man whose judgment you've trusted in countless business matters, that's my decision to make. But Caroline, Amelia interjected gently, people will talk. People are already talking, Caroline replied with a lightness she was far from feeling. At least this way, I'll have enjoyed myself while they're sharpening their tongues. She looked back at Daniel, whose dark eyes held an expression she couldn't quite read. Surprise, certainly, and approval, but underneath lay something deeper, a warmth that made her breath catch. What time shall I expect you tomorrow evening, Mr. O'Connor? 7 o'clock, if that suits you. His voice held a note of admiration that sent warmth spreading through her chest. You can use my carriage, William interjected smoothly. I'll have it sent round. William, Nathaniel's voice carried a warning edge. Surely you're not encouraging this arrangement. I'm supporting my friend, William replied evenly, though Caroline caught the slight tension in his shoulders. As you would do for me. Perfect. Caroline felt reckless and alive in a way she hadn't experienced since yesterday when this impossible man had kissed her senseless in front of half the ton. I shall look forward to it. As Daniel bowed over her hand, his lips not quite touching her gloved fingers, but close enough that she felt the warmth of his breath, Caroline caught sight of Nathaniel's thunderous expression and Sophia's bright-eyed delight. Perhaps she'd been too careful for too long. Perhaps it was time to discover what lay beyond the safe, respectable boundaries she'd maintained for 4 years. Perhaps it was time to start living again. The thought should have terrified her. Instead, as Daniel's dark eyes promised adventure and danger in equal measure, Caroline found herself anticipating tomorrow evening with something that felt remarkably like joy. Chapter 4. Daniel sat in William's study, remembering the taste of Caroline Whitcomb's lips. The memory made his blood sing in a way that should have worried him. It didn't. Daniel, are you listening to me? Every word, Daniel lied, though what he'd actually been doing was wondering if Caroline's hair smelled like lavender all the way down. William leaned forward with that shrewd gaze that had made him successful across 2 continents. I supported you in front of Nathaniel today, but Caroline's family now. She's not some widow looking for a dalliance. If William knew that Daniel wanted Caroline with a hunger that bordered on obsession, despite knowing he could never offer marriage, his oldest friend would throw him out of London himself. My intentions toward Lady Caroline are entirely proper, Daniel said, the lie smooth as silk. Good, because she deserves better than casual attention from a man who... She deserves respect, Daniel interrupted with unexpected vehemence. William's eyebrows rose. Christ, when had he become so protective of a woman he barely knew? This wasn't like him at all. When Caroline appeared in the entrance hall pulling on her evening gloves, Daniel's breath stopped altogether. Emerald silk clung to every curve he'd been trying not to think about. The color made her green eyes luminous, and when she moved there was something different, a confidence that made his mouth go dry. Mr. O'Connor, how punctual of you. Lady Caroline. He stepped close enough to catch her perfume, garden paths and moonlight. You look dangerous. Color bloomed in her cheeks, but she didn't look away. How perfectly scandalous of you to say so. Thompson appeared with her wrap. Daniel took it, letting his fingers brush her shoulders as he settled the silk around her. Her sharp intake of breath, the flutter of her pulse, he felt it all like a brand. In the carriage, she settled closer than necessary. Her skirts brushed his legs. Her breathing quickened when he leaned near. What made you leave Boston? Caroline asked as they rolled through London's streets. Something in her tone suggested she genuinely wanted to know him. Restlessness. I needed to see what lay beyond the harbor. He studied her profile. What made you accept my invitation tonight? I'm tired of being careful. Tired of living by rules designed to keep me from actually living. And what would living actually look like? She turned, intensity in her green eyes making his pulse stutter. I suppose we'll find out, won't we? At the Theatre Royal, Daniel studied Caroline more than the stage, the way her lips parted when absorbed in performance, how she leaned toward him for comments. The soprano is talented, she whispered, breath warm against his ear, but she's playing the courtesan like a virgin. Where's the sensuality? Daniel nearly groaned. Perhaps she's never known real passion. Caroline's eyes widened, but she leaned closer. How tragic for her. During a tedious aria, Caroline turned with mischief dancing in her eyes. Mr. O'Connor, I find myself curious about you. What was your favorite childhood dessert? I beg your pardon. It's a game. I ask questions, you ask questions. We might actually learn something. Caroline settled back with determination. Mine was treacle tart from our village bakery. Colcannon, my mother made it with butter and cream. Did you have a pet? A one-eyed ship's cat named Finnegan who once terrorized a rat twice his size. Daniel found himself charmed by her directness. Caroline laughed softly, the sound warming his chest. Most trouble as a child? I may have set fire to a neighbor's chicken coop experimenting with fireworks. Sean and I rebuilt it. Daniel quirked an eyebrow. Lady Caroline, are these really the things you wish to know? Why did you leave Boston? Too close to home. Mistakes made, bridges burned. Daniel deflected with practiced charm. Tragic shortage of aviary millinery. Look at Mrs. Whitmore's hat. An entire peacock has taken residence. Caroline snorted with laughter. That's not her husband with her. Ah, clearly an affair conducted through interpretive hat-wearing. The peacock represents exotic passion. His military plume symbolizes readiness for battle. Mr. O'Connor, Caroline's shocked laughter drew stares. Lord Ashford there? Secret poet composing sonnets to his bootmaker's wife. Notice the dramatic size? He's not watching the opera, he's rhyming ankle with rankle. Caroline's laugh burst out despite her efforts to contain it. His bootmaker's wife? Tragic tale of unrequited love and perfect shoe fittings. Daniel was drunk on her laughter. Mrs. Hartwell is obviously a retired pirate plotting her return to the high seas. She's surveying for crew members. Caroline made a sound half laugh, half snort, completely unladylike and absolutely enchanting. The noise carried, drawing disapproving stares. People are staring, Caroline gasped. Let them. You're magnificent when you laugh. By intermission, half the theater was aware of their scandalous enjoyment. Daniel disappeared briefly, returning with amber liquid that definitely wasn't sherry. What is that? Irish whiskey, finest remedy for tedious opera and disapproving stares. Around them, whispers multiplied as patrons noticed the improper beverages. This is highly irregular, Caroline observed, utterly ruinous to your reputation. My reputation is hanging by a thread. One more sip and I'll be completely undone. Then we'd better make it memorable. Daniel's smile was wicked. As the curtain rose, Daniel tossed back his whiskey. Caroline watched, then looked him in the eye and did the same. The whiskey burned, he saw it in her watering eyes, but she didn't flinch. Lady Caroline, you continue to surprise me. Good, I'm tired of being predictable. Daniel leaned closer. In that case, I have a proposition. This opera is deadly dull. We've scandalized half the theater and respectability is clearly overrated. What say we see what London offers beyond these walls? Every rule of propriety screamed refusal. But when had being proper ever made her feel so gloriously alive? When was the last time she'd laughed until her sides ached? When had anyone looked at her like she was fascinating rather than merely acceptable? This Irish rogue had reached past careful layers and found the woman she'd never been allowed to become. Years stretched ahead, morning calls, tedious events, careful behavior preserving a reputation that felt like prison. She thought of other opera-goers staring tonight, scandalized by her laughter. Let them whisper. For the first time in her adult life, Caroline felt the intoxicating pull of not caring. Mr. O'Connor, I thought you'd never ask. In the theater's lobby, Caroline paused beside the grand entrance. The sensible choice waited, William's proper carriage for a respectable circuit before delivering her safely home. But beyond lay something else entirely. London's streets bustled with life, vendors, revelers, distant music, and laughter from unknown sources. A world she'd never explored. Until tonight, until this impossible man who made her snort during opera and looked at her as though she was the most fascinating woman alive. Where shall we go? Daniel followed her gaze from waiting carriage to bustling street. I have absolutely no idea. Shall we find out together? Caroline looked from the carriage to the street beyond and felt the moment crystallize. This was her crossroads, safety or adventure, propriety or possibility. Her chin lifted with that gesture of defiance becoming natural as breathing, and she stepped toward the pavement. "Mr. O'Connor, I believe you're about to corrupt me thoroughly." "That," Daniel replied, offering his arm as they set off into the London night, "is entirely the point." Caroline was already lost in the intoxicating combination of Daniel's company and her own newfound courage, ready to discover what lay beyond the safe boundaries she'd maintained too long. Tonight, she was going to live. Chapter 5. The moment Caroline's silk slippers touched the cobblestones outside the Theatre Royal, she felt as though she'd crossed into another world entirely. The London she knew, drawing rooms and morning calls, careful conversations and measured steps, disappeared behind theater doors. Here, the city pulsed with life she'd never imagined. Street vendors called their wares in voices that carried music. Lamplights spilled golden pools across wet stones, and somewhere in the distance, a fiddle played a melody that made her feet want to move. The air itself felt different, sharper, more alive, scented with possibilities instead of propriety. "Second thoughts?" Daniel asked, though his eyes held challenge rather than concern. "Never." The word emerged with startling conviction. "Show me your London, Mr. O'Connor." They walked deeper into the maze of streets radiating from Covent Garden, Caroline's emerald silk incongruous among the working folk, but Daniel's presence beside her, making her feel safe rather than exposed. He moved through these streets with easy familiarity, automatically positioning himself between her and any group of men they passed, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, even as he spoke to her. "There," Daniel said, steering her toward a cluster of people gathered around a small group of musicians. Real music. The fiddle player was joined by a man with a wooden flute and a woman whose voice soared over both instruments in a melody Caroline had never heard but felt in her bones. It was nothing like the refined performances at Almack's or the opera. This was music that spoke to something primitive and joyful, something that made her pulse quicken and her breath catch. Around them, couples swayed to the rhythm. A sailor spun his sweetheart until her skirts flew out like wings. An elderly man tapped his feet while his wife smiled indulgently. Children darted between dancers, adding their laughter to the music. "It's beautiful," Caroline breathed. "Dance with me." It wasn't a question. Daniel's hand extended toward her, his dark eyes holding invitation and challenge in equal measure. No proper ballroom, no formal presentation, no chaperone in sight. Just a man and a woman and music that called to something wild. "I don't know how," Caroline said, pulling back slightly. "This isn't a waltz. Trust me." She hesitated, glancing around at the working folk who moved with such natural grace. "They'll think I'm ridiculous. They'll think you're brave." Daniel's voice carried that hint of Irish music. "Unless you'd prefer to watch from the sidelines like a proper lady?" The challenge in his tone sparked something defiant in her chest. "I haven't been proper all evening. Why start now?" Caroline had spent 26 years learning to move with measured grace, every step calculated for maximum elegance and minimum scandal. But when she placed her hand in Daniel's, those careful lessons scattered like leaves. This wasn't a waltz or a country dance with prescribed steps and proper distance. Daniel pulled her into the circle of his arms and moved to the music's rhythm, and Caroline found herself following instinctively. At first, she stumbled, trying to apply ballroom rules to street dancing, but when she stopped thinking and simply felt the music, her body began to move with his. His body was solid and warm against hers, closer than any ballroom would allow, and when he spun her, she threw back her head and laughed with pure joy. "When did you learn to dance like this?" she gasped when the song ended. "Boston Docks. Every culture brings its music." Daniel's accent carried hints of the Irish music they'd just danced to. "There's more to the world than your English assemblies, my lady. How presumptuous of you to assume I've only ever danced at English assemblies," Caroline said with mock hauteur. "Perhaps I have secret talents you know nothing about." Daniel's grin was wicked. "Do you? Wouldn't you like to know?" She turned away with deliberate flirtation, then glanced back over her shoulder. "Though I confess, this is rather more energetic than I'm accustomed to." The next song was slower, more intimate. Daniel's hand settled at the small of her back, and Caroline felt the warmth of his palm through silk. When she looked up into his face, she saw something that made her breath catch, not the careful charm he wore in drawing rooms, but something raw and honest that reached past all her defenses. "You're staring," she whispered. "You're beautiful when you're happy, really happy, not performing happiness for an audience." Heat bloomed in Caroline's cheeks, but she didn't look away. I'd forgotten this feeling. What? To feel so alive. Something shifted in Daniel's expression, something that made her pulse flutter and her lips part unconsciously. For a moment, she thought he might kiss her right there among the dancers and musicians, scandal be damned. Instead, he stepped back as the music faded. Hungry? Covent Garden's late-night market was a revelation. Caroline had passed through the square countless times in her carriage, but she'd never walked among the stalls, never smelled the mingled aromas of roasted nuts and fresh bread, never heard the good-natured haggling between vendors and customers. Daniel bought hot chestnuts from a vendor who greeted him by name, clearly a regular customer, despite having been in London only a few weeks. "Tommy," Daniel said, pressing coins into the man's hand. "How's your youngest feeling?" "Much better, thanks to you, Mr. O'Connor. That medicine you suggested worked a treat." As they walked away, Caroline looked at him curiously. "You've made friends quickly. Most gentlemen take months to learn their neighbors' names, yet you know this man's family situation after a few weeks?" "These folk remind me of home." Daniel's positioning shifted subtly as a drunk stumbled from a nearby tavern, placing himself between the man and Caroline without seeming to think about it. "My lodgings are in Mayfair, but—" He shrugged. "I find myself drawn to places where people work with their hands, where conversation doesn't require translating every thought into proper English." "Ah," Caroline said with understanding. "You mean places where you don't have to pretend to be something you're not." Daniel shot her a sharp look. "Is that what you think I'm doing? Pretending?" "Aren't we all?" Caroline met his gaze steadily. "The question is whether you're pretending for society's benefit or your own. And which do you think it is?" "I haven't decided yet. You're rather good at deflecting questions, Mr. O'Connor." The chestnuts were served in a twist of brown paper, salt still clinging to their shells, warmth spreading through Caroline's palms when Daniel placed them in her hands. "Careful, they're hot." She bit into one experimentally, the nutty sweetness exploding across her tongue. "Oh, good? Wonderful. I've never—" She paused, realizing how sheltered that made her sound. "Never eaten food from a street vendor?" Daniel's tone held no judgment, only curiosity. "Never eaten anything that hadn't been served on proper china?" Caroline took another chestnut, savoring the simple pleasure. Then, with sudden decision, she stopped and began peeling off her expensive kid leather gloves, already stained with chestnuts. "But tonight, I'm not that person." She tucked the gloves into her reticule with a gesture that felt like shedding armor. "No? Who are you tonight?" The question caught her off guard. Who was she when stripped of titles and expectations, wandering London streets with an Irish rogue who made her laugh and fed her street food and looked at her as though she was the most fascinating woman alive? "I don't know," she admitted, "but I like her better." Daniel's eyes held something warm and approving. "So do I." The simple words sent heat rushing through her, and Caroline found herself looking away first, suddenly shy under his intense gaze. "Wait until you try Sally's meat pies." Sally, it turned out, was a formidable woman with flour-dusted hands and a smile that transformed her weathered face. She greeted Daniel with obvious affection and eyed Caroline with frank curiosity. "Brought yourself a fancy lady tonight, have you, Danny? And here I thought you'd sworn off the quality after that business in Boston." Daniel's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Sally? Right. None of my concern." But her eyes twinkled with mischief. "Lady Caroline, what'll it be? Beef or mutton?" Caroline's interest sharpened at Sally's comment, but before she could ask about Boston, Sally was studying her with professional assessment. "What would you recommend?" Caroline asked, filing away the Boston reference for later. "Beef for him. He likes it hearty, but you—" Sally studied Caroline with the eye of someone who sized up customers for a living. "You look like you could use some spice in your life. Mutton it is, with extra pepper." The pie was served wrapped in more brown paper, steam rising from the golden crust. Caroline bit into it carefully and nearly moaned with pleasure. The pastry was flaky, the filling rich and savory, seasoned with herbs she couldn't identify but wanted to taste again. "This is extraordinary," she said, then caught Sally watching her with satisfaction. "Stick with this one, love," Sally told Daniel with a meaningful look. "She's got sense enough to appreciate good food." As they walked away, Caroline sharing bites of pie with Daniel in a way that would have scandalized every hostess in Mayfair, she felt something warm and unfamiliar settling in her chest. "Now," Caroline said, licking pastry crumbs from her bare fingers with unconscious sensuality that made Daniel's eyes darken. "About this business in Boston," Sally mentioned. Daniel's expression shuddered. "Ancient history." "How ancient? Yesterday? Last week?" Caroline. So we're back to deflecting questions." Caroline smiled sweetly. "How convenient that you've mastered the art of drawing out my secrets while revealing none of your own. What secrets have I drawn out? That I read novels instead of improving books? That I dreamed of adventure as a child? That I've never eaten street food?" Caroline ticked off items on her fingers. "Shall I go on?" "Those aren't secrets. Those are charming details." "Then share some charming details of your own. What made you leave Boston so suddenly that you've sworn off the quality forever?" He was quiet for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then, "Poor judgment in romantic entanglements." Caroline digested this. The sort of poor judgment that makes one swear off the quality forever? Something like that. How refreshingly vague. I feel so much more enlightened now. Despite himself, Daniel laughed. "You're relentless. I prefer thorough. There's a difference." "Is there now?" "Thorough suggests intellectual curiosity. Relentless suggests I won't rest until I've dragged every secret from your unwilling lips." "And which are you?" Caroline smiled with deliberate sweetness. "Why don't you test me and find out?" The challenge hung between them, charged with possibility. Daniel's eyes darkened, and for a moment Caroline thought he might actually answer her unspoken invitation to honesty. Instead, he gestured toward a narrow street leading away from the market. "This way. There's something I want to show you." "More deflection, Mr. O'Connor?" "Perhaps, or perhaps I'm simply not ready to surrender all my secrets to a woman I met mere days ago." Caroline fell into step beside him as they left the bustling market behind. "How prudent of you, though I should point out that you've learned far more about me than I have about you." "Have I?" Daniel's smile was enigmatic. "We'll see." They became lost, though whether by accident or design, Caroline couldn't say. The market streets gave way to narrower passages, then to residential squares she didn't recognize. Gas lamps grew more scattered, casting pools of amber light connected by stretches of shadow. Caroline should have been alarmed. A lady of her station, wandering after midnight through unfamiliar parts of London, wearing jewelry that would feed a family for months, every lesson of her upbringing screamed danger. Yes, Daniel was with her. But what did she really know about this Irish rogue beyond his friendship with William? Instead, she felt completely safe. Daniel's presence beside her was solid and reassuring, his attention to their surroundings protective without being oppressive. She noticed how he always kept his back to building walls rather than open spaces, how his head turned at every unexpected sound. When a group of rough-looking men emerged from a tavern ahead, he guided her down a different street with the fluid efficiency of someone accustomed to avoiding trouble. "Tell me about Boston," Caroline said as they walked. "What would you like to know?" "Everything. What did your house look like? What did you do for pleasure? What made you happy?" Daniel was quiet for so long that Caroline wondered if she'd overstepped. "Then, our house overlooked the harbor. 2 stories, white clapboard siding, blue shutters my mother insisted on because they matched her best dress, small front garden where she grew herbs for cooking." Caroline could picture it, neat, simple, loved. In summer, I'd sit on the front steps in the evening listening to ships' bells in the harbor, planning which vessel I'd sail away on when I was old enough. Daniel's voice carried a wistfulness that made her chest tighten. In winter, we'd gather around the kitchen fire while my mother told stories about Ireland, places she'd never seen but somehow knew by heart. It sounds wonderful. It was, for a while. Something in his tone suggested the happiness hadn't lasted, but Caroline didn't press. "Did you sail away eventually?" In a manner of speaking. There you go again, being deliberately mysterious. "Do you practice these non-answers, or do they come naturally?" Daniel's mouth quirked. "You don't give up, do you? Would you prefer me to?" "I'm not sure. Most ladies accept polite deflection gracefully." "I'm not most ladies." "No," Daniel said quietly, studying her profile in the lamplight. "You're definitely not." "What about you?" Daniel asked. "What made you happy as a child?" "Books," Caroline replied immediately. "I had a window seat in the library where I could curl up with novels and imagine myself anywhere else in the world. My governess despaired. She thought novel reading would give me unsuitable ideas." "Did it?" Caroline considered the question seriously. "Perhaps. I used to dream about traveling to exotic places, having adventures, meeting fascinating people who'd never heard of English social conventions. And now? Now I'm walking through London at midnight with an Irish rogue, eating street food and feeling more like myself than I have since girlhood." Caroline glanced at him sideways. "I suppose those novels did give me unsuitable ideas after all." Daniel stopped walking so suddenly that Caroline took several steps before realizing he was no longer beside her. When she turned, he was standing in the middle of the empty street, staring at her with an expression that made her pulse stutter. "What? You're remarkable, do you know that?" Simple words spoken with such conviction. Not beautiful, not charming, not accomplished. Remarkable. As though he saw something in her that she'd never recognized in herself. Remarkable? Caroline tilted her head, considering. Most gentlemen prefer lovely or accomplished. Remarkable sounds rather intense. You are intense. You challenge me at every turn, refuse to accept polite answers, and make me want to tell you things I've never told anyone. Something in his voice made her breath catch. "And that frightens you." "Terrifies me," Daniel admitted. Caroline's heart hammered against her ribs. "Daniel, you make me want things I have no right to want." Thunder rumbled overhead, so distant she'd barely noticed the gathering clouds, though she realized Daniel had been tracking the storm's approach for several minutes. But now fat raindrops began to fall, stippling the cobblestones with dark spots. "Oh," Caroline looked up at the sky as the drops multiplied. Daniel grabbed her hand. "This way." They ran through streets that Caroline had been strolling moments before, her silk skirts hampering her movement, but Daniel's grip on her hand keeping her upright. The rain intensified with shocking speed, going from scattered drops to steady shower to outright downpour in the space of minutes. By the time Daniel pulled her into the shelter of a shop doorway, they were both soaked through. Even in the narrow space, he positioned himself facing outward, able to see anyone approaching their hiding place. Caroline pressed herself against the door, breathing hard from their run, acutely aware of Daniel standing so close that she could feel the warmth radiating from his body despite their wet clothes. Her carefully arranged hair had come loose, tendrils clinging to her neck and cheeks. Her silk gown was ruined, plastered to her body in ways that would have mortified her hours ago. She'd never felt more beautiful. "Your dress," Daniel said roughly. Caroline looked down. The emerald silk had gone translucent where it clung to her skin, the bodice revealing far more than any ball gown ever would. Instead, she met Daniel's eyes boldly. "It's only fabric." Something blazed in his dark gaze, something that made her feel powerful and desired and reckless beyond reason. Caroline, her name on his lips was a prayer and a curse. She watched him struggle with himself, saw the moment his careful control began to slip. "We should go," he said, but made no move to leave their shelter. "Should we?" Caroline stepped closer, close enough to see water droplets clinging to his dark lashes. "The rain hasn't stopped. If we stay?" Daniel's voice was rough with want. "Yes? I'm going to kiss you again." Caroline's pulse fluttered with anticipation and something that might have been nerves. This was her moment to retreat, to remember who she was supposed to be. Instead, she looked him directly in the eye and said, "Promise?" The last of Daniel's restraint shattered. He stepped closer, backing her against the solid wood of the door, his hands coming up to frame her face. For a heartbeat, they stared at each other, both knowing this would change everything. Then Daniel's mouth came down on hers, and Caroline was lost. This kiss was nothing like the shocking public display at the garden party. This was slow and thorough and devastating, Daniel's lips moving over hers with a patience that made her knees weak. When his tongue traced the seam of her lips, she opened for him with a soft sound that made him groan against her mouth. Caroline had been married, but her husband's sweet kisses had been nothing like this. This was fire and hunger, and the taste of rain and desire. This was Daniel's hands tangling in her wet hair, her own fingers clutching the lapels of his coat, both of them pressed together so tightly she could feel his heart hammering against her breast. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Caroline realized she was trembling. Caroline. Daniel rested his forehead against hers, his breathing as unsteady as her own. Daniel. We should go, he said, but made no move to leave their shelter. Not yet. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. Please, not yet. Daniel's eyes searched her face, and whatever he saw there made him nod slowly. Until the rain stops. He gathered her closer, and Caroline buried her face against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the drum of rain against stone. For the first time since her husband's death, she was exactly where she wanted to be. The rain showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Caroline found herself hoping it never would. Chapter 6. The rain drummed against the cobblestones with relentless persistence, trapping them in their narrow shelter like conspirators hiding from the world. Daniel had positioned himself facing the street, his back to the shop door. Caroline pressed safely behind him in the small space. Even lost in the intoxication of her nearness, some part of his mind remained alert, cataloging sounds, noting movement, assessing threats. Old habits from too many dangerous ports, too many nights when relaxing one's guard meant waking up dead, or not waking up at all. Tell me about Ireland, Caroline said softly, her voice barely audible above the rain. Daniel tensed slightly. What about it? Your mother's stories, the places she'd never seen but somehow knew by heart. Something in her tone, genuine curiosity rather than polite conversation, made him relax against the door. She used to describe County Cork as if she'd walked every lane, though she was born in Boston, same as me. Said the hills there were so green they hurt your eyes to look at them, and the sea was wild enough to steal a man's soul if he wasn't careful. Do you want to see it, the real Ireland? Perhaps someday. Daniel's attention caught on footsteps echoing off wet stone, too purposeful for a casual passerby. The sound was wrong, measured, deliberate. When I have time for. The footsteps stopped directly in front of their hiding place. Daniel's body went rigid, every muscle coiled for action. Without conscious thought, he shifted position, placing himself more completely between Caroline and the street. His hand moved instinctively toward his coat pocket, fingers closing around the handle of the knife he always carried. Well, what have we here? The voice was rough, gin-soaked, carrying the casual menace of a man accustomed to taking what he wanted. Daniel could see him now. Stocky build, clothes that had seen better years, and the glint of steel in his right hand. Fancy lady out for a midnight stroll? The man stepped closer, and Daniel caught the sour smell of unwashed flesh and desperation. That's a pretty necklace you're wearing, love. Pretty earrings, too. Behind him, Caroline's breathing quickened, but she didn't scream. Brave girl. Smart girl. Screaming would only attract more trouble in this part of London. There's no need for unpleasantness, Daniel said, his voice carrying the deceptive calm he'd learned in too many tight spots. The lady and I were simply taking shelter from the rain. Oh, I can see that. The thief's laugh was ugly. Taking shelter and probably a bit more, eh? Nothing wrong with that, mind you, but a gentleman like yourself ought to pay for the privilege of using these streets. Consider it a toll. Daniel could feel Caroline's fear like heat against his back, but she remained silent. Good, let him handle this. How much? Daniel asked, though he had no intention of paying anything. He was already calculating angles, distances, the wet stones that would make footing treacherous, everything the lady's wearing that sparkles, and whatever coin you've got on you. The knife moved in the man's hand, catching what little light filtered through the rain. Nothing personal, you understand, just business. Daniel's smile was razor thin. I understand perfectly. The attack came fast. the thief lunging forward with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done this before. But Daniel had been fighting for his life since he was 16 years old, in ship's rigging during storms and on foreign docks where the wrong look could get a man gutted. He sidestepped the initial thrust, his own blade appearing in his hand as if conjured from air. The thief's eyes widened. He'd expected a soft gentleman, not someone who fought like he'd done it before. They circled each other in the narrow space, both seeking advantage. Rain made everything slippery, treacherous. The thief was younger, fresher, but Daniel had learned to fight in worse conditions than this. Daniel. Caroline's voice was tight with fear, but not for herself. For him. The distraction cost him. The thief's blade swept across his left cheek, laying it open in a line of fire. Blood, hot and immediate, streamed down his face. Daniel's response was brutal. A decade of warfare had taught him that mercy was a luxury he couldn't afford when protecting someone he cared about. His knife found the thief's shoulder, then his wrist. The man howled, stumbled backward, and fled into the maze of streets, clutching his wounded arm. Daniel stood motionless for a heartbeat, listening for the sound of returning footsteps or approaching allies. When none came, he finally turned to Caroline. Her face was white in the dim light, her eyes wide with shock. "You're bleeding." Daniel touched his cheek, fingers coming away crimson. "It's nothing, just a scratch." "That's not nothing." Caroline stepped forward, her hands fluttering helplessly. "There's blood everywhere. You need a doctor." "Caroline." His voice was gentle but firm. "I've had worse, much worse." But she wasn't listening. She was staring at the blood on his shirt, the way it soaked into the fabric and spread. Her breathing was coming too fast, too shallow. "You could have been killed," she whispered. "Because of me, because of my jewelry, my stupid." "Stop." Daniel caught her hands, holding them firmly. "This wasn't your fault." "Wasn't it?" Her voice cracked. "If I hadn't insisted on this adventure, if I'd gone home after the opera like a sensible woman, then we never would have had tonight." The words came out rougher than he'd intended, weighted with more truth than was safe. "And I wouldn't trade tonight for anything." Caroline's eyes searched his face, looking for deception and finding none. Something shifted in her expression, fear transforming into something fiercer, more determined. "We can't stay here," she said, though her voice suggested she wanted to do exactly that. "What if he comes back? What if there are others?" Daniel nodded, though the thought of leaving their shelter made his chest tight. Once they returned to the world of drawing rooms and social conventions, this would all become a memory. A scandalous, impossible memory that would fade with time and distance. "The rain's lessening," he observed, though it wasn't much of an improvement. "I don't care about the rain." Caroline's chin lifted with that gesture of defiance he was beginning to love. "You're hurt. You need proper attention." "Caroline, think about what you're saying." Daniel's voice was careful, measured. "If we arrive at your house together at dawn, with me looking like this." "Let them talk." The words came out fierce, final. "You protected me. You bled for me. I won't abandon you to preserve appearances." Something cracked open in Daniel's chest, something warm and terrifying and wonderful. "Your reputation?" "My reputation is my own concern." Caroline stepped closer, close enough that he could see the flecks of gold in her green eyes. "Just as yours is your own." They stood there in the lessening rain, both understanding that they'd crossed a line tonight that couldn't be uncrossed. The kiss had been impulse, passion, the kind of madness that could be explained away given time and distance. But this, her willingness to risk everything for his welfare, this was something else entirely. "Tell me about the war," Caroline said suddenly. Daniel tensed slightly as he felt her hands moving, then the soft pressure of fabric against his bleeding cheek. She'd pulled something from her reticule, a handkerchief or perhaps her discarded gloves, and was holding it firmly against the wound. "What?" "You move like a soldier, you fight like one, and you carry yourself like a man who's seen terrible things." Her voice was gentle but relentless. "Tell me about the war." "There's nothing to tell." Liar, but she said it without heat. "You don't sleep much, do you? I can see it in your eyes, the shadows, the exhaustion. When did you last sleep through the night?" The question hit too close to home, too close to truths he'd never spoken aloud. "Caroline, I'm not asking you to share everything." just something. So I understand. Daniel was quiet for so long that Caroline thought he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough with memory. I served on merchant ships during the war, dangerous runs, carrying supplies to British forces. Lost good men, lost good friends. He paused, his jaw working. Some things stay with you, whether you want them to or not. It wasn't the whole truth, wasn't even close to the whole truth, but it was more than he'd told anyone else, more than he'd ever intended to tell. That's why you don't sleep, Caroline said, and it wasn't a question. That's why I don't sleep. She reached up, her fingers hovering just short of touching the cut on his cheek. And that's why you knew exactly how to handle tonight. Yes, I'm sorry, she whispered. For whatever you lost, for whatever you've seen that keeps you awake at night. Daniel caught her hand, pressed it flat against his chest where his heart hammered against his ribs. Don't be sorry. Without all of that, I wouldn't have been able to protect you tonight. They stayed like that as the rain gradually softened to a fine mist, then to nothing at all. Dawn was still hours away, but Daniel could feel it approaching like a tide that would sweep away whatever fragile magic they'd built in this doorway. We should find somewhere to wait, Caroline said finally, until it's light enough to travel safely. Daniel nodded, though every instinct screamed against prolonging this night. The longer they stayed together, the harder it would be to let her go. And he would have to let her go. That much was certain. Men like him didn't get to keep women like her, no matter how much they might want to. But for now, for these last few hours before dawn, he could pretend otherwise. They walked through empty streets as London slumbered around them, finding shelter in a small church portico that offered protection from the wind. Caroline sat beside him on the stone steps, close enough that he could feel her warmth, far enough that he could still think clearly. What will you tell your family? Daniel asked as the sky began to lighten in the east. The truth, Caroline's voice was steady. That you protected me from a thief who wanted my jewelry. That you were injured in my defense. That I couldn't simply leave you bleeding in the street. They won't see it that way. No, Caroline agreed quietly. They won't. Nathaniel will be furious. He'll blame you for putting me in danger in the first place. He'll be right to. Caroline turned to look at him, her green eyes serious in the growing light. Will he? You didn't force me to come with you tonight, Daniel. I chose this. I chose you. Caroline, I know what this means, she continued, her voice growing stronger. I know what we're facing when we walk into that house together, but I won't regret tonight. I won't regret any of it. Daniel wanted to tell her she was wrong, that she would regret it when the scandal broke and her carefully constructed life fell apart. But looking at her in the dawn light, her hair escaping its pins, her dress wrinkled and stained, her eyes bright with determination, he couldn't bring himself to dim that fierce courage. Instead, he reached for her hand, threading their fingers together. Then we face it together. The sun rose over the Thames in shades of gold and pink, painting the sky with impossible beauty. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the city wake up around them, both knowing that everything would change once they stood up and walked toward her house. But for now, for these last precious moments, they were simply Daniel and Caroline, a man and a woman who'd found something worth fighting for in the space between midnight and morning. When the church bells chimed 7, Daniel finally stood and offered Caroline his hand. Ready? He asked. Caroline looked at his outstretched hand, then at his face, taking in the dried blood on his cheek, the exhaustion in his eyes, the careful way he held himself as if expecting another attack at any moment. This was the man who'd stepped between her and a knife without hesitation, who'd bled for her protection and asked for nothing in return. Ready, she said, and placed her hand in his. They walked through the awakening streets of London together, toward whatever consequences awaited them. Daniel's cut had stopped bleeding, but remained an angry red line across his cheek. Caroline's dress was wrinkled beyond repair, her hair disheveled, her reputation about to be in ruins. She had never been happier. As they approached the Whitcomb townhouse, Caroline felt as though she were floating. The night had been everything she'd never dared dream: adventure, danger, a man who would bleed for her protection, and look at her as though she hung the moon. Daniel's hand was warm and strong in hers, and she could still taste the rain and desire from their kiss in the doorway. Perhaps this was what love felt like. This intoxicating mixture of safety and excitement, of finding someone who saw past her careful widow's facade to the woman underneath. Someone who made her laugh and think and feel gloriously, scandalously alive. When they reached the steps, Caroline paused with her hand on the door, reluctant to end this magical night. But as she turned to look at Daniel, she noticed something that made her breath catch, a subtle tension creeping into his shoulders, the way his jaw had begun to tighten as he stared up at the imposing facade of her family home. "Whatever happens in there," she said quietly, hoping to ease whatever worry was building behind his eyes, "I want you to know that I don't regret a single moment of tonight." Daniel lifted their joined hands to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles. "Nor do I." But even as he spoke the words, Caroline could see the change settling over him, reality intruding on whatever spell had carried them through the night. His breathing had shifted, becoming more controlled, more careful. The easy warmth in his expression was cooling into something more guarded. Still, when he looked at her, his eyes held such tenderness that Caroline's heart soared with possibility. Whatever shadows were gathering in his mind, surely their connection was strong enough to weather them. Surely a man who had fought for her, bled for her, spent the night sharing his deepest truths, wouldn't simply walk away when morning came. Caroline opened the door, and they stepped inside together, ready to face whatever storm awaited them. She was prepared to fight the entire world for the right to love Daniel O'Connor. She had no idea that the greatest battle would be convincing him to let her. Chapter 7. The Whitcomb townhouse felt different as Caroline led Daniel through the entrance hall, as though the very air had changed during their night together. Everything looked the same. The marble floors her late husband had imported from Italy, the portraits of stern-faced Whitcomb ancestors, the grandfather clock that chimed the quarter hours with relentless precision. Yet Caroline felt as though she were seeing it all through new eyes, eyes that had witnessed adventure and danger and the intoxicating possibility of love. Her housekeeper, Mrs. Hayes, appeared from the servants' quarters with the brisk efficiency that had made her invaluable during Caroline's 4 years of widowhood. But when the older woman's gaze took in Caroline's disheveled appearance and Daniel's bloodied cheek, her step faltered almost imperceptibly. "My lady," Mrs. Hayes said, her voice carefully neutral, "shall I prepare the morning room?" "The drawing room, please," Caroline replied, surprised by how steady her own voice sounded, "and perhaps some warm water and clean cloths. Mr. O'Connor has sustained an injury." Mrs. Hayes's eyes flickered to Daniel's face, taking in the angry red line across his cheek with the practiced assessment of someone who'd tended her share of wounds. "Of course, my lady, I'll see to it immediately." As her housekeeper bustled away, Caroline caught Daniel studying the portraits that lined the hallway. His expression was carefully neutral, but she sensed the tension in his shoulders as he took in the visual reminder of her elevated station. "My husband's family," Caroline said quietly, following his gaze to a particularly imposing portrait of the late Mr. Whitcomb's grandfather. "They've been watching visitors with disapproval for 3 generations. And now they're watching an Irish bastard track mud across their marble floors." The bitter edge in Daniel's voice made Caroline's chest tighten. "They're watching a man who bled protecting their son's widow. There's a difference." Daniel turned to look at her, something unreadable flickering across his features. Before he could respond, Mrs. Hayes reappeared with a basin of steaming water and an armful of pristine white cloths. "In the drawing room, my lady," she said, leading them toward the elegant space that had always been Caroline's favorite retreat. Morning sunlight streamed through tall windows, painting everything in shades of gold and warmth. Caroline waited until Mrs. Hayes had departed before turning to Daniel with sudden shyness. In the clear light of her own home, with the night's magic fading into memory, she felt acutely aware of what she was about to do. Tending to a man's wounds was an intimate act, one that spoke of care and devotion and feelings she wasn't certain she was ready to examine too closely. "Sit," she said softly, gesturing toward the chair nearest the window. "Let me see to that properly." Daniel settled into the chair with the fluid grace she was beginning to recognize as distinctly his, controlled, alert, ready for anything. Caroline arranged the basin and cloths on the small table beside him, her hands trembling slightly as she dipped a clean cloth into the warm water. "This may sting," she warned, lifting the damp fabric toward his face. Daniel's hand caught her wrist gently, and Caroline felt her pulse flutter at the contact. "Caroline, you don't need to." "Hush." She pulled free with gentle determination. "You bled for me. The least I can do is ensure it heals properly." The first touch of cloth against his skin made Daniel hiss softly through his teeth, but he held perfectly still as Caroline began cleaning away the dried blood with careful strokes. This close, she could see details that had been hidden in the darkness. The way his dark lashes cast shadows across his cheeks, the small scar near his left temple that spoke of old violence, the way his jaw clenched with the effort of remaining motionless. "How did you get this?" Caroline asked, her fingertip ghosting over the old scar as she worked. "Rope snapped during a storm, caught me across the head before I could duck." His voice was carefully neutral, but Caroline caught the slight tightening around his eyes that suggested the memory held more pain than he was willing to share. How many other scars did he carry, she wondered, both visible and hidden? The cut from last night was deeper than she'd hoped, though not as severe as she'd feared. It would definitely leave a mark, a thin white line that would slash across his cheek like a badge of honor. The thought sent an unexpected thrill through her. He would carry a permanent reminder of the night he'd protected her, of the moment their lives had become irrevocably intertwined. "It's going to scar," she murmured, her voice softer than she'd intended. Something flickered in Daniel's dark eyes. "I know." Caroline continued her careful ministrations, cleaning away the last traces of blood with movements that grew increasingly gentle. She was acutely aware of every point of contact, her fingers steadying his chin, the warmth of his breath against her wrist, the way he watched her face with an intensity that made her pulse race. "There," she said finally, applying a small piece of clean linen to protect the wound. "That should heal cleanly." But she didn't step away, couldn't step away. They were so close she could see the gold flecks in his dark eyes, could smell the masculine scent of him beneath the lingering traces of rain and London streets. Her hand still rested against his cheek, and when he turned his face slightly into her palm, Caroline felt something warm and dangerous unfurl in her chest. "Caroline." Daniel's voice was rough, with something that might have been desire or warning or both. "Thank you," she whispered, though she wasn't entirely certain what she was thanking him for. For protecting her? For kissing her? For showing her what it felt like to be truly alive? Daniel's hand came up to cover hers where it rested against his face. For what? For last night? For all of it? Caroline felt heat creep up her neck, but she forced herself to maintain his gaze. "I haven't felt so myself in longer than I care to admit." "And who is yourself?" Daniel asked quietly. "When you're not being the perfect widow." The question caught her off guard. Who was she when stripped of society's expectations and her own careful control? Last night, dancing to fiddle music and eating street food and running through rain-soaked streets, she'd felt like someone entirely different. Someone brave and passionate and alive. "I don't know yet," Caroline admitted, "but I think I'd like to find out." Daniel's thumb traced across her knuckles, sending shivers of awareness up her arm. "She's magnificent, whoever she is." The simple words, spoken with such quiet conviction, made Caroline's breath catch. When was the last time anyone had looked at her the way Daniel was looking at her now? As though she was fascinating rather than merely acceptable, remarkable rather than simply respectable. "Daniel," she began, but he was already rising from the chair, putting distance between them, with movements that seemed almost reluctant. "I should go," he said, though his voice suggested he wanted to do anything but. "You need rest, and I need to." "Need to what?" Daniel's smile was crooked, boyish in a way that made her heart flutter. "Need to figure out how a rough Irish American convinced the most beautiful woman in London to spend the night wandering the streets with him." Perhaps she convinced him. Caroline replied with a boldness that surprised them both. Daniel's eyes darkened at her words, and for a moment Caroline thought he might cross the space between them and kiss her again. Instead, he reached for his coat with careful deliberation. "When can I see you again?" The question emerged before Caroline could stop it, too eager, too revealing. "Soon," Daniel promised, shrugging into his coat with movements that seemed reluctant. "Very soon." Caroline walked him to the door, hyper-aware of every step, every breath, every moment that brought their magical night closer to its end. On the threshold, Daniel paused and turned back to her. "Caroline," he said, her name soft on his lips. "Last night." "Yes? He seemed to struggle with the words. "I've never felt quite like this before." The admission hung between them, honest and vulnerable and terrifying in its implications. Caroline felt her heart stutter against her ribs as she recognized the truth in his dark eyes. "Nor have I," she whispered. Daniel lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss to her knuckles that felt more intimate than their passionate embrace in the rain. "Sleep well, my lady." Caroline stood in the doorway, watching him stride down the street with that loose-limbed grace that made her think of barely contained power. Not once did he look back, but something in his bearing suggested he was as reluctant to leave as she was to watch him go. Only when he disappeared around the corner did Caroline close the door and lean against it, her hand pressed to her racing heart. The house felt too quiet without his presence, too empty, too safe. For the first time in 4 years, safe felt like a prison rather than a refuge. She climbed the stairs to her bedroom with movements that felt dreamlike, her mind replaying every moment of their incredible night together. The taste of his kiss, the strength of his arms around her, the way he'd looked at her as though she was the most precious thing in his world. Perhaps this was what passionate love felt like. She had loved her husband, a gentle, comfortable affection that had grown from respect and shared quiet moments. But this was something entirely different. This intoxicating mixture of safety and excitement of finding someone who saw past careful facades to the woman underneath. Someone who made her laugh and think and feel gloriously, scandalously alive in ways she'd never imagined possible. Caroline prepared for bed with unusual care, as though the simple act of removing her ruined dress and washing her face might somehow wash away the magic of what had passed between them. But when she finally slipped between cool sheets, she could still smell the rain on her skin, still taste whiskey and danger on her lips. For the first time since her husband's death, Caroline fell asleep thinking about the future, instead of merely enduring the present. The walk back to his Cheapside lodgings should have sobered Daniel completely. The gray light of dawn, the respectable citizens beginning their morning routines, the stark contrast between Caroline's elegant townhouse and his own modest rooms, all of it should have reminded him of the vast gulf that separated them. Instead, he found himself grinning like a fool. His cheek throbbed where the thief's knife had marked him, and his clothes were still damp from their soaking in the rain. His reputation was probably in ruins, his business prospects uncertain, and he just compromised a lady whose social standing he'd never be able to match. None of it seemed to matter. Caroline Whitcomb had tended his wounds with gentle hands and worried eyes. She'd stood in the doorway of her fine house and admitted that she'd never felt the way she felt with him. The memory of her fingers against his face, the warmth in her voice when she thanked him for their night together, the way she'd looked at him as though he was something precious rather than dangerous. It all combined to create a feeling Daniel hadn't experienced in longer than he cared to remember. Hope. The dangerous, terrifying, wonderful possibility that he might actually deserve something good in his life. Daniel climbed the narrow stairs to his rooms with a lightness in his step that had nothing to do with the brandy he'd consumed earlier, and everything to do with the memory of green eyes and lavender-scented skin. He unlocked his door and stepped inside, already planning when he might call on Caroline again without appearing too eager. Tomorrow, perhaps, or this afternoon, if he could think of a suitable excuse. The thought of waiting even that long made his chest tight with anticipation. Daniel shrugged out of his damp coat and settled into the chair by his window, staring out at the London streets that were beginning to bustle with morning activity. Vendors setting up their stalls, servants hurrying about their early errands, the whole great machine of the city grinding into motion for another day. But for once, Daniel felt as though he might actually be part of it all, rather than merely observing from the outside. Caroline had accepted him, not just tolerated his presence, but genuinely seemed to enjoy his company. She'd laughed at his ridiculous jokes, eaten street food with obvious pleasure, danced to fiddle music without caring who might see. She'd let him kiss her in the rain and kissed him back with a passion that had shaken him to his bones. Perhaps William had been right. Perhaps London could offer him a fresh start, a chance to build something real and lasting. Perhaps the mistakes he'd made in Boston didn't have to define the rest of his life. Perhaps he could actually be worthy of someone like Caroline Whitcomb. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, Daniel found himself planning ways to court her properly, to prove that his intentions were honorable despite their unconventional beginning. He could take her to the theater again, perhaps to dinner at one of the respectable establishments William had mentioned. He could introduce her to his world gradually, carefully, showing her that an Irish-American merchant could aspire to more than mere survival. Daniel pulled off his boots and stretched out on his narrow bed, fully clothed and too energized to properly undress. Sleep seemed impossible with Caroline's face filling his mind, with the memory of her soft gasps and sweet sighs still echoing in his ears. But exhaustion was a powerful thing, and the adrenaline of their adventure was finally beginning to fade. Daniel's eyes grew heavy despite his racing thoughts, and gradually the excitement of planning their future together gave way to the deep, dreamless sleep of a man who'd finally found something worth fighting for. It was the screaming that woke him. Daniel bolted upright in his bed, heart hammering, cold sweat coating his skin despite the warmth of the afternoon sun streaming through his window. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was. The familiar panic of waking from the dream made everything seem foreign and threatening. Then, reality crashed back. His lodgings, London, safety. The screaming had been his own. Daniel swung his legs over the side of the bed and buried his face in his hands, trying to slow his racing pulse. The dream had been worse than usual, more vivid, more violent, more real. Sean's face as he died, the blood on Daniel's hands, the weight of bodies in dark water. But this time, Caroline had been there too, and in the twisted logic of nightmares, he'd been the one hurting her. His hands shaking, Daniel looked around his small room and felt his stomach drop. The water basin was overturned, its contents soaking into the worn rug. His chair was tipped on its side. The small mirror above his washstand had a spiderweb of cracks across its surface, as though something had struck it with considerable force. His knuckles were bleeding. Daniel stared at his hands with growing horror, piecing together what must have happened. He'd been thrashing in his sleep, fighting invisible enemies with the same desperation he'd shown during the worst nights after his rescue from the Mary Catherine. But this time, instead of waking up alone with nothing but his own shame and terror, he was faced with evidence of what he could do when the dreams took hold. What he could do to someone lying beside him. The image rose unbidden in his mind. Caroline sleeping peacefully in his arms, trusting and vulnerable, and Daniel's hands around her throat as he fought battles that existed only in his damaged mind. The delicate bones of her neck beneath his fingers, her soft cry of pain and confusion as she tried to wake him from whatever hell had claimed him. He could kill her without even knowing it. Daniel stumbled to his washstand and splashed cold water on his face with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. In the cracked mirror, he saw a stranger, wild-eyed, hollow-cheeked, marked by violence both old and new. This was what Caroline couldn't see, what she didn't understand. This was why men like him didn't get to keep women like her. The hope that had sustained him through the morning crumbled like autumn leaves, leaving behind only the bitter taste of reality. He'd been a fool to think that one magical night could change what he was, could somehow erase the damage that 6 years of guilt and terror had carved into his soul. Caroline deserved better than a man who woke screaming from nightmares, who destroyed everything within reach when the past came calling. She deserved someone whole, someone safe, someone who could hold her through the night without fear of what he might do in the dark hours before dawn. Daniel righted his overturned chair and began planning how to disappear from her life before he could hurt her in ways that mattered. Chapter 8. Caroline woke with Daniel's name on her lips and sunlight streaming through her bedroom windows. For a moment, she lay still, savoring the delicious warmth that spread through her at the memory of gentle hands tending her wounds, of dark eyes that looked at her as though she was something precious and rare. She had slept better than she had in months, her dreams filled not with the usual careful routines and social obligations, but with Irish accents and whiskey-flavored kisses and the intoxicating possibility of a future she'd never dared imagine. Caroline stretched languidly between her sheets, every movement a reminder of last night's adventure. Her silk gown lay in a crumpled heap where she'd abandoned it, beyond repair, but somehow more valuable than any dress she'd ever owned. It was proof that she'd lived, truly lived, for one perfect night. A soft knock at her door interrupted her pleasant reverie. "Come in," Caroline called, expecting her lady's maid with morning chocolate and the usual selection of calling cards from yesterday's visitors. Instead, Mrs. Hayes entered with a troubled expression and a silver salver laden with far more cards than usual. "Good morning, my lady. I'm afraid you have rather a lot of callers this morning." Caroline sat up, suddenly alert. The tone in her housekeeper's voice suggested these weren't ordinary social calls. "How many?" 17 ladies, my lady. All arrived within the past hour." Mrs. Hayes set the salver on Caroline's dressing table with obvious reluctance. Lady Hartwell, Lady Castlereagh, Mrs. Pemberton, the Dowager Duchess of Marlborough. The names made Caroline's stomach clench. These weren't friends making morning calls. They were society's most influential gossips, the women who could make or break reputations with a raised eyebrow and a well-placed whisper. "I see." Caroline's voice sounded steady despite the way her stomach had begun to churn. "And what precisely do they wish to discuss?" Mrs. Hayes fidgeted with her apron, clearly uncomfortable. "I couldn't say, my lady, but—" She paused as though struggling with some internal debate. "Perhaps you should know that young Tommy from the corner, the chestnut vendor, was here earlier, asking after Mr. O'Connor." Caroline's blood went cold. If a street vendor knew about Daniel's visit, then half of London society would know within hours. "What did you tell him?" "Nothing, my lady. Sent him away with a coin and told him to mind his own business." Mrs. Hayes's expression softened slightly. "But if Tommy knows, then everyone knows." Caroline finished the thought with resignation. She'd been naive to think their dawn arrival would go unnoticed. In a city where servants gossiped and neighbors peered from windows, nothing remained secret for long. "Shall I tell the ladies you're not receiving?" Mrs. Hayes asked hopefully. Caroline considered the offer for a moment. She could hide in her bedroom, refuse to see anyone, pretend that ignoring the scandal would somehow make it disappear. It was what the old Caroline would have done, the careful, proper widow who'd spent 4 years avoiding anything that might cause tongues to wag. But the woman who danced to fiddle music and eaten street food and kissed an Irish rogue in the rain wasn't interested in hiding. "No," Caroline said, rising from her bed with sudden determination. "I'll receive them, in the morning room. Give me 20 minutes to dress." Mrs. Hayes looked as though she wanted to argue, but years of service had taught her to recognize that particular tone in her employer's voice. "Very well, my lady. Shall I serve tea?" "Please, and Mrs. Hayes?" Caroline met her housekeeper's worried gaze steadily. "Whatever they say, whatever they ask, remember that I'm quite capable of managing my own affairs." 20 minutes later, Caroline descended to her morning room, dressed in her finest day gown, deep blue silk that brought out her eyes and made her feel armored for battle. She'd arranged her hair with particular care, pinning it into an elegant chignon that spoke of dignity and composure. If she was going to face the firing squad of society's judgment, she would do so looking like the lady she'd been raised to be. The morning room was crowded with London's most formidable matrons, their silk gowns and elaborate bonnets creating a sea of expensive respectability. Conversations ceased the moment Caroline appeared, and 17 pairs of eyes fixed on her with the focused attention of predators scenting weakness. "Ladies," Caroline said with perfect composure, settling into her chair at the head of the room. "How delightful to see you all." Lady Hartwell, resplendent in purple silk and sporting a hat that could have housed a small family, leaned forward with barely concealed eagerness. "Lady Caroline, we simply had to come, after hearing the most extraordinary stories." "Stories?" Caroline's voice carried just enough surprise to suggest she had no idea what Lady Hartwell might be referring to. "How intriguing." "My dear," Lady Castlereagh interjected with false sympathy, "surely you must know that half of London is talking about your adventure last evening." Caroline sipped her tea with deliberate calm. "I attended the opera." "Hardly scandalous, I should think." "The opera, yes," Lady Hartwell said with obvious relish. "But it's what happened after the opera that has everyone talking. Being seen leaving the theater with that Irish person, disappearing into the night for hours, returning home at dawn looking like you'd been—" She paused dramatically. "Well, like you'd been thoroughly compromised." The words hung in the air like incense at a funeral, heavy, suffocating, final. Caroline felt heat creep up her neck, but she kept her expression serene. "I'm afraid I don't know what you mean," she replied smoothly. "Mr. O'Connor escorted me home after we encountered some difficulties on the streets. He was injured protecting me from a thief and required medical attention." "Medical attention that lasted until dawn?" The Dowager Duchess of Marlborough's voice dripped with skepticism. "How very thorough of you." Titters rose from around the room like the rustle of silk skirts. Caroline felt the familiar tightness in her chest that had once accompanied every social gathering, the careful monitoring of every word, every gesture, every breath to ensure she gave no offense. But alongside the old anxiety came something new: anger. How dare they sit in her morning room, drinking her tea, eating her biscuits, while dissecting her private affairs like vultures picking over carrion? How dare they assume the worst simply because she'd chosen to spend an evening with someone who didn't meet their narrow standards of acceptability? Furthermore, Lady Hartwell continued, warning to her theme, one must consider the example being set. Your dear sister, Miss Sterling, is making her debut this season. Surely you can see how your irregular behavior might reflect upon her prospects. That did it. Caroline set down her teacup with a sharp click that echoed through the suddenly quiet room. "I beg your pardon?" "Well, my dear," Lady Hartwell said with false sweetness, "young ladies are judged not only on their own merits, but on the conduct of their families. When a girl's sister is known to keep questionable company—" "Questionable company?" Caroline's voice had gone dangerously quiet. "Are you referring to Mr. O'Connor?" "An Irish merchant with no family connections and questionable breeding," Lady Castlereagh supplied helpfully. "Hardly suitable company for a lady of your station." "A war hero who risked his life protecting British soldiers," Caroline corrected, her voice growing stronger with each word. "A successful businessman who's been vouched for by some of London's most respected merchants. A man who bled defending my honor from a criminal with a knife." "Yes, well," Lady Hartwell waved a dismissive hand. "That's all very dramatic, I'm sure. But the fact remains that you were out all night, unchaperoned, with a man of dubious background. What are people to think?" Caroline rose from her chair with fluid grace, her blue silk rustling like steel being drawn from a sheath. Every eye in the room followed her movement as she walked to the window, staring out at the London street where Daniel had disappeared from view hours earlier. "People," she said quietly, "can think whatever they please." The silence that followed was deafening. Caroline turned to face her assembled guests, seeing their shocked expressions with perfect clarity. "However," she continued, her voice gaining strength and conviction with each word, "if they choose to think the worst of a woman who helped tend the wounds of a man injured protecting her, then their thoughts say far more about them than they do about me." Lady Hartwell's mouth fell open. "Lady Caroline, surely you cannot mean—" "I mean exactly what I say." Caroline stepped closer to the older woman, her chin lifted in that gesture of defiance that was becoming as natural as breathing. "You sit in my home, eating my food, drinking my tea, and dare to suggest that my conduct has been improper. Well, perhaps it has been." Gasps rose from around the room. The Dowager Duchess looked apoplectic. Mrs. Pemberton fanned herself vigorously. "Perhaps," Caroline continued with growing recklessness, "I have been far too concerned with what people like you might think. Perhaps I've wasted 4 years of my life trying to live up to standards that are not only impossible but utterly meaningless." "Lady Caroline." Lady Castlereagh's voice cracked with shock. "You cannot mean such things." "Can't I?" Caroline's laugh was sharp and bright and utterly free. "Watch me." She walked to the bell pull and gave it a firm tug. Within moments, Mrs. Hayes appeared in the doorway, her expression carefully neutral despite the obvious tension in the room. "Mrs. Hayes," Caroline said pleasantly, "I believe our guests are ready to leave." The silence that followed was absolute. 17 of London's most powerful women stared at Caroline as though she'd just announced her intention to dance naked in Hyde Park, which, Caroline realized with growing amusement, she probably could do if she set her mind to it. "Lady Caroline," Lady Hartwell said, rising from her chair with obvious effort, "you will regret this. Mark my words, you will regret choosing that Irish fortune hunter over your proper place in society." "Will I?" Caroline tilted her head thoughtfully. "You know, Lady Hartwell, I rather doubt it." Lady Hartwell's face turned an unbecoming shade of purple. "We shall see about that. When your reputation is in ruins, when decent people cross the street to avoid you, when that man has taken whatever he can get from you and moved on to easier prey, remember that you brought it on yourself." "I will," Caroline promised with serene confidence. "And I suspect I'll sleep better than I have in years." One by one, London's most formidable gossips filed out of Caroline's morning room, their silk skirts rustling with indignation and their voices already rising in shocked whispers. Caroline watched them go with something that felt remarkably like relief. When the last guest had departed, Mrs. Hayes lingered in the doorway with obvious concern. "My lady, are you quite certain?" "Quite certain," Caroline replied, settling back into her chair with a lightness she hadn't felt since girlhood. "Mrs. Hayes, I believe I'll need my riding habit this afternoon." Mrs. Hayes blinked rapidly. "For Hyde Park, my lady? Shall I arrange for a groom to accompany you?" "No groom necessary. I find myself with a sudden desire for solitude." As her bemused housekeeper departed to carry out these unusual instructions, Caroline sat alone in her morning room and marveled at the strange sense of freedom that filled her chest. For 4 years, she'd lived her life according to other people's expectations, seeking approval from women like Lady Hartwell, who would never be satisfied no matter how perfectly she behaved. Well, she was finished with that. If they wanted to call her scandalous, she'd give them something genuinely worth gossiping about. If they wanted to whisper about her improper conduct, she'd provide them with conduct that would keep their tongues wagging for months. If they insisted on thinking the worst of her, regardless of her actual behavior, then she might as well enjoy herself while they did it. Caroline rose from her chair and walked to her writing desk, pulling out a sheet of her finest stationery. She had a letter to write to a certain Irish gentleman, inviting him for another adventure. After all, if she was going to be ruined, she intended to be ruined spectacularly. The thought made her smile with anticipation for the first time in years. Chapter 9. The shipping office near the London docks smelled of salt air, tar, and the dreams of men desperate enough to pay passage to anywhere that wasn't here. Daniel stood at the scarred wooden counter, counting out coins for a berth on the merchant vessel Prosperity, scheduled to depart for Boston in exactly 1 week. "Cabin or steerage?" the clerk asked, his pen poised over the passenger manifest. "Cabin." Daniel's voice was steadier than he'd expected. "Name's O'Connor, Daniel O'Connor." The scratch of the pen against paper felt final, irrevocable. 1 week to settle his affairs in London, to disappear from Caroline Whitcomb's life before he could destroy it completely, before he could hurt her in ways that would haunt them both. "Departure's at dawn next Tuesday," the clerk said, blotting the ink with practiced efficiency. "Be aboard by Monday evening or lose your passage." Daniel pocketed his receipt and turned toward the door, only to find William Sears blocking his path. His oldest friend's face was a mask of controlled fury that Daniel recognized from their boyhood scraps on the Boston docks. "Going somewhere, Danny?" The question carried the kind of deceptive calm that had always preceded William's most spectacular explosions of temper. Daniel straightened his shoulders and met his friend's gaze steadily. Boston, next Tuesday. Just like that? William's voice rose dangerously. You compromised Lady Caroline's reputation because the biggest scandal London's seen in months, and now you're running away like some coward who can't face the consequences? I'm protecting her, Daniel said quietly. There's a difference. Protecting her? William's laugh was harsh. From what? Marriage to a man who clearly cares about her? A future with someone who makes her happier than she's been in years? If only it were that simple. If only Daniel could explain that the greatest threat to Caroline's safety wasn't society's judgment or financial ruin or even heartbreak. It was the man who'd held her so tenderly in the rain, who'd kissed her with desperate longing, who woke screaming in the night with blood on his hands. I could hurt her, William. The words came out rough, weighted with more truth than Daniel could safely share. I can't. I won't do that to her. William's expression softened slightly, the fury giving way to something that might have been understanding. Danny, Lady Caroline can certainly take care of her own heart. She's not some fragile flower who'll wilt at the first sign of difficulty. Her heart. William thought this was about breaking Caroline's heart, about the kind of romantic disappointment that women recovered from with time and distance. If only Daniel's fears were so simple, so manageable. You don't understand, Daniel said, frustration creeping into his voice. This isn't about her feelings. This is about... About what? William stepped closer, his eyes searching Daniel's face. About the fact that you're scared? About the fact that for the first time since I've known you, you found something worth fighting for instead of running from? I'm not running. Aren't you? William gestured toward the shipping office behind them. Because it looks an awful lot like you're buying passage on the first ship out of London, rather than dealing with whatever this is really about. Daniel wanted to tell him the truth, about the nightmares that left him shaking and violent, about the broken furniture and bloody knuckles, about waking up to find he'd destroyed everything within reach while fighting battles that existed only in his damaged mind. But the words stuck in his throat like shards of glass. How could he explain that the woman who'd shown him what happiness might feel like was in mortal danger from the very man who cared about her most? How could he make William understand that every moment he spent in Caroline's presence was another roll of the dice with her life? At least think about it, William said, his voice gentling. 1 week before your ship sails. Don't make a decision you'll regret for the rest of your life. And if I stay, what then? Then you stop being a coward and fight for what you want. William clapped a hand on Daniel's shoulder. I need you here, Danny. The business needs you. And his voice grew quieter. I miss my oldest friend in the world. William's admission hit Daniel harder than any argument could have. William had been the constant in his life for more than 20 years, through childhood poverty, adolescent mistakes, and the dark years after the war. They'd shared everything. Bread when they were hungry, dreams when they were young, silence when words weren't enough. William was the only person alive who remembered Daniel before the nightmares, before the guilt, before he'd become someone who destroyed everything he touched. The thought of leaving him, of severing that connection along with everything else he'd found in London, made Daniel's chest feel as though it were caving in. William wasn't just his oldest friend. He was his last link to the boy he'd been before the war broke him. I'll think about it, Daniel said finally, though he'd already made his decision. Some things were more important than his own wants, his own happiness. Caroline's safety was one of them. William's friendship, William's forgiveness, might have to be another casualty. William studied his face for a long moment, then nodded with obvious reluctance. That's all I can ask. They walked back toward the city center in uncomfortable silence, each lost in his own thoughts. Daniel was calculating how much time he'd need to settle his affairs, to say goodbye without arousing suspicion. William was clearly planning arguments, strategies for convincing his stubborn friend to reconsider. Neither of them noticed the young man approaching with a sealed letter until he was directly in front of them. Mr. O'Connor? The messenger was well-dressed, clearly from a respectable household. From Lady Caroline Whitcomb. Daniel's heart stuttered as he accepted the cream-colored envelope, his name written across it in elegant script that he was beginning to recognize. William raised an eyebrow but said nothing as Daniel broke the seal with hands that weren't quite steady. Mr. O'Connor, I find myself with an urgent desire for another adventure. Would you care to join me this afternoon? I have several ideas that I believe would interest a man of your unique perspective. Yours, in scandalous anticipation, Caroline. Daniel read the note twice, something warm and treacherous unfurling in his chest, despite his best efforts to remain detached. Even on paper, her voice carried that mixture of wit and defiance that had captured his attention from their first meeting. The formal closing was undermined by the playful tone, the hint that she was planning something wonderfully improper. He should ignore it, should send back a polite refusal, and let their acquaintance end naturally, without the pain of drawn-out goodbyes. But the thought of never seeing her again, of never hearing her laugh, or watching her face light up with that particular expression of delighted mischief, it was unbearable. One last time. Surely he could manage one last conversation, one final goodbye that wouldn't leave her wondering what she'd done wrong. She deserved that much honesty, even if he couldn't give her the whole truth. Good news? William asked, though his expression suggested he already knew the answer. She wants to see me, and you're going to go. It wasn't a question. Daniel folded the letter carefully and slipped it into his coat pocket, acutely aware that this would likely be the last communication he'd ever receive from Caroline Whitcomb. I should say goodbye properly, Daniel said, the words feeling like stones in his mouth. She deserves that much. William's smile was sharp. Of course she does. And Danny, when you see her, maybe ask yourself if what she deserves is a man who runs away when things get difficult, or one who stays and fights for what matters. Daniel didn't answer, but as they parted ways, William toward his office, Daniel toward the Whitcomb townhouse, he found himself wondering if there was any scenario in which he could have both, Caroline and her safety. By the time he reached Mayfair, he'd convinced himself there wasn't. Caroline had never felt quite so gloriously alive as she did galloping through Hyde Park on her favorite mare, Athena. The morning air was crisp against her face, the thundering of hooves beneath her, a rhythm that matched the exhilaration coursing through her veins. She'd left Whitcomb House before the fashionable hour, before the park filled with sedate couples taking their constitutional rides and society matrons surveying the scene for fresh gossip. For once, Caroline didn't care about being seen or judged or whispered about. Let them talk, let them disapprove. She was finally free. Athena responded to the lightest touch, stretching into a full gallop along Rotten Row with the kind of joyful abandon that Caroline envied. When was the last time she'd moved through the world with such unguarded enthusiasm? When had she stopped caring about speed and danger and the pure physical pleasure of being alive? Too long. Far too long. Caroline slowed to a canter as she approached the Serpentine, her breathing coming fast and her cheeks flushed with exertion and happiness. Other riders were beginning to appear, the early morning crowd that preferred exercise to exhibition, but Caroline barely noticed them. She was too intoxicated by her own sense of liberation, too drunk on the possibility of a life lived according to her own desires rather than society's expectations. That's when she heard the thunder of wheels and the sharp crack of a whip. Caroline turned in her saddle to see a curricle bearing down on her at breakneck speed, its driver standing in the box like a charioteer from ancient Rome. The matched grays pulling the vehicle were magnificent, perfectly synchronized, their necks arched with the effort of maintaining such a pace. But it was the young man holding the reins who captured Caroline's attention completely. He couldn't have been more than 20, with fair hair whipping in the wind and an expression of pure, unadulterated joy on his face. There was nothing careful or calculated about his driving. He was racing for the sheer pleasure of it, pushing his horses to their limits, not for any practical purpose, but simply because he could. As the curricle flashed past her, Caroline caught a glimpse of the driver's smile, wide and reckless and so completely alive that it took her breath away. This was what happiness looked like, she realized. This was what it meant to embrace life instead of merely enduring it. But it was more than just happiness. It was freedom. Pure, uncomplicated freedom from fear, from judgment, from the careful calculations that had governed her every move for so long. The young man wasn't thinking about propriety or consequences or what anyone might say. He was simply living, purely and completely, in that perfect moment of speed and exhilaration. When had she last felt anything approaching that level of liberation? When had she last thrown caution to the wind and pursued something simply because it made her soul sing with joy? The answer came with devastating clarity. Never. Never in her entire adult life had she allowed herself to want something with that kind of uncomplicated enthusiasm. Even her marriage had been a careful, considered decision based on compatibility and mutual respect. Caroline sat perfectly still on Athena's back, watching the curricle disappear around a bend in the path, but the image of the young driver's face remained burned in her memory. That expression of pure joy, of absolute freedom, she craved it with a desperation that surprised her. More than safety, more than approval, more than the good opinion of people who would never be satisfied no matter how perfectly she behaved. The idea hit her with sudden clarity. A curricle. Why had she never considered purchasing her own curricle? She had the money, certainly. As a widow, she had the legal right to make her own financial decisions. And if she was determined to scandalize society anyway, a widow racing her own curricle through Hyde Park at the fashionable hour would be the scandal of the season. The thought made Caroline smile with anticipation that was almost predatory. If they wanted to call her scandalous, she'd give them something genuinely worthy of the name. Caroline turned Athena toward the park's exit, her mind already racing ahead to Tattersall's and the selection of vehicles and horses available there. She'd heard gentlemen discussing the merits of various bloodlines often enough to have some idea of what to look for: speed, spirit, and the kind of flashy beauty that would ensure every eye in the park would be fixed on her when she made her debut as London's most notorious lady driver. By the time she reached the famous horse market, Caroline's excitement had reached fever pitch. Tattersall's was bustling with activity, horse traders showing their finest stock, gentlemen examining horses with the intensity of generals planning military campaigns, and the general air of barely controlled chaos that seemed to surround any gathering of horsemen and gamblers. Caroline dismounted and handed Athena's reins to one of the grooms, then made her way toward the section where curricles and other sporting vehicles were displayed. She dressed carefully for her morning ride in a habit of deep green velvet that brought out her eyes and fitted her figure to perfection. Now, walking among London's most discerning horsemen, she felt the power of that choice in every appreciative glance that followed her progress. "Something I can help you with, my lady?" The horse trader who approached her was clearly trying to balance respect for her obvious quality with surprise at finding a lady unescorted in such a masculine environment. Caroline smiled at him with the kind of confidence that had been growing in her hourly since she'd thrown Lady Hartwell out of her morning room. "I'm interested in purchasing a curricle," she said pleasantly. "Something fast and well-sprung, and a pair of horses to match." The horse trader's eyebrows rose slightly, but his expression remained professionally neutral. "For your husband, my lady, or perhaps a son?" "For myself," Caroline replied with serene certainty. "I find myself with a sudden desire for speed." If the horse trader found anything unusual about a lady purchasing her own racing equipment, he was too experienced to show it. Instead, he led her toward a particularly elegant vehicle that gleamed with fresh paint and brass fittings. "This beauty just came in from the Morrison workshop," he said, running an appreciative hand along the curricle's side. "Light as a feather, but strong as iron. Built for speed, but stable enough for a lady's hands." Caroline examined the vehicle with the same intensity she'd seen gentlemen apply to such purchases. The curricle was indeed beautiful, sleek and modern, with lines that suggested both elegance and performance. The kind of conveyance that would turn heads and drop jaws when she appeared in Hyde Park. "And horses?" she asked, already imagining herself behind those reins. "Ah, now there I have just the pair." The horse trader's eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of a man about to make a significant sale. Matched grays from the Duke of Clarence's stable, 16 hands, perfect disposition, and fast enough to outrun anything else in the park. Caroline was examining the horses, magnificent creatures with the kind of spirit and fire that matched her own newfound rebellion, when a familiar voice spoke behind her. "Planning to take up racing, Lady Caroline?" She turned to find Daniel O'Connor watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. He was impeccably dressed as always, but there was something different about him today. A tension in his shoulders, a shadow in his dark eyes that hadn't been there when he'd left her house that morning. "Mr. O'Connor." Caroline's pulse quickened at the sight of him, her body responding to his presence with the same immediacy it had shown from their first meeting. "How delightful to see you. I got your note." Daniel stepped closer, his gaze moving from her face to the curricle and back again. "Though I have to admit, when you mentioned an adventure, this wasn't what I expected." "Disappointed?" Caroline asked with deliberate provocation. "Concerned," Daniel replied, his voice carrying an edge that made her study his face more carefully. "Caroline, a curricle is a dangerous piece of equipment. Even experienced drivers have accidents." His voice carried an edge of desperation that went beyond normal concern, and something in his expression made Caroline's breath catch. For just a moment, his carefully controlled mask slipped, revealing something raw and haunted that she'd glimpsed only in unguarded moments. The warning irritated her more than it should have. Here she was, finally embracing the kind of exhilarating freedom she'd witnessed in the young driver's face, and Daniel was treating her like some helpless female who couldn't be trusted with anything more dangerous than embroidery. "I'm quite capable of handling a team," she said coolly. "I've been riding since childhood." "Riding is different from driving. A curricle can overturn if you take a corner too fast, or if the horses spook. You could be seriously injured, or I could have the time of my life," Caroline interrupted, her eyes flashing with defiance. "Daniel, I've spent my whole life being careful. 4 years avoiding anything that might cause talk or scandal or disapproval. I'm tired of being safe." Something flickered across Daniel's features, an expression so quick she almost missed it. It might have been pain or fear or resignation. But when he spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. "And if being safe has kept you alive and unharmed, is that really such a terrible thing?" The question struck her as odd, weighted with meaning she couldn't quite grasp. Why would Daniel, of all people, advocate for the kind of suffocating propriety she was finally learning to reject? He was the one who'd shown her what it felt like to be truly alive, who'd kissed her in the rain and taken her on midnight adventures through London's most dangerous streets. Coming from the man who introduced me to street food and fiddle dancing, Caroline's voice carried a hint of challenge. "That seems rather hypocritical." "That was different." "How?" Daniel was quiet for a long moment, his dark eyes searching her face as though memorizing every detail. When he finally spoke, his voice was so soft she had to strain to hear it. "Because I was there to protect you." The words sent a warm thrill through Caroline that had nothing to do with the excitement of purchasing fast horses and everything to do with the way Daniel was looking at her, as though she was something precious and fragile, something worth protecting even at the cost of her own happiness. "And you won't be there when I'm driving my curricle?" Before he could answer, Caroline turned to the horse trader with sudden decision. "I'll take them, the curricle and the matched grays. When can they be delivered?" The horse trader's eyes lit up with the satisfaction of a man who'd just made an excellent sale. "Tomorrow afternoon, my lady. I'll have them brought round to your residence." "Perfect." Caroline's smile was radiant as she turned back to Daniel, her eyes dancing with mischief. "Well then, Mr. O'Connor, you'll just have to come along for the ride. To protect me, of course." Daniel stared at Caroline's triumphant face, feeling as though she'd just backed him into a corner with the skill of a master strategist, which, he was beginning to realize, she had. The rational part of his mind, the part that had been planning his escape to Boston, that understood the danger he posed to anyone who got too close, screamed at him to refuse, to walk away now before he could be drawn any deeper into her orbit. But the image of Caroline racing through Hyde Park alone, her neck at the mercy of spooked horses and an overturned curricle, made his chest tight with terror. If she was determined to do this, and clearly she was, then someone needed to ensure she didn't get herself killed in the process. Someone who understood the stakes. Someone who would rather die himself than see her harmed. "Is that a yes, Mr. O'Connor?" Caroline's voice carried a note of triumph that made him both want to kiss her and throttle her in equal measure. "It's a yes," Daniel replied, sealing his own fate. As they finalized the arrangements for the curricle's delivery, Daniel tried to ignore the voice in his head that whispered he was making a terrible mistake. He should be using his remaining time in London to distance himself from Caroline, to make their eventual separation easier for both of them. Instead, he was committing himself to whatever mad scheme she'd concocted next. He would be riding alongside her curricle, watching her take risks that made his blood run cold, powerless to do anything but pray she didn't get herself killed in the process. But when he looked at her face, glowing with excitement and determination, Daniel knew he'd made the only choice he could live with. If Caroline was going to race through London like a woman possessed, then by God, he wasn't going to let her do it alone. Even if it killed him to watch her embrace the kind of reckless freedom he'd spent years learning to avoid. Even if every moment in her company made the thought of leaving that much more unbearable. Because he would leave. He had to. The ship's passage was already paid for, and Caroline would be safe from the most dangerous thing in her life, him. But until then, he would stay by her side. He would be her shadow, her guardian, her reluctant partner in whatever scandalous adventures she dreamed up. He would give her everything he could, his protection, his presence, his careful vigilance. Everything except the one thing she deserved most, the promise that he would stay. Chapter 10. The sound of raised voices from within Caroline's townhouse made her pause on the threshold, Athena's reins still in her gloved hands. Completely lost her mind, I tell you. 17 ladies, Sophia. 17 of London's most influential women, all calling on Caroline this morning with tales of midnight adventures and Irish rogues. Caroline's stomach dropped. Nathaniel. And from the sound of it, he'd heard every delicious detail of this morning's gossip session. "But Nathaniel," came Sophia's sweet voice, though Caroline detected an unusual note of steel beneath the honey. "Surely you can't believe everything Lady Hartwell says. She's a dreadful gossip." "It's not just Lady Hartwell." Nathaniel's voice rose with obvious frustration. "Mrs. Pemberton, Lady Castlereagh, the Dowager Duchess herself. They're all saying the same thing. Caroline was seen leaving the theater with that O'Connor fellow, disappearing into the night, returning home at dawn, looking thoroughly." Caroline pushed open the door before her brother could finish that particular sentence. "Good afternoon, Nathaniel." Sophia. She stripped off her riding gloves with deliberate calm. "How lovely to find you both here." The silence that greeted her entrance was deafening. Nathaniel stood by the window, his dark hair disheveled as if he'd been running his hands through it. His green eyes, so like her own, blazed with barely controlled fury. Sophia sat perched on the edge of the settee, her blue eyes bright with what looked suspiciously like excitement rather than distress. "Caroline," Nathaniel said with dangerous quiet, "we need to talk." "About what?" Caroline settled into her favorite chair with the fluid grace that had been drilled into her since childhood, though inside her heart hammered against her ribs. "About the fact that Sophia received exactly 0 morning callers today. 0, Caroline." Nathaniel stalked toward her, a muscle jumping in his jaw. Lord Henley, who was practically composing sonnets to her beauty yesterday, sent his regrets for the Pemberton musicale. 3 other invitations were withdrawn before noon. Caroline felt a stab of guilt pierce through her defiant mood. Poor Sophia, suffering for Caroline's choices. But when she looked at her youngest sister, expecting to see reproach or tears, she found something entirely unexpected. Sophia's eyes were sparkling with barely suppressed delight. "Oh, Caroline," Sophia breathed. "Was it terribly romantic? Out all night with a mysterious gentleman? It sounds like something from a novel." "Sophia," Nathaniel's voice cracked like a whip. "This isn't some romantic adventure story. This is your reputation, your future, Your prospects for a decent marriage. Hang my prospects, Sophia said with sudden fierceness that made both Caroline and Nathaniel stare at her in shock. If those gentlemen are so easily frightened away by Caroline's friendship with Mr. O'Connor, then I don't want them anyway. Caroline blinked rapidly, warmth spreading through her chest at her sister's unexpected support. When had sweet, biddable Sophia developed such a spine? Before Nathaniel could respond, the sound of heavy wheels and shouting voices from the street interrupted them. Caroline's pulse quickened. Surely it couldn't be. "My lady!" Mrs. Hayes burst into the drawing room with uncharacteristic urgency. "There are men outside with a vehicle of some sort. They say you're expecting it?" Through the window, Caroline could see workmen maneuvering the most beautiful curricle she'd ever laid eyes onto her street. The matched grays pranced with excitement, their coats gleaming like polished silver in the afternoon sun. The curricle itself was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, sleek lines, gleaming brass fittings, and wheels that promised speed and grace in equal measure. It was also a day early. Nathaniel followed her gaze and went perfectly still. "What?" he said in a voice that could have frozen the Thames in July. "In God's name, is that doing here?" "It's mine. I purchased it this morning." "You purchased?" Nathaniel's voice rose to a strangled shout. "Caroline, have you completely lost your mind? A curricle? You've bought a racing curricle?" "A very fine one, from what I can see," Sophia added helpfully, pressing her nose to the window glass. "Oh, Caroline, those horses are magnificent. You'll be the envy of every lady in London." "She'll be the ruin of every lady in London." Nathaniel whirled to face Caroline, his composure finally cracking completely. "Do you have any idea what people will say when they see you racing through Hyde Park like some common actress?" "I imagine they'll say exactly what they're already saying," Caroline replied with deadly calm. "That I'm a scandalous widow with questionable judgment and unsuitable associations." "Because you are." The words burst out of Nathaniel with such force that Caroline actually flinched. "Caroline, I need you to look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Were you or were you not out all night, unchaperoned, with Daniel O'Connor?" The question hung in the air like smoke from a firing squad's volley. Caroline could feel Sophia's wide-eyed gaze, could hear the distant sounds of the workmen securing her beautiful new curricle, could sense the moment crystallizing around her like ice. She could lie, should protect herself and her family with the kind of careful deflection she'd perfected over 4 years of widowhood. Instead, Caroline met her brother's furious gaze steadily and said, "Yes, and I'd do it again." Nathaniel's face went white, then red, then a shade of purple that suggested impending apoplexy. "That settles it," he said with deadly quiet. "I'm calling him out. I'll put a bullet in that Irish bastard and end this nonsense." "Nathaniel!" Sophia leaped to her feet with unusual vehemence. "You'll do no such thing." "I most certainly will. No man compromises my sister, and—" "Oh, stuff and nonsense!" Sophia's voice carried a sharpness that made both her siblings stare at her in amazement. "You sound like some stuffy old dowager, Nathaniel. Where's all this righteous indignation when it comes to your own behavior?" Nathaniel blinked. "My behavior?" "You married Amelia after she caused the most spectacular scandal of the season, living in Lord Clarendon's townhouse with 16 orphaned children. No chaperone, no propriety, just her tender heart and his reputation in ruins." Sophia's eyes blazed with unexpected fire. "And before that, Charlotte eloped to Gretna Green with Mr. Sears, fleeing London in the middle of the night like characters from a Gothic novel." Caroline stared at her youngest sister with something approaching awe. When had Sophia become so formidable? "That's completely different," Nathaniel sputtered. "Those were matters of genuine affection, And you think Caroline's feelings for Mr. O'Connor aren't genuine?" Sophia stepped closer to her brother, her small frame vibrating with protective fury. "I've watched them together, Nathaniel, the way he looks at her, the way she lights up when he's near. If you can't see that they're desperately in love, then you're blinder than I thought." "Love," Nathaniel's laugh was harsh. "Sophia, you romantic little fool, men like O'Connor don't love women like Caroline. They use them for amusement and move on when something more interesting comes along." The words struck Caroline like ice water. not because of their cruelty, but because of the tiny seed of doubt they planted. Daniel had been so careful to make no promises, so careful to avoid speaking of the future. What if Nathaniel was right? What if this was all just an entertaining diversion for a man who'd already grown bored with London society? That's a perfectly horrid thing to say, Sophia declared, though Caroline noticed her sister shot her a quick, worried glance. Mr. O'Connor is a gentleman and a war hero. William Sears has vouched for his character completely. William Sears is blinded by old friendship, Nathaniel shot back. Just as Caroline is blinded by whatever spell that Irish charmer has cast over her. Caroline rose from her chair with the kind of controlled fury that had been building in her chest for days. Spell? Is that what you call it when a woman chooses to live her own life instead of hiding behind drawing-room proprieties? I call it madness, Nathaniel replied grimly. Caroline, you've thrown away 4 years of careful reputation building for what? A few stolen kisses with a man who'll be gone within the month? The casual certainty in his voice made Caroline's blood run cold. What do you mean, gone within the month? Men like O'Connor don't stay, Caroline. They're restless, rootless. He'll tire of whatever game he's playing here and move on to the next port, the next adventure, the next lonely widow who mistakes attention for affection. You don't know anything about Daniel, Caroline said, but even to her own ears, her voice lacked conviction. Don't I? Nathaniel's smile was sharp and knowing. Then tell me, Caroline, what exactly has he promised you? What future has he spoken of? Or does he simply speak of adventures and excitement, living only in the present moment? Caroline opened her mouth to respond, then closed it again. The question hit too close to home, echoed too perfectly the doubts she'd been trying to suppress. Daniel spoke of adventures and protection, of making her feel alive and remarkable. But he'd never spoken of love, never hinted at a future beyond their next scandalous escapade. Perhaps, Sophia said with desperate loyalty, he's waiting for the right moment. Perhaps he wants to court her properly before. Perhaps, Nathaniel interrupted, he has no intention of offering at all. Perhaps Caroline is convenient entertainment while he's in London, nothing more. The silence that followed was broken only by the sound of Caroline's new curricle being wheeled into position outside her front door. The beautiful vehicle that had represented freedom and adventure an hour ago now seemed like evidence of her own foolishness. You're wrong, Caroline said quietly, though she wasn't entirely certain she believed it. Am I? Nathaniel's voice gentled slightly, though his green eyes remained hard. Caroline, you're my sister. I love you. But I won't stand by and watch you destroy yourself for a man who doesn't deserve your little finger. Caroline felt tears prick behind her eyes and blinked them back furiously. She would not cry, would not give Nathaniel the satisfaction of seeing how deeply his words had shaken her. I think, she said with as much dignity as she could muster, that you should leave. Nathaniel studied her face for a long moment, then nodded grimly. Fine, but Caroline, his voice softened slightly despite his frustration. I pray I'm wrong about all of this, for your sake. He strode toward the door, then paused to look back at Sophia. And you, young lady, I'm disappointed in you. I thought you had more sense than to encourage this madness. Sophia lifted her chin in a gesture that reminded Caroline powerfully of herself. I have sense enough to recognize love when I see it, Nathaniel, even if you don't. After Nathaniel's footsteps had faded and the front door had slammed with finality, Caroline sank back into her chair and stared at her hands. The morning's confidence had evaporated, leaving behind only uncertainty and the terrible fear that her brother might be right. He's wrong, you know, Sophia said softly, settling beside Caroline on the settee. About Mr. O'Connor, I mean. Caroline managed a weak smile. How can you be so certain? Because, Sophia said with the wisdom of a girl who'd spent her life observing the intricacies of human behavior, casual gentlemen don't look at ladies the way Mr. O'Connor looks at you, as though you're the most precious thing in his world. Outside her window, the curricle waited like a beautiful, expensive symbol of her own reckless heart. Tomorrow, she would race through Hyde Park and scandalize London society completely, and smile while doing so. Now, Sophia said, settling more comfortably on the settee with obvious relish, tell me everything. What did you do all night? Where did you go? Was it wonderful?" Caroline smiled at her sister's eager expression. Perhaps some secrets were worth sharing after all. Chapter 11. Daniel had faced French cannon fire with more composure than he felt watching Caroline adjust her grip on the curricle's reins. The fashionable hour in Hyde Park stretched before them like a gauntlet, every influential family in London taking their afternoon constitutional along Rotten Row, their carriages gleaming with fresh paint and their occupants sharp-eyed as hunting hawks. "Perhaps we should start with a quieter section of the park," he suggested from the passenger seat beside her, his hands gripping the curricle's side with white-knuckled intensity. Caroline's smile was pure mischief. "Nonsense. If one is going to cause a scandal, one might as well do it properly." She flicked the reins with practiced ease, and the matched grays stepped forward with barely contained energy. Daniel's heart hammered against his ribs as they entered the main thoroughfare, every eye in the park turning toward them with the focused attention of vultures scenting carrion. "Lady Caroline Whitcomb," someone whispered, loud enough to carry, "in a racing curricle. Good heavens!" With that Irish person beside her, another voice added with obvious relish, "How perfectly shocking." Caroline's chin lifted with that gesture of defiance Daniel had learned to both admire and fear. "Hold tight, Mr. O'Connor. Let's give them something genuinely worth discussing." Before Daniel could protest, she urged the horses into a trot that was decidedly faster than park etiquette allowed. The curricle wheels sang against the gravel path, and Daniel felt his body shift into the hyper-alert state that had kept him alive during dangerous merchant runs in wartime. Assess threats, monitor escape routes, protect the objective. The objective being one spectacularly reckless English widow who seemed determined to break her lovely neck in front of half the ton. "Caroline," Daniel called, his voice carrying the kind of calm authority he'd used to steady green sailors during their first battle. Perhaps a more moderate pace. His words were lost as Caroline laughed with pure joy and pushed the horses faster still. They swept past a sedate barouche filled with elderly matrons, the wind from their passage setting ribbons and feathers fluttering in scandalized disarray. "Lady Caroline!" The Dowager Duchess of Marlborough's voice cracked like a whip. "What is the meaning of this outrageous display?" Caroline's response was to urge the horses into a controlled canter, her body moving with the fluid grace of someone born to speed and danger. The curricle responded like a living thing, wheels barely seeming to touch the ground as they flew along the perfectly manicured path. Daniel had never seen anything more beautiful or more terrifying in his life. His training catalogued every potential hazard as they flew past. The sharp corner ahead where the path curved around a grove of ancient oaks, the group of children playing near the Serpentine, the elderly gentleman whose horse shied nervously as they approached. "Caroline, the corner!" Daniel's shout cut through the wind and the thunder of hooves and wheels. She was taking it too fast. Far too fast. The curricle leaned at an angle that made Daniel's stomach lurch, and for one heart-stopping moment he was certain they would overturn in a tangle of splintered wood and broken bones. Without conscious thought, Daniel's hands covered hers on the reins, his strength combining with hers to steady the racing horses and bring them safely through the turn. For a breathless moment they worked together, her back pressed against his chest, as they fought to control the powerful animals and prevent disaster. Daniel could smell the lavender in her hair, could feel the rapid flutter of her pulse, could sense the wild exhilaration that coursed through her like electricity. Then the curricle straightened, the horses found their rhythm, and they were flying down the straight stretch toward the Serpentine with the precision of a military unit. "That was magnificent," Caroline gasped, her cheeks flushed with triumph and her eyes blazing with the kind of joy that made Daniel forget every reason he shouldn't be here. "That was madness," Daniel replied, but his voice carried admiration rather than censure. When had he last felt so completely, desperately alive? When had his blood sung with anything other than nightmares and guilt? Behind them, the park had erupted in chaos. Ladies fanned themselves with violent agitation. Gentlemen shouted warnings that arrived too late to matter. Children pointed with wide-eyed delight, while their governesses clutched them protectively. And through it all, Caroline Whitcomb laughed with the pure, uncomplicated joy of someone who had finally learned to live. They slowed to a more decorous pace as they approached the Serpentine, though Daniel noticed how Caroline's hands remained steady on the reins despite the magnitude of what they'd just accomplished. She handled the horses with the same natural grace she brought to everything else: dancing, conversation, the art of turning his carefully ordered world completely upside down. "Well," Caroline said, her breathing still quick from exertion and excitement, "I believe we can safely say that was not ignored." Daniel glanced back at the crowd of scandalized witnesses. Lady Hartwell looked apoplectic. The Dowager Duchess was fanning herself with violent agitation. 3 separate groups of society matrons were already clustering together in the unmistakable formation of gossips preparing to strike. Ignored. Daniel's laugh was slightly unsteady. "Caroline, you've just provided the ton with enough scandal to fuel their conversations for the next 6 months." "Good." Caroline's smile was radiant. "Let them talk. Let them whisper and speculate and clutch their pearls. I've spent 4 years living according to their approval, and where has it gotten me? Sitting in drawing rooms, making polite conversation about the weather, slowly dying of respectability." She turned to look at him fully, and Daniel felt something crack open in his chest at the sight of her face. This was Caroline as she was meant to be, wild and free and gloriously alive, her green eyes sparkling with mischief and determination. "But this," she continued, gesturing toward the chaos they'd left in their wake, "this is living. This is choosing my own path, instead of walking carefully down the one they've laid out for me." Daniel wanted to tell her she was magnificent. Wanted to sweep her into his arms and kiss her senseless right there in front of God and the gossips and anyone else who cared to watch. Wanted to promise her adventures and laughter and a future that stretched beyond tomorrow's uncertainties. Instead, he found himself thinking about passages booked and ships departing, and the terrible weight of choices that couldn't be unmade. No, not now. Not while Caroline's cheeks were still flushed with triumph, and her eyes were bright with the joy of authentic living. Not while his heart hammered with the intoxicating mixture of terror and exhilaration that came from being near someone brave enough to risk everything for the chance to truly live. Daniel pushed the thought away with the same ruthless efficiency he'd learned to apply to memories of cannon fire and dying friends. Some things belonged to the future. Some worries could wait until next week. Today was for this, for her laughter and the way she looked at him as if he was someone worth risking everything for. Today was for pretending that men like him got to keep women like her, that wanting something desperately was enough to make it true. Where to next? Daniel asked, and was rewarded by Caroline's smile brightening into something that could have powered every gas lamp in London. "I was thinking the Serpentine Bridge," she said with deliberate mischief. "The footing can be quite treacherous there. Absolutely inappropriate for curricle racing." "Absolutely," Daniel agreed, and spurred his horse forward to keep pace with whatever glorious disaster she planned to visit upon them next. Behind them, the scandalized voices of London society rose in a chorus of shocked disapproval. Lady Pemberton clutched her smelling salts, while Lord Ashford shook his head in obvious dismay. Mrs. That Whitmore's peacock-feathered hat had gone distinctly askew from their dramatic passage. Ahead of them, the afternoon stretched golden and full of possibilities, and somewhere deep in the back of Daniel's mind, carefully locked away where it couldn't touch this perfect moment, a ship waited in Boston Harbor with his name on the passenger manifest. But that was tomorrow's problem. Today was for racing curricles and scandalizing the ton and falling deeper in love with a woman who made him forget every reason he shouldn't. Today was for living as though he deserved happiness, even if he knew it couldn't last. Chapter 12. The familiar sense of salt air and tar should have been comforting, but as Daniel walked through the London docks toward William's shipping office, they only reminded him of passages booked and departures planned. 5 days. He had 5 days before the Prosperity sailed for Boston, carrying him away from everything he'd found and lost in London. The office bustled with the controlled chaos of a thriving enterprise. Clerks bent over ledgers, runners carrying messages between the docks and the city, the constant flow of men whose livelihoods depended on William's success. Daniel had helped build this, had used his expertise in maritime risk assessment to secure insurance rates that made William's ambitious trade routes profitable. Now he was watching it crumble because of his own selfish desires. "Danny, thank God you're here." William looked up from a desk covered in correspondence, his usually immaculate appearance disheveled. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his cravat was askew. "Tell me you've reconsidered. Tell me you're not actually planning to board that ship on Tuesday." Daniel settled into the chair across from his oldest friend, noting the stack of letters bearing various business seals. None of them looked like good news. The hope in William's voice made what he had to say that much harder. "I haven't changed my mind, William." William's shoulders sagged slightly, but he nodded with grim acceptance. "Then we need to discuss damage control. The Hendricks situation has gotten worse." He held up a tersely worded letter. "Hendricks is reconsidering our partnership. Apparently, word has reached him about yesterday's exhibition in Hyde Park. He's concerned about the stability and judgment of my associates." The words struck Daniel with devastating force. Hendricks represented 3 of William's most profitable routes to the Mediterranean. Losing that contract would cost dozens of jobs and thousands in revenue. "I can speak to Hendricks myself," Daniel said immediately. "Explain the situation, reassure him about our business practices." With what explanation? William's frustration was evident, though his tone remained concerned rather than accusatory. "Danny, I know you care about Caroline. Christ, anyone with eyes can see you're falling for her. But yesterday, you were racing through Hyde Park like your life depended on it. The entire ton is talking about it." Daniel stared down at his hands, seeing the faint marks from gripping the curricle, as Caroline had pushed their speed beyond any semblance of safety. He'd been exhilarated in the moment, drunk on her courage and the intoxicating mixture of terror and joy that came from being near her. "She needed to feel alive," Daniel said quietly, "after years of being careful, of living according to other people's expectations." "I understand that," William interrupted gently. "Caroline deserves happiness, deserves someone who sees her worth. But Danny, encouraging her to take such risks, what if something had happened? What if you'd both been killed?" The genuine concern in William's voice made Daniel's chest tighten. His friend wasn't angry about the scandal. He was worried about their safety, about Caroline's escalating rebellion, about Daniel's role in encouraging it. "I was protecting her," Daniel said, though even to his own ears it sounded weak. "Were you? Or were you so caught up in the moment that you forgot the consequences?" William leaned forward, his eyes searching Daniel's face. "Look, I want you to stay in London. I want you to fight for what you found with Caroline, but not if it means pushing her toward increasingly dangerous behavior." Daniel wanted to explain about the nightmares, about the broken furniture and bloody knuckles, about waking up violent and disoriented in the dark hours before dawn, but the words stuck in his throat. Instead, he found himself saying, "Let me handle the contracts. I'll speak to Hendricks, to Morrison, to anyone who's having second thoughts. I can reassure them that our business practices are sound, that personal matters won't affect our professional judgment." "And after you've reassured them, what then? Will you continue encouraging Caroline's rebellion, or will you help her find a safer way to express her true nature?" The question hit its mark with painful accuracy. Daniel could see the path William was suggesting. Stay in London, court Caroline properly, help her find ways to be true to herself without risking her life or reputation. It was exactly what he should do if he were a better man, a whole man, a man who didn't wake screaming in the night. "William, she was determined to race that curricle whether I was there or not," Daniel said quietly. "I went along because it was safer for me to be with her than to let her do it alone. At least I could help if something went wrong." He paused, meeting his friend's concerned gaze. "I'll do whatever's best for her," he added, and realized it was the most honest thing he'd said all day. "Good," William replied, relief evident in his voice. Because she needs someone who'll stand by her, not someone who'll abandon her when things get difficult. The words twisted in Daniel's chest like a knife. In 5 days, he would be doing exactly that, abandoning her, abandoning William, abandoning everything he'd found in London. But he would spend those 5 days trying to repair the damage he'd caused, reassuring business partners who would never know their trust was misplaced. "I'll start with Hendricks this afternoon," Daniel said, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his chest. "Then Morrison and the others, we can salvage this." William studied his face for a long moment, and Daniel had the uncomfortable feeling that his friend could see straight through his careful deception. "I hope you know what you're doing," William said finally. "So do I," Daniel replied, and for the first time in days, he was telling the complete truth. The elegant showroom of Madame Dubois hummed with the quiet efficiency of London's most exclusive modiste. Bolts of silk in every conceivable shade lined the walls, while mannequins displayed the latest fashions from Paris with an artistry that transformed mere clothing into objects of desire. Caroline stood perfectly still as Madame Dubois' assistant made final adjustments to the emerald silk ball gown that would serve as her armor for the Rothbury ball. The color brought out her eyes and complemented her complexion, but more importantly, it made a statement. She was not retreating, not hiding, not apologizing for the choices that had brought her to this moment. "Oh, Caroline," Sophia breathed from her position on the velvet settee, "you look absolutely magnificent, like a warrior queen preparing for battle." "That's rather the point," Caroline replied, watching her reflection in the shop's mirrors. The woman looking back at her bore little resemblance to the careful widow who'd spent 4 years avoiding anything that might cause comment. This woman had fire in her eyes and defiance in the set of her shoulders. "The Duchess of Rothbury certainly showed her character by maintaining your invitation," Sophia continued, her own excitement evident despite the reduced number of morning callers she'd received since the curricle incident. "I confess, I was worried she might withdraw it after yesterday's adventure." Caroline smiled at her sister's diplomatic phrasing. "Diana has more backbone than most of the ton combined. She married Gabriel despite being American herself. She understands the cost of choosing authenticity over acceptance. Still, it will be strange attending a ball where half the guests will be staring at us like exotic specimens in a museum." "Let them stare," Caroline said with growing confidence. "We'll give them something worth looking at." The bell above the shop door chimed, and Caroline felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees as Lady Hartwell swept in with her usual retinue of society gossips. The older woman's eyes lit up with malicious delight when she spotted Caroline and Sophia. "Well, well," Lady Hartwell announced in a voice that carried clearly throughout the showroom, "if it isn't our infamous racing enthusiast. How delightful to see you've maintained your interest in fashion, Lady Caroline, despite your newfound passion for, shall we say, less refined pursuits." Caroline met Lady Hartwell's gaze steadily in the mirror, refusing to grant the woman the satisfaction of a direct response. Around them, the shop's other patrons went silent, sensing the approaching storm with the instincts of seasoned social observers. "I do hope," Lady Hartwell continued with false sweetness, "that you plan to attend the Rothbury ball in more conventional fashion. Perhaps a proper carriage, rather than that racing contraption. Though I suppose, given your recent associations, one never knows what to expect." "My associations," Caroline said coolly, finally turning to face her tormentor, "are with people of character and courage, qualities that seem to be in rather short supply in certain circles." Lady Hartwell's smile sharpened to a knife's edge. "Character? My dear Lady Caroline, is that what we're calling it now? How refreshing to see such creative interpretations of proper behavior." "Lady Hartwell," Sophia interjected with uncharacteristic steel in her voice, "surely you have better things to discuss than my sister's choice of companions." "Ah, yes, Miss Sterling." Lady Hartwell's attention shifted to Sophia with the focused malice of a predator scenting weakness. "How unfortunate that your debut season has been so thoroughly overshadowed by your family's enthusiasm for scandal. Though I suppose when one associates with Irish fortune hunters and racing curricles, such consequences are inevitable." Caroline felt her carefully maintained composure begin to crack. Attacking her was one thing. She'd chosen this path and accepted its costs. But dragging Sophia into the mire was unconscionable. Furthermore, Lady Hartwell continued, warming to her theme, one must consider the example being set for impressionable young ladies. When families of supposed quality embrace such questionable behavior, what message does that send to society? What sort of future can such connections possibly offer? The sort of future, said a new voice from the shop's entrance, that includes honor, loyalty, and the courage to defend what matters. All heads turned toward the door, where Mrs. Pemberton had appeared with two other society matrons. Caroline didn't immediately recognize. For a moment, Caroline dared to hope for support, for vindication, for some sign that not everyone in London had turned against her. Then Mrs. Pemberton continued speaking, and Caroline's heart sank. Though I must agree, Lady Hartwell, that certain influences seem to have had a most unfortunate effect on families we once considered above reproach. When American connections extend to Irish merchants with questionable pasts, one does wonder about the judgment involved. Quite right, chimed in one of her companions. Poor Lord Clarendon, having his family name associated with such irregularities, and that charming Mr. Sterling, forced to watch his sisters make such interesting choices. Caroline's hands clenched into fists at her sides. They weren't just attacking her anymore. They were going after Nathaniel, Amelia, the entire Sterling family that had welcomed her with open arms and treated her as a beloved sister. I'm sure, Lady Hartwell said with obvious relish, that the gentlemen of the family are doing their best to manage these unfortunate developments. Though when women refuse to accept proper guidance, when they insist on making spectacles of themselves with unsuitable persons, well, even the most patient brothers have their limits. Indeed, Mrs. Pemberton agreed. One can hardly blame Lord Clarendon for the actions of family members who seem determined to embrace scandal. Though it does reflect poorly on the family's ability to maintain proper standards. The words struck Caroline with cold fury, each one designed to find the precise spot where her defiance was weakest. They were using her choices as weapons against the people she loved most, turning her rebellion into ammunition for their assault on her family's reputation. Of course, Lady Hartwell continued, when one considers the broader implications, American heiresses marrying into our finest families, bringing their foreign sensibilities with them, perhaps such outcomes are inevitable. Blood will tell, as they say. That did it. Caroline stepped down from the fitting platform with fluid grace, her emerald silk rustling like steel being drawn from a sheath. Every eye in the shop followed her movement as she walked directly toward Lady Hartwell, her chin lifted in that gesture of defiance that had become as natural as breathing. Lady Hartwell, Caroline said, her voice carrying clearly throughout the suddenly silent showroom, you have insulted me, my family, and a man whose honor you are not worthy to question. You have attacked an innocent girl for the crime of being related to me, and you have impugned the character of people whose generosity and loyalty put your petty prejudices to shame. Lady Hartwell's eyebrows rose in mock surprise. My dear Lady Caroline, I merely observe. You observe nothing, Caroline interrupted, her voice growing stronger with each word. You spread poison and call it conversation. You destroy reputations and call it social discourse. You are a vicious, small-minded woman who mistakes cruelty for wit and prejudice for principle. Gasps rose from around the shop. Someone whispered, shocking with obvious relish. Madame Dubois looked as though she might faint from the scandal unfolding in her elegant establishment. Well, Lady Hartwell said with a laugh that sounded like breaking glass, such passionate defense of your Irish paramour. How touching, though hardly surprising, given your recent adventures. Mr. O'Connor, Caroline said with deadly precision, is a war hero who risked his life in service to this country. He is a gentleman of honor and courage, qualities you clearly wouldn't recognize if they introduced themselves at a formal dinner. A gentleman? Lady Hartwell's voice dripped with disdain. My dear child, gentlemen don't compromise widows in public parks. They don't encourage reckless behavior that endangers innocent bystanders. They certainly don't prey upon lonely women with more money than sense. The accusation hung in the air like poison, seeping into every corner of the elegant shop. Around them, the assembled ladies held their breath, waiting to see how Caroline would respond to such a direct assault on both her judgment and Daniel's character. Caroline felt something snap inside her chest, not break, but rather spring free, like a cage door finally opening after years of careful locks and cautious keys. "Lady Hartwell," she said with a smile that was sharp as a blade and twice as dangerous, "I challenge you to a duel." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the street sounds beyond the shop's windows seemed to fade into nothingness as London's most exclusive modist became the stage for social warfare unlike anything the Ton had seen in decades. "I beg your pardon?" Lady Hartwell's voice cracked slightly. "You heard me perfectly well." Caroline's voice carried the crisp authority of someone who had finally stopped caring about consequences. "A duel, you and I, riding crops at dawn in Hyde Park, unless, of course, you prefer to confine your courage to attacking innocent people who aren't present to defend themselves." Lady Hartwell's face went through several shades of red before settling on a mottled purple that clashed terribly with her elaborate bonnet. "This is preposterous. Ladies do not engage in duels." "No," Caroline agreed pleasantly. "Ladies engage in character assassination and social warfare. I'm suggesting we make it official." "Caroline!" Sophia's shocked whisper cut through the silence, but Caroline barely heard her. Years of careful behavior, proper responses, and swallowed pride had finally reached their limit. "Well, Lady Hartwell?" Caroline asked with mock politeness. "Shall we settle this like honorable women, or do you prefer to continue your campaign from the safety of drawing rooms and gossip circles?" For a moment, Lady Hartwell looked as though she might actually accept the challenge. Her eyes blazed with fury, and her hands trembled with what might have been rage or terror. Then self-preservation won out over outrage. "I will not dignify such madness with a response," Lady Hartwell sputtered, gathering her skirts with shaking hands. "The very suggestion proves everything I've said about the unfortunate influence of foreign associations." She swept toward the door with as much dignity as she could manage, her retinue following like sheep fleeing a wolf. But at the threshold, she turned back with one final poisonous smile. "Mark my words, Lady Caroline. This will not be forgotten. Your behavior today will follow you and your family for years to come." "I certainly hope so," Caroline replied with serene confidence. "It would be a shame if all this honesty went unnoticed." The door slammed behind Lady Hartwell with enough force to rattle the windows. In the silence that followed, Caroline could hear her own heart hammering against her ribs and the rustle of silk as the remaining customers whispered among themselves. "Well," Sophia said faintly, "that was certainly memorable." Caroline looked at her sister's shocked face and began to laugh. Not the careful, polite laughter of drawing rooms, but the wild, exhilarated sound of someone who had finally stopped pretending to be anything other than exactly who she was. "Memorable," she agreed, still laughing. "Yes, I suppose it was." Around them, Madame Dubois's shop buzzed with the kind of excited chatter that promised this story would be all over London within hours. Caroline Whitcomb, the English widow who'd scandalized society with her Irish-American paramour, had just challenged one of society's most influential gossips to a duel. It was, Caroline reflected with deep satisfaction, exactly the sort of thing a woman with nothing left to lose might do, and she had never felt more gloriously free in her entire life. Chapter 13. Caroline had never felt quite so magnificently defiant as she did walking through Mayfair with Sophia on her arm, their heads held high despite the whispers that followed in their wake. The afternoon was crisp and clear, perfect for taking tea at Fortnum & Mason and showing London society that Lady Caroline Whitcomb would not be cowed by their disapproval. "I still cannot believe you challenged Lady Hartwell to a duel last week," Sophia whispered, though her voice carried more excitement than censure. "The look on her face when you said it, I shall treasure that memory forever." "She deserved far worse than a challenge," Caroline replied, nodding coolly to Lady Morrison as they passed. The older woman's response was distinctly chilly, but Caroline found she didn't care. Years of poisonous gossip disguised as social commentary. Someone needed to call her to account. they paused at the corner of Bond Street, waiting for a heavily laden cart to pass before crossing toward the tea house. The fashionable district bustled with the usual afternoon crowd, ladies in elegant walking dresses, gentlemen in perfectly tailored coats, the endless parade of London society going about its carefully orchestrated rituals. "Caroline!" Sophia's voice carried sudden delight as she spotted a familiar figure approaching from the opposite direction. "There's Lord Henley. Perhaps yesterday's gossip hasn't reached everyone after all." Caroline followed her sister's gaze to see the young man who'd been so attentively courting Sophia just days ago. He walked with the confident stride of someone entirely comfortable in his place in the world, his fair hair gleaming in the afternoon sun. But as he drew closer, something in his expression made Caroline's stomach tighten with dread. "Lord Henley," Sophia called out with her usual bright smile, raising her gloved hand in greeting. "How delightful to see you." Lord Henley's step faltered almost imperceptibly. His gaze swept over both sisters, lingered for a moment on Sophia's expectant face, then shifted away as though he'd seen nothing more interesting than empty air. He walked past them without acknowledgement, without even the courtesy of a polite nod, as though Sophia Sterling, the girl he'd been composing poetry for just yesterday, had simply ceased to exist. Caroline felt the blood drain from her face as she watched Sophia's bright smile crumble into confusion, then hurt, then mortification. The cut direct was one of society's cruelest weapons, a deliberate snub that announced to all witnesses that the recipient was beneath notice, beneath courtesy, beneath the basic human decency of acknowledgement. Did he not see us? Sophia's voice was small, uncertain, though Caroline could see in her sister's eyes that she understood perfectly well what had just happened. "He saw us," Caroline said quietly, her hand tightening on Sophia's arm. Around them, other pedestrians had witnessed the exchange, their curious gazes now fixed on the Sterling sisters with the kind of avid attention reserved for public humiliation. "But surely, yesterday he said." Sophia's voice trailed off as the full weight of the situation settled over her. Oh, that single syllable carried such devastation that Caroline felt something crack inside her chest. This was her fault. Her choices, her rebellion, her determination to live authentically had led directly to this moment, watching her innocent sister realize that her prospects for happiness had been destroyed by association with Caroline's scandalous behavior. "Come," Caroline said firmly, guiding Sophia toward the tea house with as much dignity as she could muster. "Let's have our tea and ignore the opinions of small-minded people." But as they settled into their seats by the window, Caroline could see the way Sophia's hands trembled as she lifted her teacup, could hear the careful control in her sister's voice as she attempted normal conversation. The girl was putting on a brave front, but Caroline wasn't fooled. "Perhaps," Sophia said with forced lightness, "Lord Henley was simply distracted, lost in thought about some pressing matter. Gentlemen do that sometimes, don't they?" "Of course they do," Caroline agreed, though they both knew it wasn't true. The cut direct had been deliberate, calculated, designed to send a message to anyone watching. Association with the Sterling family, with Caroline specifically, was now social suicide. They sat in silence for several minutes, the cheerful chatter of other patrons forming a backdrop to their own careful quiet. Caroline watched her sister's face, noting the way Sophia's usual animation had dimmed, how her bright curiosity about the world had been replaced by something more guarded. "I'm sorry," Caroline said suddenly, the words inadequate against the magnitude of what she'd cost her sister. "Sorry?" Sophia looked up with genuine surprise. "Whatever for?" "For this, for him, for the way my choices have affected your season, your prospects, your future happiness." "Stop." Sophia's voice carried unexpected steel. "Caroline, I meant what I said before. I'd rather have no suitors than marry someone so easily influenced by gossip and prejudice." "But you shouldn't have to make that choice," Caroline said, guilt twisting in her chest like a physical pain. "You deserve better than to suffer for my rebellion." "Do I? Or do I deserve the truth about the sort of man Lord Henley really is?" Sophia set down her teacup with deliberate precision. "Caroline, any gentleman worth having would defend his interest in me, not abandon it at the first sign of social pressure. Lord Henley just showed me exactly what his regard was worth." Caroline stared at her sister, amazed by the wisdom in words spoken by someone barely 18 years old. When had Sophia developed such strength, such clarity of vision? "Besides," Sophia continued with growing confidence, "I've learned something important today. I don't want to be part of a society that treats people the way they've treated you and Mr. O'Connor. If that makes me unmarriageable, then so be it." "Sophia, you can't mean that." "Can't I?" Sophia's smile was sharp, reminiscent of Caroline's own defiant expressions. "You've shown me what it looks like to choose what is true to oneself over what is merely acceptable. Perhaps it's time I followed your example." Caroline felt a surge of pride at her sister's courage, followed immediately by a wave of panic. One scandalous, sterling sister was bad enough. Two would be social catastrophe. But as they finished their tea and prepared to leave, Caroline found herself thinking not about Sophia's future prospects, but about escape. About leaving London entirely, abandoning this suffocating world of judgment and cruelty for something honest and real. She thought about Boston, about wide harbors and new possibilities, about Daniel's stories of a place where a person's worth wasn't determined by their bloodline or their adherence to arbitrary social rules. Maybe there was room in that world for a scandalous English widow and her equally rebellious sister. The fantasy was ridiculous, of course. But as they walked home through streets that suddenly felt hostile and unwelcoming, Caroline found herself wondering what Daniel would say if she suggested such a mad scheme. Would he be shocked? Delighted? Would he help them disappear from this poisonous environment forever? The thought made her pulse quicken with something that might have been hope. Daniel had been staring at the same shipping manifest for 20 minutes, the numbers blurring together as his mind refused to focus on mundane matters of cargo and tonnage. Every time he tried to concentrate on business, his thoughts drifted to cream-colored stationery and Caroline's elegant handwriting, to the memory of her laughter and the way she'd looked at him with such trust during their curricle adventure. "O'Connor, you're wanted in the main office." The clerk's voice cut through his distraction. "Mr. Patterson's asking for you specifically." Daniel rose from his desk with a sense of foreboding. Patterson was one of their oldest clients, a man whose shipping contracts had helped establish William's business in London. If he was asking for Daniel personally, it couldn't be good news. He found Patterson in William's office, the older man's weathered face set in lines of disapproval. William looked up as Daniel entered, his expression carefully neutral. "Ah, O'Connor," Patterson said without preamble. "Just the man I wanted to see. Heard some interesting stories about your recent activities." "Mr. Patterson," Daniel replied evenly, "what can I do for you?" "You can explain to me why one of my business partners is racing curricles through Hyde Park like some reckless boy. That's what." Patterson's voice carried the authority of a man accustomed to being obeyed. "Bad enough you're carrying on with some widow, but challenging the very people whose ships carry our cargo? That's poor judgment, lad." Daniel felt his jaw tighten at the casual dismissal of Caroline as some widow, but he kept his voice steady. "My personal affairs have no bearing on our business relationship, sir." "Don't they?" Patterson leaned forward, his eyes sharp. "When your personal affairs become the talk of every coffee house and club in London? When respectable people start questioning the stability of anyone associated with Sears and Company? I'd say that has considerable bearing on our business." "The quality of our work speaks for itself," Daniel said quietly. "Our assessments are thorough, our rates competitive, our record impeccable." "Your record, yes. But what about your judgment?" Patterson stood, gathering his coat with obvious displeasure. "I came here hoping to hear that you'd come to your senses, that this nonsense with Lady Caroline was finished. Instead, I'm told she challenged Lady Hartwell to a duel yesterday." "A duel, O'Connor? What sort of influence are you having on the woman?" Caroline had challenged Lady Hartwell to a duel? When? Why? The image of her facing that vicious gossip with nothing but her own courage made his chest tight with equal parts admiration and terror. "I wasn't aware of any challenge," Daniel said carefully. "Of course you weren't. Too busy planning your next scandal to pay attention to the damage from the last one." Patterson shook his head in disgust. I've been in business 40 years, lad, and I've learned that a man's character shows in his associations. Right now, your associations suggest poor judgment and reckless disregard for consequences. He moved toward the door, then paused to deliver his final blow. I'll be taking my contracts elsewhere, effective immediately. Find yourself a nice, quiet girl who won't drag your name through the mud, and perhaps we can do business again someday. The door closed behind Patterson with finality, leaving Daniel and William alone in the sudden silence. Daniel sank into a chair, the weight of another lost contract settling on his shoulders like lead. That's 3 major clients this week, William said quietly. Morrison, Hendricks, and now Patterson. At this rate, we'll be bankrupt by Christmas. I'm sorry, Daniel said, the words feeling inadequate against the magnitude of what his association with Caroline was costing his oldest friend. Sorry doesn't pay the bills or keep our employees fed. William's voice carried frustration and something else, disappointment perhaps, or resignation. Danny, there's a simple solution to all this. Don't get on that ship Tuesday. Stay in London. Marry Caroline and make everything right. Your reputation, her standing, the business relationships, everyone wins. The suggestion hit Daniel like a cannon blast. Marriage, the one thing he wanted more than life itself, and the one thing he could never risk. How could he explain to William about the nightmares that left him violent and dangerous? About waking up with bloody knuckles and no memory of what he'd destroyed in the dark hours before dawn? I can't, Daniel said quietly, the words feeling like lead in his mouth. Can't or won't. William's eyes searched his face. Danny, I've seen the way you look at her, the way she looks at you, whatever's holding you back. What exactly happened with the duel challenge? Daniel interrupted, desperate to change the subject before William could press further. What did Caroline do? William's expression softened slightly at the genuine concern in Daniel's voice. From what I heard, Caroline confronted Lady Hartwell at Madame Dubois' shop. Words were exchanged, tempers flared, and Caroline challenged the woman to settle their differences with riding crops at dawn. She did what? Daniel was on his feet before he realized he'd moved, pacing to the window that overlooked the Thames. Caroline had challenged one of London's most powerful gossips to physical combat. The woman who'd eaten street food and danced to fiddle music was apparently willing to fight for her principles with whatever weapons were at hand. She's magnificent and completely insane, Daniel muttered, more to himself than to William. She's also being socially destroyed because of it, William replied grimly. Lady Hartwell refused the challenge, of course, but the story's all over London. Caroline and Sophia are getting the cut direct from half the ton. Their reputation is in ruins. The words hit Daniel with devastating force. Caroline and Sophia, innocent Sophia, being publicly humiliated because of their association with him? Because Caroline had been defending his character against people who would never consider him worthy of notice? I have to go, Daniel said abruptly, grabbing his coat from the back of his chair. Where? William's voice carried a warning note. Danny, whatever you're thinking of doing, don't. You'll only make things worse. But Daniel was already moving toward the door, his careful plans and rational decisions swept away by the overwhelming need to see Caroline, to make sure she was safe, to somehow shield her from the consequences of defending him. I'll be back, he called over his shoulder, though he had no idea if that was true. As he strode through London's afternoon crowds toward Mayfair, Daniel tried to tell himself he was being foolish. Caroline was strong, intelligent, perfectly capable of managing her own affairs without his interference. She'd made her choices with full knowledge of the costs, and she'd faced the consequences with the same courage she brought to everything else. But William's words echoed in his mind alongside the image of Caroline and Sophia facing social destruction. Stay in London, marry Caroline, and make everything right. If only it were that simple. If only he were whole enough, safe enough, to offer her the protection of his name without the danger of his presence. The image of her standing alone against the combined disapproval of London society, of Sophia suffering for her sister's loyalty, drove him forward with relentless urgency. His careful compartmentalization was crumbling, his logical reasons for staying away overwhelmed by something far more primitive and powerful. He needed to see her, needed to know she was safe, that she didn't regret the choices she'd made for his sake. Needed to tell her. What? That he was sorry? That he'd be gone by Tuesday, leaving her to face the wreckage of her reputation alone? That every moment he spent in her presence only made things worse for everyone he claimed to care about? Daniel quickened his pace, his rational mind warring with instincts he could no longer control. 5 days until his ship sailed for Boston. 5 days to somehow make this right, to find a way to protect Caroline from the disaster he'd brought into her life. 5 days to say goodbye to the woman who'd made him remember what it felt like to truly live. By the time he reached the Sterling townhouse, Daniel had no clear idea what he intended to say or do. He only knew that Caroline was in there, possibly hurt, certainly dealing with consequences that should have been his alone to bear. And despite every rational reason to stay away, despite his carefully laid plans and his genuine desire to protect her, Daniel O'Connor found himself climbing the steps to her door. Some things he was learning were stronger than logic or self-preservation or even the best of intentions. Some things demanded to be faced, consequences be damned. Chapter 14. Caroline sat curled in the window seat of her drawing room, her stockinged feet tucked beneath her in a way that would have horrified Lady Hartwell. The afternoon sun streamed through the glass, warming her face as she gazed out at the London street and let her mind wander to impossible places. Boston. Daniel had described it with such fondness. Wide harbors filled with ships from every corner of the world, markets bustling with people who cared more about a man's character than his bloodline. A place where she and Sophia could walk down the street without counting whispers or measuring glances. She closed her eyes and let the fantasy bloom in her imagination. She and Daniel strolling through those markets, sampling strange foods and laughing at nothing in particular. No chaperones, no calling cards, no Lady Hartwells waiting to pounce on the smallest breach of etiquette. Just the two of them, free to be exactly who they were without apology or explanation. Just imagine, she murmured to the empty room, wandering the streets without worrying about what anyone says. What a novel concept. The sound of voices in the entrance hall interrupted her daydream. Thompson's measured tones, then a deeper voice that made her pulse quicken with anticipation. Daniel. Caroline sprang from the window seat, suddenly aware that her hair was coming loose from its pins and her afternoon dress was wrinkled from lounging. She looked thoroughly improper, completely unlike the composed widow she was supposed to be. She found she didn't care in the slightest. Lady Caroline? Thompson appeared in the doorway with his usual diplomatic expression. Mr. O'Connor is here to see you. Send him in, Caroline said, smoothing her skirts but making no effort to repair her disheveled appearance. If Daniel wanted to see her, he could see her as she truly was, not the carefully constructed version she presented to the rest of the world. Daniel entered with that loose-limbed grace she'd come to love, though she could see tension in the set of his shoulders. He paused in the doorway, his dark eyes taking in her relaxed posture and informal appearance with something that looked remarkably like relief. You look comfortable, he said, and the warmth in his voice made her smile. Scandalously so, I'm sure. Caroline gestured toward the settee. Come, sit with me. I have the most delicious story to tell you about Lady Hartwell's face when I challenged her to a duel. Daniel's expression brightened immediately, the tension leaving his features as he settled beside her, closer than propriety dictated, close enough that she could smell the familiar scent of salt air and something uniquely him. I heard about that, he said, his eyes dancing with appreciation. Please tell me you were magnificent. Oh, I was absolutely dreadful, Caroline said with obvious satisfaction. You should have seen her, Daniel. When I suggested we settle our differences with riding crops at dawn, I thought she might actually swoon right there in Madame Du Bois's shop. Riding crops, Daniel threw back his head and laughed, the rich sound filling the drawing room with warmth. Caroline, you challenged one of London's most formidable gossips to a duel with riding crops? Well, I could hardly suggest pistols. I've never fired one in my life. Caroline tucked her feet beneath her again, settling more comfortably against the cushions. But I have been writing since I was 6, and I thought Lady Hartwell should know exactly how seriously I take defense of the people I care about." Something shifted in Daniel's expression at her words, the laughter fading into something deeper and more intense. "The people you care about? You, specifically," Caroline said with the directness that had been getting her into trouble all season. "She called you a fortune hunter and suggested you were preying on lonely widows with more money than sense. I couldn't let that stand." "Caroline." The look on her face, Daniel. I wish you could have seen it. First shock, then outrage, then this dawning realization that I was completely serious. For a moment, I actually thought she might accept. Caroline grinned at the memory. Then self-preservation won out over pride, and she fled the shop like her skirts were on fire. Daniel stared at her for a long moment, something raw and wondering in his dark eyes. "You defended my honor with a challenge to physical combat." "Of course I did. Anyone who maligns your character will have to answer to me." Caroline reached over to touch his hand, surprised by how natural the gesture felt. "I won't stand by and let them spread lies about you, Daniel. Not when I know the truth." "And what truth is that?" Caroline studied his face, noting the careful control that didn't quite mask the vulnerability underneath. "That you're the finest man I've ever known. That you have more honor in your little finger than Lady Hartwell has in her entire body. That you've shown me what it means to truly live instead of simply existing." Daniel's hand turned beneath hers, his fingers threading through her own with gentle pressure. "You make me sound far better than I am." "Do I? Or do I simply see you clearly while others choose to look only at surface things? Your accent, your background, your lack of a title?" Caroline smiled at him with devastating warmth. "I've never cared about any of that, you know. From the moment you kissed me in Lady Pemberton's garden, all I've cared about is this, the way you make me feel." "And how do I make you feel?" Daniel's voice had gone rough, intimate. "Like I could do anything, go anywhere, be anyone." Caroline's eyes took on a dreamy quality that made Daniel's chest tighten. "I've been sitting here imagining the most wonderful things, Daniel. What if we simply left, just packed our things, and took ship for Boston tomorrow? We could walk down those streets you've described, eat food from vendors, dance to music in the open air. No one would know or care about my reputation or your supposed unsuitability." Caroline watched as Daniel went very still, his face carefully neutral. But she was too caught up in her fantasy to fully register the change in his demeanor. "Picture it," she continued, her voice soft with longing. "No more morning calls or social obligations. No more Lady Hartwells spreading poison disguised as conversation. Just us, free to be exactly who we are, without apology or explanation. Wouldn't that be magnificent?" "Caroline," Daniel's voice cracked slightly. "We could take Sophia with us, of course. She'd love the adventure, and after what happened with Lord Henley, I think she'd welcome the chance for a fresh start." Caroline turned to face him more fully, her green eyes bright with possibility. "Say you've thought about it too, Daniel. Say you've imagined what it would be like if we could just escape." For a moment, something desperate and longing flickered across Daniel's features before he carefully composed himself. "I think," he said carefully, "that you would love Boston. The harbor especially. On clear mornings you can see for miles, ships coming and going, carrying stories from every corner of the world." "Tell me more," Caroline said eagerly, shifting closer to him on the settee. "What would we do there? Where would we live?" Daniel found himself describing a life he'd never allowed himself to truly imagine. A small house near the harbor where Caroline could watch the ships, markets where they could wander hand in hand, evenings spent on the front steps, listening to the sounds of a city that judged people by their actions rather than their ancestry. "There's a neighborhood where the Irish families live," he said, his accent growing more pronounced as he relaxed into the fantasy. "Good people, hard-working, who'd welcome you as family the moment they learned you'd chosen to build a life there." "Chosen to build a life with you, you mean?" Caroline corrected softly. The words hit Daniel with devastating force. She was talking about forever, about choosing him over everything she'd ever known. If only she knew how closely her dreams matched his own secret plans. "Caroline," he said roughly, reaching up to cup her face with his free hand, You're so beautiful when you dream. Am I? She leaned into his touch, her eyes fluttering closed. Then I shall have to dream more often. What else do you dream about? Daniel asked, his thumb tracing across her cheekbone. Caroline opened her eyes, meeting his gaze with an intensity that stole his breath. You, she said simply. I dream about you, Daniel, about this. She gestured between them, about not having to hide what I feel or pretend it's less than it is. And what do you feel? The question emerged as barely more than a whisper. Everything, Caroline breathed. I feel everything when I'm with you. Daniel? But whatever she'd been about to say was lost as Daniel's control finally snapped. He kissed her with desperate hunger, his mouth claiming hers with an intensity that spoke of months of careful restraint finally shattered. Caroline melted into him without hesitation, her arms winding around his neck as she kissed him back with equal fervor. This was what she'd been craving without fully understanding, this complete abandon, this utter disregard for propriety in favor of honest feeling. Daniel's hands framed her face, then slid into her hair, scattering hairpins across the Persian carpet as her carefully arranged coiffure came undone. The sensation of his fingers threading through the loose strands sent shivers of awareness racing down her spine. Caroline, he murmured against her lips, her name a prayer and a plea. She responded by pulling him closer, by opening to him completely, by throwing herself into the kiss with the same reckless courage she'd brought to every other aspect of their impossible courtship. This was living. This was truth. This was everything she'd been searching for without knowing how to name it. Daniel backed her against the wall beside the fireplace, his body pressing against hers with an intimacy that should have shocked her. Instead, Caroline felt only rightness, only the perfect fit of her softness against his strength. She could feel the rapid beat of his heart through his waistcoat, could taste the desperation on his lips that matched her own. His mouth moved from her lips to her throat, pressing kisses along the sensitive skin that made her gasp and arch against him. One of his hands splayed against the small of her back, holding her steady while the other remained tangled in her hair. Caroline, Daniel said against her skin, his voice rough with emotion and something that sounded almost like grief. Mo Crow, you're everything I never thought I could have. Mo Crow? Caroline repeated breathlessly, the Irish endearment sounding musical on her lips. What does that mean? My heart, Daniel said, his control slipping completely. It means my heart. Caroline's breath caught at the tender words, at the way Daniel was looking at her as though she was something precious and miraculous. Daniel, the drawing room door opened with a sharp click, cutting through their intimate moment like a blade. Daniel heard the door opening and felt time slow to a crawl. In one devastating instant, he took in Nathaniel Sterling's shocked face, Caroline's disheveled appearance, his own hands still tangled in her hair. Everything he'd feared, everything he'd tried to avoid by planning his departure, was crystallizing into the one scenario he'd hoped never to face. Compartmentalize, his mind screamed with military precision. Assess, protect, survive. But this wasn't a battlefield where strategy could save him. This was Caroline's drawing room, and he'd just been caught compromising the sister of one of England's most powerful peers. What, Nathaniel said, his voice deadly quiet, is the meaning of this? Daniel immediately released Caroline, positioning himself between her and her brother with instincts honed by years of protecting what mattered most. Behind him, he could hear Caroline attempting to repair her appearance with shaking hands, and the knowledge that he'd caused her distress made his chest tight with self-recrimination. Lord Clarendon, Daniel said, forcing his voice to remain steady. I can explain. But even as he spoke the words, Daniel knew there was no explanation that would suffice, no rational reason that would justify what Nathaniel had witnessed, no excuse that could undo the damage he'd just inflicted on Caroline's reputation. You've destroyed her, the voice in his head whispered with vicious clarity, just like you destroy everything you touch. Can you? Nathaniel stepped fully into the room, his green eyes, so like Caroline's, blazing with fury. Because from where I stand, it appears you've been taking liberties with my sister that would require immediate remedy. The word remedy had a shocking impact on Daniel. He knew what Nathaniel meant. knew what honor demanded in such circumstances. Marriage. The one thing Daniel wanted more than life itself, and the one thing that could destroy them both. "I haven't done anything I didn't wish to do," Caroline said with fierce dignity from behind him. Daniel closed his eyes briefly at her defense of him. Even now, even in the face of her brother's righteous anger, Caroline was protecting him. This magnificent, brave woman was willing to claim responsibility for choices that had been as much his as hers. "She doesn't know," Daniel reminded himself desperately. "She doesn't know what you are, what you're capable of. She doesn't know about the nightmares, the violence, the mornings when you wake up with blood on your knuckles and no memory of what you've destroyed." "Your wishes are irrelevant," Nathaniel replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Daniel with laser focus. "What matters is what was witnessed and what must be done to remedy it." Daniel felt his throat constrict as the trap closed around him. There was no escape from this moment, no way to protect Caroline except to give Nathaniel what he demanded. But how could he explain that marriage to him would put her in more danger than any scandal ever could? "You're right, of course," Daniel said quietly, the words feeling like ground glass in his throat. "I've compromised Lady Caroline's honor." "Then you know what must be done," Nathaniel said with grim satisfaction. "You'll marry her, immediately. I'll obtain a special license, and we can have the ceremony performed within the week." The words shattered every careful wall he'd built in his mind. Marriage to Caroline. Waking up beside her every morning, holding her through the long nights, building a life together in Boston where no one would judge their unconventional beginning. For one perfect moment, Daniel allowed himself to imagine it. Caroline as his wife, his partner, his anchor in a world that had felt unstable since the Mary Catherine went down. He could see her in the kitchen of a small house near Boston Harbor, sunlight streaming through the windows as she laughed at something he'd said. He could picture her asleep in his arms, safe and trusting and completely his. Then reality crashed back with devastating force. "She won't be safe in your arms," his conscience whispered with brutal honesty. "She'll be in more danger than she's ever been in her life." What happens the first time you have a nightmare? What happens when you wake up fighting invisible enemies and she's the closest target? The image of Caroline's trusting face contorting with fear and pain, of his own hands around her throat as he battled demons that existed only in his damaged mind, made Daniel's blood run cold. He couldn't do it, couldn't risk her life, no matter how desperately he wanted to marry her. Couldn't chance destroying the woman who'd shown him what it meant to truly live. Daniel began, then stopped, his jaw working as he struggled with words that refused to come. How could he explain that his refusal was the greatest act of love he could offer her? "You what?" Nathaniel's voice carried a dangerous edge. Caroline's presence behind him felt like a physical weight, her confusion and growing hurt radiating through the space between them. Daniel wanted to turn around, to take her face in his hands and explain everything, about the nightmares, about the violence, about the way he'd rather die than see her hurt by his own damaged nature. But the words wouldn't come. How could he tell this brave, passionate woman that the man she'd kissed with such sweet abandon was too broken to be trusted with her safety? "I can't," Daniel said finally, the words barely audible but devastating in their finality. The simple statement fell into the room like a stone into still water. Behind him, Daniel heard Caroline's sharp intake of breath, and the sound cut through him like a knife. "This is what love looks like," he told himself desperately. "Protecting her from yourself, even when it destroys you both." "Can't?" Caroline's whisper was filled with such hurt that Daniel had to clench his fists to keep from turning around. "You can't marry me?" Daniel closed his eyes, fighting the overwhelming urge to gather her into his arms and promise her everything she deserved. Instead, he forced himself to remain facing Nathaniel, to present the image of a man making a calculated decision rather than one dying inside. "Caroline, it's not what you think," Daniel said, his voice cracking despite his best efforts. "I want nothing more than to marry you, to give you my name and my protection. But I can't. I'm not the man you think I am." "Tell them," part of his mind screamed. "Tell them about the war, about the nightmares, about the reasons you wake up every morning in a cold sweat. Make them understand that this isn't rejection. It's the most profound act of love you're capable of. But Daniel couldn't form the words, couldn't bear to see the trust in Caroline's eyes transform into fear and pity, couldn't stand the thought of her looking at him like he was dangerous, damaged, something to be carefully managed rather than loved. "What exactly are you saying?" Nathaniel demanded, his protective instincts clearly aroused by the pain in his sister's voice. Daniel ran a hand through his hair, desperation making him reckless enough to offer a partial truth. "I'm saying that Lady Caroline deserves better than a man promise her safety, who has problems that would make marriage dangerous for her." The admission hung in the air between them, carrying more weight than Daniel had intended. He could see Nathaniel's eyes narrowing, the military man in him recognizing something familiar in Daniel's careful posture and haunted expression. "What kind of problems?" Nathaniel pressed. "Don't," Daniel warned himself. "Don't give them enough information to piece together the truth. Caroline's smart. If you say too much, she'll figure it out. And then she'll insist on staying, on helping, on fixing what can't be fixed." "I can't explain," Daniel said, his voice breaking slightly. "I wish I could, but I can't. All I can tell you is that Caroline would be better off without me." The lie burned his throat even as he spoke it. Caroline would be better off with him. They could have a beautiful life together in Boston, could build something real and lasting and true. But only if he weren't the kind of man who woke up swinging at shadows, who destroyed furniture in his sleep, who might hurt the people he loved most without ever knowing he'd done it. "Then you'll leave," Nathaniel said with quiet finality. "Tonight, you'll leave London and never contact my sister again." "No," Caroline's voice cracked across the room like a whip. Daniel raised his hand, stopping her protest with a gesture that somehow managed to be both gentle and final. "It's done," he said quietly, his eyes never leaving Nathaniel's face. "I booked passage the morning after the opera. The ship sails Tuesday at dawn." The words seemed to steal all the air from Caroline's lungs. She sank onto the settee, her hands flying to her throat as though she couldn't breathe. "What?" But Daniel and Nathaniel continued their conversation as though she hadn't spoken, as though her world hadn't just crumbled around her feet. "Yes," Daniel thought with a mixture of relief and agony. "That's exactly what I was planning to do anyway." Tuesday morning, on the ship to Boston, carrying nothing but the memory of her laughter and the taste of her kisses. "Nathaniel," Caroline began, but her brother cut her off with a sharp gesture. "Caroline, you will go to your room and remain there until I've decided how to handle this situation." Daniel heard Caroline's protest, heard the pain and confusion in her voice, and had to bite back the urge to defend her right to make her own choices. But his interference had already caused enough damage. The best thing he could do now was disappear as quietly as possible, taking his dangerous presence out of her life before he could hurt her any further. "As for you," Nathaniel continued, turning back to Daniel with cold authority, "I want you gone within the hour. If I ever see you near my sister again, I'll have you horsewhipped and thrown in debtor's prison." Daniel met Nathaniel's gaze steadily, seeing not just anger, but genuine concern for Caroline's welfare. Despite everything, he found himself respecting the man who was willing to do whatever it took to protect his sister, even from someone she cared about. "I understand," Daniel said quietly, and he did, better than Nathaniel could possibly know. "Good." Nathaniel moved toward the door, then paused. "And O'Connor, if word of this afternoon's incident reaches anyone outside this room, you'll answer to me personally." "You have my word, Lord Clarendon," Daniel replied, meaning it completely. Caroline's reputation was precious to him. He'd rather die than see it damaged further by his presence in her life. Daniel turned finally to look at Caroline, memorizing every detail of her face, the hurt in her green eyes, the stubborn set of her chin, the way her hair still fell in loose waves around her shoulders from his touch. In 4 days, when his ship left London, this would be his last image of her. "Caroline," he said quietly, pouring everything he couldn't say into her name. "I'm sorry. For all of it. You deserved so much better than this. You deserved a man who could love you without destroying you. You deserved happiness, safety, a future filled with laughter instead of nightmares. You deserved everything I can't give you. He bowed to both Caroline and Nathaniel, formal and correct, then walked toward the door before his resolve could crumble. Each step felt like walking away from everything that mattered, but Daniel forced himself to keep moving. This is love, he reminded himself as he reached for the door handle. This is what love looks like when you're too broken to offer anything else. The door closed behind him with soft finality, and Daniel found himself in the entrance hall where Thompson waited with diplomatic discretion. Outside, London continued its eternal dance of commerce and conversation, completely unaware that Daniel O'Connor's world had just ended. 4 days until his ship sailed for Boston. 4 days to somehow find a way to live with the memory of Caroline's hurt expression, the sound of her voice calling his name, the taste of her kisses that would have to last him a lifetime. You did the right thing, Daniel told himself as he walked down the front steps and into the London afternoon. You protected her from the one person who could truly hurt her. But as he disappeared into the crowd, carrying nothing but the weight of his own sacrifice, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just made the greatest mistake of his life. Caroline remained frozen on the settee, staring at the space where Daniel had stood, trying to reconcile the man who'd called her Mo Crow with the one who'd booked passage the morning after their magical evening at the opera. It can't be, Caroline whispered to the empty air. He couldn't have been meaning to leave all along. She turned to Nathaniel with growing horror. What have you done? What needed to be done? Nathaniel replied with grim satisfaction. The man was never serious about you, Caroline. Better you learn it now than... Get out! Caroline's voice rose to a near scream. Get out of my house immediately! Nathaniel's eyebrows rose. Caroline, you're overwrought. This is my house, Caroline said with deadly quiet that was somehow more frightening than her shout. Mine, and I want you gone, now. For a moment, Nathaniel looked as though he might argue. Then something in Caroline's expression, some glimpse of the steel beneath the silk, made him reconsider. Very well, he said stiffly. But Caroline, you must understand. I understand perfectly, Caroline said, her voice trembling with rage and heartbreak. You've driven away the only man I've ever loved based on your own prejudices and assumptions. Now leave my house before I do something we'll both regret. Nathaniel opened his mouth as though to argue further, then seemed to think better of it. With a curt bow, he strode from the drawing room, his footsteps echoing through the entrance hall until the front door slammed behind him. Only then did Caroline allow the tears to fall. They came in great, gulping sobs that shook her entire body as she collapsed fully onto the settee. He'd been planning to leave all along. Every kiss, every stolen moment, every whispered endearment, all of it had been temporary for him. A pleasant diversion before returning to his real life in Boston, the morning after the opera. The morning after he'd made her laugh until her sides ached, after he'd looked at her as though she was the most fascinating woman in the world, after he'd taken her hand and led her into the London night, like they were embarking on the greatest adventure of their lives. He'd gone home that night and booked passage to Boston. Caroline pressed her hands to her mouth, trying to muffle the sounds of her heartbreak. She'd been such a fool, spinning fantasies about Boston, about building a life together, about choosing love over propriety. All while he'd been counting the days until he could escape. But as the tears slowed, as the initial shock began to fade, something else began to burn in Caroline's chest, something that felt suspiciously like rage. She'd defended him to Lady Hartwell. She'd challenged one of London's most vicious gossips to physical combat for the honor of a man who'd already decided to abandon her. She'd thrown away years of careful propriety, risked her reputation and her family's standing, all for someone who'd never intended to stay. Caroline sat up slowly, wiping the tears from her cheeks with trembling hands. In the mirror above the fireplace, she could see her reflection, hair wild from Daniel's fingers, lips swollen from his kisses, eyes red from weeping over a man who'd played her for a fool. Never again, she whispered to her reflection. Never again will I be anyone's temporary amusement. The woman staring back at her looked like a stranger, passionate, disheveled, utterly unlike the composed widow who'd spent 4 years following every rule of proper behavior. Caroline found she rather liked this new version of herself, even if she'd discovered her too late to matter. If Daniel O'Connor thought he could kiss her senseless and then sail away without consequence, he was about to learn otherwise. Caroline Sterling Whitcomb was done being manageable, done being proper, done being the kind of woman men could easily leave behind. It was time to show London, and one particular Irish-American coward, exactly what they'd lost. Chapter 15. The Salt and Anchor reeked of unwashed bodies, cheap gin, and the kind of desperation that clung to London's docks like fog off the Thames. Daniel sat hunched over his third whiskey, staring into the amber liquid as though it might reveal some path forward that didn't involve destroying the only woman who'd ever made him want to live again. 4 days. In 4 days, the merchant vessel Prosperity would carry him back to Boston, back to the life he'd built from the wreckage of everything he'd lost, back to solitude and safety and the careful management of demons that never quite slept. Away from Caroline. The whiskey burned his throat, but not nearly enough to silence the voice in his head that kept asking the same question. What if you told her the truth? Daniel's knuckles whitened around the glass. He'd seen the look in her eyes when he'd walked away, seen the confusion and hurt that would haunt him for the rest of his days. But better that than the terror that would replace it if she knew what he really was. Better heartbreak than having her blood on his hands. The tavern door swung open, admitting a group of dock workers whose voices carried clearly across the smoky room. Daniel recognized them, men who loaded and unloaded the merchant ships, who knew every piece of gossip that passed through London's busiest port. Heard O'Connor's finally heading home? One of them said, settling at a table near Daniel's corner. 'Bout time, if you ask me. Never did trust that Irish bastard. Daniel's shoulders tensed, but he kept his eyes on his whiskey. He'd heard worse, much worse. Shame about his little arrangement, though, another voice chimed in with obvious amusement. Heard he'd been keeping company with that Sterling widow, rich pickings there. Sterling? A third man laughed. That English widow? Heard she was desperate enough to let him court her proper-like. Must have been grateful for the attention. Daniel's hands stilled completely around his glass. They were talking about Caroline. His Caroline, who defended orphans and challenged gossips to duels and kissed him like she was drowning and he was heir. £5 says he got what he wanted from her. The first man continued with crude satisfaction. These lonely widows, they're easy enough to manage if you know what to say. 10 says he already has her money, another added. Why else would an Irishman be sniffing around English society? 15 says she was begging for it. The third man's voice turned ugly, speculative. You know how these desperate types are. Probably threw herself at him the moment he showed interest. Bet she's been more accommodating than any proper English lady would be. Daniel's vision went red around the edges. The careful control he'd maintained for 6 years, the military discipline that had kept his demons leashed, cracked like ice in a spring thaw. Not Caroline. Never Caroline. Mind your tongue, Daniel said quietly, rising from his chair with predatory grace. The dock workers turned, taking in his appearance with obvious disdain, his fine clothes marking him as gentry, his accent marking him as foreign, his presence in their tavern marking him as slumming. Well, well, the first man said with a nasty grin. Speak of the devil, how's your widow, O'Connor? Still keeping her warm at night? Daniel's fists clenched with audible force. Lady Caroline is a woman of impeccable character. I'd suggest you remember that. Lady Caroline, is it? The second man laughed. Fancy title for a piece willing to spread her legs for Irish trash. The crude words ignited something savage in Daniel's chest. For one crystalline moment, he was back on the Mary Catherine, watching Sean die in his arms while French guns tore their world apart. The same rage, the same desperate need to protect what mattered most, the same knowledge that he was about to do something that couldn't be undone. But this time, he didn't care. Daniel's fist connected with the first man's jaw with a crack that silenced the entire tavern. The dock worker crashed backward into his chair, blood streaming from his nose while his companions scrambled to their feet. That's for speaking of a lady with disrespect, Daniel said, his Irish accent thick with fury. And this. His left hook caught the second man in the ribs, doubling him over with a grunt of pain. Is for thinking you have the right. The third man grabbed a broken bottle from the table, swinging it at Daniel's head with clumsy desperation. Daniel ducked, the glass whistling past his ear, and drove his elbow into the man's solar plexus. The bottle shattered against the floor as its wielder collapsed, gasping for breath. Around them, the tavern erupted into chaos. Men shouted encouragement or curses, chairs scraped against wooden floors, and the barkeep bellowed for order while reaching for the club he kept behind the bar. But Daniel barely noticed. All his attention was focused on the three men who dared to speak Caroline's name like she was something they could buy and sell. Years of suppressed rage poured out of him, rage at the war that had broken him, at the nightmares that haunted him, at the cruel twist of fate that had given him love only to make it impossible to claim. The first man staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. "You Irish bastard!" Daniel's knee found his stomach, cutting off the insult with a wheeze of expelled air. "Apologize. Go to hell!" Another punch, this one to the temple, sent the man reeling into the wall. "Apologize for speaking of Lady Caroline like she was a common whore." "She is a whore," the man snarled, blood frothing at his lips. "Taking up with foreign trash like you." Daniel's fist crashed into his face again and again and again. Blood splattered across his knuckles, his shirt sleeves, the wall behind his target. Somewhere in the red haze of his fury, he heard voices shouting, felt hands trying to pull him back, but all he could think about was Caroline's smile when she talked about Boston, the way she'd looked at him like he was something worth saving. No one talks about her like that. No one. "Stop!" The barkeep's club cracked across Daniel's shoulders, sending white-hot pain shooting down his spine. "Enough!" Daniel spun, Irish fire blazing in his dark eyes, and the barkeep took an involuntary step backward at what he saw there. "They insulted a lady," Daniel said, his voice deadly quiet despite the chaos around them. "Would you have me stand by and let them dishonor her name?" "I'd have you take your fight elsewhere before I call the watch," the barkeep replied, though his tone was noticeably more respectful. "This is a respectable establishment." Daniel looked around the tavern, at the overturned chairs, the broken glass, the three dock workers groaning on the floor, at the blood on his hands and the shocked faces of the other patrons. What would Caroline think if she could see him now? This was why he had to leave. This was why he could never be the man she deserved. One cruel word about her honor, and he'd turned into a savage, solving problems with his fists like the dock rat he'd once been. "Aye," Daniel said quietly, pulling coins from his pocket and dropping them on the bar. "That should cover the damage." He walked toward the door on unsteady legs, adrenaline fading to leave behind a bone-deep exhaustion and throbbing pain from the blows he'd taken. His left shoulder ached where the barkeep's club had found its mark. His ribs protested with each breath, and his knuckles were raw and bleeding. Behind him, someone helped the first dock worker to his feet, muttering about mad Irishmen, and what do you expect from their kind? Daniel didn't turn around. He'd made his point, and tomorrow it wouldn't matter anyway. Tomorrow he'd be gone, and Caroline would be safe from the violence that lived inside him like a caged animal. The London night was cool against his heated skin as he stepped into the alley behind the tavern. Pain lanced through his shoulder with each movement, and he had to lean against the brick wall for a moment to catch his breath. 3 days until his ship sailed for Boston. 3 days to somehow find the strength to leave the only woman who'd ever made him want to be whole again. Daniel pushed himself away from the wall and began the painful journey back to his lodgings, each step sending fresh waves of agony through his battered body. The whiskey was wearing off, leaving nothing but raw hurt in its wake, both physical and otherwise. Caroline had not been able to sit still since Daniel walked out of her drawing room. She paced the length of her bedroom like a caged animal, fury and heartbreak warring in her chest until she thought she might scream from the contradiction. Her hair hung loose around her shoulders, her evening dress was wrinkled from hours of restless movement, and her eyes burned from tears she refused to shed. He booked passage the morning after the opera. The thought circled through her mind like a vulture, picking apart every memory of their magical evening together. Had he been calculating even then? Planning his escape while she spun foolish dreams about Boston and freedom, and building a life with someone who saw her as more than a convenient widow? "This is intolerable," Caroline said aloud, her voice sharp in the evening quiet. She needed answers. She needed to understand why Daniel O'Connor thought he could kiss her senseless and then disappear without explanation. And if he wouldn't provide those answers himself, she'd find someone who would. Caroline rang for her maid with perhaps more force than necessary. "Jenkins, I need my darkest cloak and the carriage prepared immediately. My lady, at this hour? I have business to attend to." 20 minutes later, Caroline sat in her carriage as it rolled through London's evening streets toward the docks. The sounds and smells of the port district grew stronger as they approached, salt air mixing with coal smoke, the distant shouts of night workers, the creak of ship rigging in the Thames breeze. She'd sent a note to Charlotte earlier, asking about William's whereabouts. Her sister-in-law's response had been swift. "William is working late again at the offices. Some crisis with manifests that arrived this afternoon. Why do you ask?" Perfect. If William was still at his office, Caroline could demand answers without the complications of social visits or proper calling hours. The brass nameplate of Sears & Company gleamed dully in the gaslight as Caroline's carriage pulled to a stop. Through the windows of the upper floor, she could see the flicker of lamps. William was indeed working late. "Wait here," Caroline instructed her driver, pulling her dark cloak around her shoulders. The salt-tinged air hit her immediately as she stepped onto the cobblestones, carrying with it the eternal sounds of London's port. Distant laughter from taverns, the splash of Thames water against wooden hulls, the clip-clop of late cargo wagons making their rounds. Caroline climbed the narrow stairs to William's office, her determination growing with each step. If Daniel wouldn't explain his sudden departure, perhaps his business partner would have answers. She found William bent over shipping manifests, his sleeves rolled up and ink stains on his fingers. He looked up in surprise as she entered without ceremony. "Caroline? What in God's name are you doing here at this hour?" "I need to know why Daniel O'Connor is abandoning his partnership with you to flee to Boston," Caroline said without preamble. William's expression immediately grew wary. "Caroline, you shouldn't be here. The dock's at night." "Did you know he was planning to return to Boston?" she interrupted. William's expression grew uncomfortable, and he couldn't quite meet her eyes. Yes, he mentioned he'd made arrangements." "You knew?" Caroline's voice rose with a mixture of shock and betrayal. "You knew he booked passage and you said nothing?" "Caroline, it's not what you think. He booked passage?" Caroline continued, her voice shaking with fury. "The morning after our evening at the opera. The morning after he made me believe, and you knew?" "Yes, but listen to me," William said, rising from his chair with obvious agitation. "I know Daniel. He's not actually going to leave. He's been planning this passage for weeks, but it's like insurance, a way out if things become too complicated." "Insurance?" Caroline's laugh was sharp with hurt. "I'm a complication that requires insurance?" "That's not what I meant," William said desperately. "Caroline, Daniel cares for you more than he's ever cared for anyone, but he's terrified of hurting people he loves. The passage isn't because he wants to leave, it's because he thinks he should leave." "You should have told me," Caroline said, her voice growing dangerously quiet. "You should have warned me that while I was falling in love with him, he was planning his escape route." "Because I knew you'd react exactly like this," William replied with frustrated honesty. "I knew you'd see it as betrayal instead of what it really is. A man so convinced he doesn't deserve happiness that he can't help but plan for its loss." Caroline stared at him, processing this new information that somehow made Daniel's behavior both more understandable and more infuriating. "Then explain to me why a man would abandon a lucrative business partnership," Caroline said, her voice growing stronger with each word. "Why would he destroy everything he's built here unless he achieved what he came for and is now departing with his profits?" William's eyes sharpened at her implication. Caroline, you can't possibly think Daniel is a fortune hunter. Then give me another explanation, Caroline challenged. William ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. Daniel O'Connor is the finest man I know. If he's running away, it's because he thinks he's protecting you somehow. Protecting me from what? William was quiet for a long moment, clearly wrestling with information he'd kept private. I don't know the details, but Daniel's been different since the war, especially with women. Caroline's pulse quickened. You mean he hasn't been with a lady since? No, that's not what I mean at all, William said quickly. He won't spend the night, overnight, waking up with a lady in the morning. I don't understand. Neither do I, entirely, William admitted. Many think he's just a rogue who doesn't want attachments, but I suspect there's something deeper to it, something that makes him keep himself apart. Caroline absorbed this information, pieces of a puzzle beginning to fit together in ways that made her chest tight with worry. What kind of something, she pressed. I honestly don't know, Caroline. He's never explained. But whatever it is. William's words were cut off by the sound of commotion in the street below. Shouts, the sound of running feet, something that might have been breaking glass. Caroline moved to the window, peering down at the gaslit street. What she saw made her blood freeze in her veins. Daniel was stumbling along the cobblestones, clearly hurt. His shirt was torn and blood-stained. His left arm hung at an odd angle, and even from this distance she could see that his face was battered. Dear God, Caroline breathed, already moving toward the door. Caroline, no, William called, recognizing her intention. You can't. But she was already rushing down the stairs and into the street, her cloak streaming behind her like dark wings. Daniel. Caroline's voice carried clearly across the night air. He looked up at the sound of her voice, shock and something that might have been horror crossing his features as he took in her presence on the docks at night. Caroline, he said, his voice rough with pain and exhaustion. What are you? You shouldn't be here. You're hurt, Caroline said, reaching him just as he swayed dangerously on his feet. Without thinking, she moved to support him, letting him lean against her despite the impropriety. Up close, the extent of his injuries was even more alarming. His knuckles were raw and bleeding. There was a cut on his cheekbone that was already swelling, and she could see the careful way he held his left shoulder. It's nothing, Daniel said automatically, but his weight against her told a different story. Nothing? Caroline's voice rose with a mixture of fear and fury. You can barely stand. William appeared at her shoulder, having followed her down from his office. What happened, Daniel? Some men said things they shouldn't have, Daniel replied carefully, his eyes never leaving Caroline's face. I corrected their misunderstanding. Caroline felt something click into place in her mind. They were talking about me. It wasn't a question. Daniel's expression was answer enough. You fought them, Caroline continued, understanding dawning with crystal clarity. You fought dock workers to defend my honor. Caroline, while you were planning to abandon me, Caroline said, her voice breaking slightly on the words. You defended me to strangers while preparing to sail away without explanation. Daniel closed his eyes, leaning more heavily against her. It's not what you think. Then what is it? Caroline demanded, supporting more of his weight as his strength seemed to ebb. Tell me, Daniel. Make me understand. Some things are better left unexplained, Daniel said, but his voice lacked conviction. Not anymore, Caroline said with quiet steel. William, help me get him to his lodgings. Caroline, this is highly irregular. I don't care about irregular, Caroline interrupted, her arm tightening around Daniel's waist as he swayed again. I care about getting him somewhere safe before he collapses in the street. Daniel tried to protest, but Caroline cut him off with a look that could have melted iron. You defended my honor tonight, she said, her voice carrying an authority that brooked no argument. The least I can do is ensure you don't bleed to death in an alley for your trouble. William looked between them. Daniel too hurt to effectively resist, Caroline absolutely determined to have her way, and sighed in defeat. Fitzpatrick's lodging house on Cheapside, he said. But Caroline, your reputation. My reputation, Caroline said crisply, adjusting her grip on Daniel as they began the slow journey toward his lodgings. was forfeit the moment I decided to care more about his welfare than society's approval. As they made their way through London's night streets, Caroline supporting Daniel's weight while William fretted about propriety, she felt something shift inside her chest. Whatever demons Daniel O'Connor was running from, whatever he thought he was protecting her from, Caroline was going to get to the bottom of it. Starting tonight. Chapter 16. Daniel's lodgings were even more sparse than Caroline had imagined. A narrow bed that looked as though it had never been slept in, its covers still military precise despite months of occupation. A single chair positioned by the window, its cushions worn from nightly use. A washstand with a cracked mirror, a small table scarred from previous tenants' carelessness, and precious little else. The contrast between her silk evening dress and these rough surroundings should have been shocking. Instead, Caroline found herself focused entirely on getting Daniel settled before he collapsed completely. "Sit," she commanded, guiding him toward the bed despite his weak protests. "Caroline, you can't be here," Daniel said, his voice rough with pain and exhaustion. "If anyone discovers—" "Let me worry about discovery," Caroline interrupted, examining his injuries with growing concern. In the light from his single candle, the full extent of the damage was alarming. "William, fetch water and clean cloths, and see if Mr. Fitzpatrick has any medical supplies." William hesitated in the doorway. "Caroline, I really don't think—" "Then don't think," Caroline said crisply, beginning to unbutton Daniel's torn shirt to assess the damage. "Just help me keep him from bleeding all over his landlord's furniture." Daniel caught her hands with his uninjured one. "You shouldn't." "Shouldn't what?" "Tend wounds? Care for someone who was hurt defending my honor?" Caroline met his dark eyes steadily. "Or shouldn't ignore propriety when it conflicts with basic human decency." Something in her tone must have convinced William, because he disappeared down the hall in search of supplies. Caroline turned her attention back to Daniel, gently pushing his hands away so she could examine his injuries. "This is going to hurt," she warned, easing his shirt off his left shoulder. Daniel hissed as the fabric pulled away from a particularly nasty scrape, but he didn't protest further. Caroline found herself studying his chest in the candlelight, not with the awareness of a woman looking at a man, but with the clinical focus of someone assessing damage. There were scars there, old ones that spoke of violence and hardship she'd never imagined. But more immediately concerning were the fresh injuries: bruised ribs, scraped knuckles, the cut on his cheekbone that was still seeped blood, the wound reopened. The wound he received the first time he defended her in Covent Gardens. "You could have been killed," Caroline said quietly, reaching for the water William had brought. "But I wasn't," Daniel replied, watching her face as she began cleaning his wounds with gentle efficiency. "That's not the point." Caroline's hands were steady despite the way her heart was racing. "The point is that you risked your safety to defend my reputation while planning to abandon me without explanation." Daniel winced as she cleaned the cut on his face, though Caroline suspected it had more to do with her words than the physical pain. "I wasn't abandoning you," he said quietly. "I was protecting you." "From what?" Caroline demanded, her composure finally cracking. "Everyone keeps saying you're protecting me, but no one will tell me what from." Daniel was quiet for a long moment, his dark eyes studying her face in the flickering candlelight. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "From me." Caroline's hands stilled on the clean cloth. "I don't understand." "I'm not the man you think I am, Caroline." Daniel's voice carried a weight of pain that had nothing to do with his physical injuries. "I'm not someone you can build a life with." "Let me be the judge of that," Caroline said firmly, resuming her careful cleaning of his wounds. "Start with why you won't spend the night with anyone." Daniel's eyes sharpened with surprise. "William told you. William told me that you avoid overnight intimacy, yes, but he doesn't know why." Caroline set down the bloodied cloth and reached for fresh bandages. "I'm asking you to tell me." Daniel closed his eyes, leaning back against the wall behind his bed. For a moment, Caroline thought he was going to refuse to answer. Then, so quietly she had to strain to hear him, he began to speak. "I have nightmares," he said. "Not ordinary dreams, but episodes. I wake up fighting battles that ended years ago, attacking enemies that exist only in my mind. Caroline's hands never paused in their gentle ministrations, but her attention was completely focused on his words. After the war, Daniel continued, his voice growing stronger. After my ship went down, after I watched my friends die while I survived. Many soldiers have nightmares. Not like mine, Daniel cut her off, opening his eyes to meet her gaze. Caroline, I destroy things in my sleep. Furniture, walls, whatever's within reach. I once woke up with a chair in pieces around me and no memory of how it happened. Caroline absorbed the words, understanding beginning to dawn as pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. That's why you sleep in the chair, she said softly, glancing at the worn cushions by the window. That's why the bed looks unused. Daniel nodded, his expression tight with shame. I can't risk hurting someone I care about. Caroline finished bandaging his knuckles in silence, processing this revelation. When she finally spoke, her voice was calm and determined. How long have you been living with this alone? 6 years, Daniel said simply. Since the Mary Catherine went down. Since I held my best friend Sean while he died and wondered why I survived when better men didn't. And you've told no one? Sought no help? Daniel's laugh was bitter. What would I say? That I'm a madman who can't be trusted around sleeping people. You'd say that you're a man dealing with the aftermath of terrible trauma, Caroline replied with quiet steel. You'd say that you need help, not isolation. There is no help for what I am, Daniel said roughly, his accent thickening with emotion. There's only management, control. Caroline absorbed his words, her mind working through the implications with growing clarity. This is why you said you couldn't marry me, she said softly. Daniel's breath caught at her direct statement. Caroline, this is why you walked away when Nathaniel demanded marriage. You weren't rejecting me, you were protecting me. I couldn't risk it, Daniel said desperately. What if I hurt you without meaning to? What if I wake up fighting and you're the closest target? The stark horror of his fear hung between them, and Caroline finally understood the true depth of his sacrifice. He hadn't walked away because he didn't love her. He'd walked away because he loved her too much to risk her life. So you booked passage to Boston, Caroline said, understanding dawning. Not because you didn't care, but because you cared too much. I couldn't risk your life for my happiness, Daniel said, his voice cracking slightly. Caroline moved closer, close enough to see the genuine terror in his dark eyes. Daniel, look at me. He met her gaze reluctantly, as though expecting to see disgust or fear. Instead, he found understanding, compassion, and something that looked remarkably like determination. Do you trust me? Caroline asked quietly. With my life, Daniel replied without hesitation. Then trust me with this. Caroline reached out to touch his face, her fingers gentle against his stubbled cheek. You can't stay awake forever. You need rest. Caroline, you don't understand. I understand that you've been carrying this burden alone for 6 years, she interrupted. I understand that you're exhausted, and I understand that tonight you don't have to face it alone. Daniel stared at her, seeing the stubborn set of her chin, the absolute refusal to be managed that had drawn him to her from the first moment they met. You can't stay here, he said desperately. Not overnight, if anyone discovers you in my lodgings. Then they'll discover that I'm a woman who cares more about the man she loves than about society's approval, Caroline interrupted. William already knows I'm here. My driver knows where I've gone. My reputation is already compromised beyond repair. She paused, meeting his shocked gaze steadily. The question is whether I'm destroying my reputation for something worthwhile. Daniel looked at her for a long moment, this elegant woman who'd abandoned propriety and reputation to tend his wounds and demand the right to share his demons. You said you loved me, he said quietly. I do love you, Caroline replied without hesitation, which is why I refuse to let you face this alone anymore. Daniel felt his defenses crumble in the face of her unwavering certainty. For the first time in 6 years, someone was refusing to let him carry his burdens alone. If you stay, he said quietly, promise me you'll keep your distance if the nightmares come. Promise me you won't try to wake me. Caroline's smile was gentle but determined. I promise to use my own judgment. Daniel stared at her for a moment, then settled back against the wall, The emotional and physical exhaustion of the evening was finally catching up with him, and Caroline's presence, her acceptance of his darkest secrets, created the first sense of peace he'd known in years. "Tell me about Sean," Caroline said softly, settling more comfortably on his bed. "Tell me about the friends you lost, so I can understand." Daniel began to speak, his voice growing softer as exhaustion claimed him. He told her about the Mary Catherine, about watching his friends die while he lived, about the weight of survival when better men had perished. Caroline listened with unwavering attention, asking gentle questions that showed she was trying to understand. As the candle burned lower and London settled into the deep quiet of early morning, Daniel found himself talking about things he'd never spoken aloud. Within minutes, Daniel was asleep, slumped against the wall beside his bed, his face peaceful for the first time since she'd known him. Caroline looked at him and felt her heart clench with tenderness. This brave, broken man who'd carried his burdens alone for so long finally looked almost boyish in repose. She should leave now, while he slept peacefully, should return to her townhouse and let him wake alone, as he had every morning for 6 years. Instead, Caroline pulled her cloak around her shoulders and settled more comfortably on his bed, positioning herself where she could watch over him. Whatever came in the dark hours before dawn, Daniel O'Connor wouldn't face it alone. At first, the dream was peaceful. Daniel stood on the deck of the Mary Catherine in the early morning light, watching the sun rise over calm seas. Sean was beside him, laughing at something one of the other sailors had said, his green eyes bright with the joy of being young and alive. But then the peaceful scene began to shift. The morning light grew harsh, the calm seas began to churn, and somewhere in the distance came the whistle of incoming cannon fire. "Danny," Sean said, his voice carrying a note of worry. "Do you hear that?" The first cannonball struck the mainmast with a crash that seemed to shake the world. Around them, the deck erupted into chaos as sailors ran for the guns. "The supplies," Sean gasped, blood already blooming across his shirt. "Don't let them take the supplies, Danny. The lads in Spain, they're counting on us." Daniel tried to catch his friend as he fell, but his arms wouldn't move properly. He could only watch as Sean's eyes grew dim as the life leaked out of him onto the splintered deck. "Why him and not me?" Daniel heard himself asking. The deck tilted sharply as the Mary Catherine began to list. But in the twisted logic of dreams, the battle wasn't over. French soldiers swarmed the deck, and Daniel reached for his cutlass, found it wasn't there, grabbed a broken piece of rigging instead. He had to protect the supplies, had to keep them from taking what Sean had died to defend. "No," Daniel shouted, swinging the makeshift weapon. "You won't take them." He fought with the desperation of a man who knew that surrender meant death, not just for him, but for everyone counting on him to keep them safe. Caroline jerked awake to the sound of Daniel thrashing violently beside her. In the dim light from the dying candle, she could see him still slumped against the wall, but his body was rigid with tension, his hands clenched into fists, his face contorted with anguish. "No," he muttered, his voice thick with sleep and terror. "You won't take them. Sean." His left arm swung out suddenly, striking the wall with enough force that Caroline heard the sickening crack of knuckles meeting stone. Blood immediately began to seep through his bandages. "The supplies," Daniel said more loudly, his Irish accent pronounced even in sleep. "Don't let them take the supplies. The lads are counting on us." Caroline watched in growing horror as his whole body convulsed as though he'd been struck. He was reliving the battle that had killed his friends, fighting desperately in his sleep to save them. "Sean, no." Daniel's voice cracked with anguish, and Caroline saw tears streaming down his face even as his fists continued to strike at invisible enemies. "Mo Derthar, don't leave me." The raw grief in his voice was almost unbearable to witness. This was what he'd been carrying alone for 6 years, not just nightmares, but the crushing weight of being the one who lived when better men had died. Daniel's movements became more violent, more desperate. His right fist connected with the wall again, hard enough that Caroline heard something crack, whether knuckle or plaster, she couldn't tell. His breathing was labored, as though he were drowning. "I have to fight," Daniel said, his voice growing more agitated. "Have to protect them. Can't let them die for nothing. Caroline realized with dawning horror the impossible trap his mind had created. In his nightmares, he was still fighting to save his friends, still trying to prevent a tragedy that had happened 6 years ago. Daniel's left hand found the small table beside his bed, and Caroline watched in shock as he swept everything off it with violent force. The wash basin crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces, water splashing across the worn wooden boards. "Stay back," Daniel shouted, his voice carrying military authority. "Form up on me. We can hold them." He was trying to rally troops that existed only in his memory, trying to organize a defense against an enemy that had already won. When Daniel tried to rise from the bed, his injured body moving with jerky desperation, Caroline felt her blood turn to ice. This was the violence he'd warned her about. This was why he'd been so terrified of hurting someone he cared about. In his current state, Daniel wouldn't recognize her as friend rather than foe. "Sean," Daniel said brokenly, his voice thick with tears. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you." Caroline remained frozen on the bed, her heart hammering against her ribs as she tried to process what she was witnessing. The gentle man who'd spoken of his trauma with such quiet shame had become something else entirely, a figure of desperate violence, fighting invisible enemies with bloodied fists. She'd thought she understood, but seeing it, experiencing the sheer terror of watching someone she loved lost in such violent desperation. Daniel's struggles continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Finally, his movements began to slow, his breathing to even out. The nightmare was ending, releasing its grip on his sleeping mind. Caroline remained perfectly still, afraid that any movement might trigger another episode. She watched as Daniel's face gradually relaxed, the lines of desperate terror smoothing into something closer to peace. When his eyes finally opened, they were unfocused and still shadowed with nightmare terror. It took a moment for them to find her face in the dim candlelight, another moment for recognition to dawn. "Caroline," he said, his voice rough with sleep and shame. Are you hurt?" Caroline stared at him, her heart hammering against her ribs as the full reality of what she'd witnessed crashed over her. The violence, the blood on his knuckles, the way he'd fought invisible enemies with such desperate fury. She'd thought she understood, but seeing it, I'm not hurt," she managed, though her voice came out smaller than she intended. Daniel's expression shifted as he took in her pale face, the way she'd unconsciously pressed herself back against the wall, the slight tremor in her hands. Something died in his dark eyes. "Now you see," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of absolute defeat. "Now you understand why I have to leave." Caroline opened her mouth to respond, to tell him that she did understand, that she wasn't afraid of him, but the words wouldn't come. She was still processing the sheer violence of what she'd witnessed, still trying to reconcile the gentle man who'd held her hand with the figure she'd seen destroying furniture in his sleep. "Caroline," Daniel said, and there was something heartbreaking in the way he spoke her name. "Do you still want to marry me? A monster?" The question hung between them in the candlelit air. Caroline looked at him, this man who'd revealed his deepest shame to her, who'd trusted her with his darkest secret, who was now waiting for her answer with the resignation of someone who already knew what it would be. Caroline started, then stopped. Her mind was spinning, trying to process everything she'd learned and witnessed. "I need time to think." The words were barely audible, but they might as well have been cannon fire for the way they destroyed Daniel's expression. He closed his eyes, his jaw tightening with what looked like physical pain. "Of course you do," he said quietly. "I should never have asked you to. Daniel, that's not what I meant." But he was already moving, already retreating both physically and emotionally. "You should go home, Caroline, before anyone discovers you've been here." "But we need to talk about—" "There's nothing to talk about," Daniel said with the finality of a man who'd just had his worst fears confirmed. "You've seen what I really am. You know why I can't, why we can't." He couldn't finish the sentence, but Caroline understood. In her moment of hesitation, in her need for time to process what she'd witnessed, Daniel had found all the confirmation he needed that he was right to leave. "I'll go," Caroline said quietly, reaching for her cloak with hands that weren't quite steady. "But Daniel, this isn't." "Goodbye, Caroline," Daniel said, turning away from her to stare out his grimy window at the London dawn. Caroline stood frozen for a moment, wanting to argue, to explain that she just needed time to understand, not time to decide against him. But looking at the defeated set of his shoulders, the way he'd already withdrawn from her completely, she realized that her hesitation had already given him his answer. She left without another word, closing the door softly behind her. In the hallway, Caroline leaned against the wall and tried to catch her breath. What had she done? In her shock at witnessing his nightmares, in her honest need to process what she'd seen, she'd confirmed every fear Daniel carried about his unworthiness. But the image of him fighting invisible enemies, the blood on his knuckles, the sheer violence of his condition. How could she have responded differently? She loved him, but was love enough to overcome the practical reality of what a life with him would entail? Caroline pulled her cloak around her shoulders and made her way down the narrow stairs. Outside, London was beginning to stir with the sounds of early morning, cartwheels on cobblestones, the distant cries of vendors, the eternal rhythm of a city that never truly slept. But all Caroline could think about was the look in Daniel's eyes when she'd asked for time. The way hope had died in his expression, replaced by the resignation of a man who'd always known he was destined to be alone. By the time she reached her carriage, tears were streaming down her face, not for what she'd lost, but for what she'd just thrown away through her own moment of doubt. Inside his lodgings, Daniel remained at the window long after the sound of her carriage had faded into the distance. Tomorrow, today really, given the early hour, he would finalize his arrangements for Boston. His ship sailed the night after the Rothbury ball, just as he'd planned. Caroline would be at that ball, no doubt, dancing and laughing and beginning to forget the Irish sailor who'd briefly disrupted her well-ordered world. She'd find someone suitable, someone who could hold her through the night without fear of becoming a monster, someone who deserved her. Daniel closed his eyes and tried not to think about the look on her face when she'd said she needed to think. Some things were better left broken. The question now was whether he could survive the breaking twice. Chapter 17. Caroline sat in her drawing room, still wearing the blood-stained silk dress from the night before, staring at nothing. She'd dismissed Jenkins hours ago with sharp words about needing solitude, and now the morning sun streamed through her windows with cheerful indifference to the chaos in her heart. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Daniel's face contorted with nightmare terror, heard the sickening crack of his fists against stone, watched him fight invisible enemies with desperate violence. The gentle man who'd spoken of his trauma with quiet shame had become something else entirely in his sleep, something that had genuinely frightened her. And he'd seen that fear in her face. "What have I done?" Caroline whispered to the empty room. She'd asked for time to think, but thinking only made it worse. How could she reconcile the tender man who defended her honor with the figure she'd witnessed destroying furniture in his sleep? How could she build a life with someone whose condition she didn't even begin to understand? A knock at her door interrupted her spiraling thoughts. "Come," Caroline called, expecting Jenkins with tea she didn't want. Instead, Charlotte entered, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. "Caroline, your staff said you returned home at dawn but haven't been seen since. Are you ill?" Caroline almost laughed at the question. Ill didn't begin to describe what she was feeling. "I'm perfectly well," Caroline lied, not moving from her position by the window. Charlotte moved closer, taking in Caroline's disheveled appearance, the dried blood on her dress, the way her hands trembled slightly as she reached for her teacup. "Those are blood stains," Charlotte observed with the directness that had always been her defining characteristic. "Caroline, what happened last night?" "Nothing happened," Caroline said automatically. "Don't lie to me." Charlotte settled into the chair across from her with the air of someone prepared to wait indefinitely for answers. "William told me what happened last night. How you insisted on helping Daniel to his lodgings despite the scandal. You've been gone all night. You're wearing a blood-stained dress, and you look like you've seen a ghost. What happened after William left?" Caroline stared at her sister-in-law, this practical American woman who'd married William for love despite all obstacles. If anyone might understand the impossible situation Caroline found herself in, it would be Charlotte. "I stayed," Caroline said quietly, "at Daniel's lodgings, all night." Charlotte's eyebrows rose, but she didn't gasp or look scandalized. "I see. And? And I discovered why he thinks he can't marry anyone." Caroline's voice broke slightly on the words. "Charlotte, he has nightmares. Not ordinary dreams, but episodes. He becomes violent in his sleep, fighting battles that ended years ago." "Ah," Charlotte said with unexpected understanding. "Soldier's heart." Caroline's head snapped up. "What did you say?" "Soldier's heart," Charlotte repeated gently. "It's what they call it when men return from war changed. Williams mentioned it before. Sailors and soldiers who've seen too much violence, who carry the battles with them even after they're over. You've heard of this condition?" "Of course. It's not uncommon among men who've served in dangerous positions." Charlotte leaned forward, her expression growing more serious. "Caroline, what exactly did you witness?" Caroline closed her eyes, trying to find words for the terror she'd experienced. "He fought invisible enemies, destroyed furniture. There was blood on his knuckles from striking the walls. He was trying to save his dead friend, trying to organize defenses against attackers who weren't there." "And you were frightened," Charlotte said without judgment. "Terrified," Caroline admitted. "Not of him exactly, but of the violence, the way he became someone else entirely. I thought I understood what he was telling me, but seeing it made you realize you didn't understand at all," Charlotte finished. "He asked if I still wanted to marry him," Caroline continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "And I told him I needed time to think. The look in his eyes, Charlotte. It was like watching hope die." Charlotte was quiet for a long moment, processing this information. When she finally spoke, her voice was gentle but firm. "Caroline, what do you know about soldier's heart?" "Nothing, apparently. I thought nightmares were just dreams. I didn't realize they could be so violent, so real to the person experiencing them." "They're not dreams," Charlotte said seriously. "From what Williams told me, they're more like the mind trying to fight battles that are already over. The men who suffer from it aren't choosing to be violent. They're trapped in memories their minds can't let go of." Caroline absorbed this information, feeling pieces of a puzzle beginning to click into place. So when Daniel was fighting in his sleep, he was trying to save his friends, trying to protect people he loves, even in unconsciousness. Charlotte's expression grew sympathetic. "Caroline, men with soldier's heart aren't dangerous to the people they care about. They're protecting them, even in their dreams. But the violence is directed at enemies that exist only in memory," Charlotte interrupted gently. "William once told me about a sailor who would wake up his entire boarding house shouting orders to abandon ship. The other tenants complained, but his landlady understood. He was trying to save everyone, even in his sleep." Caroline felt tears begin to slip down her cheeks as understanding finally dawned. He wasn't trying to hurt anyone. He was trying to protect them. "Exactly. And now he thinks you've rejected him because of something he can't control, something he's probably been carrying alone for years." "He has been alone," Caroline said, thinking of Daniel's sparse lodgings, the chair where he slept to avoid disturbing anyone. 6 years, he said. 6 years of managing this condition in isolation." Charlotte reached over to take Caroline's hands in hers. "Where is he now?" "I don't know. I left him at his lodgings, but—" Caroline's voice trailed off as she realized the implications. "Charlotte, his ship sails tomorrow night. He's been planning to return to Boston all along. And now he thinks you've confirmed that he should leave," Charlotte said with dawning understanding. "Caroline, you have to find him. You have to explain that you were shocked, not rejecting him." "But what if I can't handle it?" Caroline asked desperately. "What if witnessing his nightmares again terrifies me just as much? What if I'm not strong enough to help him?" "Then you learn to be strong enough," Charlotte replied with characteristic firmness. "Love isn't about finding someone who's easy to be with, Caroline. It's about finding someone worth fighting for, even when the fighting is hard." Caroline looked at her sister-in-law, this woman who defied society to marry for love, who'd built a business empire alongside her husband despite all obstacles. How do I find him? He could be anywhere in London. Start with Lucy and Marcus, Charlotte suggested. If anyone knows more about Soldier's Heart and how to help men who suffer from it, it would be Marcus. He served in the peninsula. He's probably encountered it before. Caroline rose from her chair with renewed purpose. You're right. I need to understand this condition properly before I can help Daniel understand that I'm not rejecting him. Good, Charlotte said, standing as well. But Caroline, you need to hurry. If his ship sails tomorrow night, then I have less than 36 hours to find him and convince him that I was shocked, not disgusted, that I need education, not distance. Caroline was already moving toward her wardrobe, energy returning as she focused on action rather than despair. Will you help me? Of course, Charlotte replied without hesitation. What do you need? Send word to Lucy that I'm coming. And Charlotte? Caroline paused in her preparations. Thank you for helping me understand that being frightened doesn't mean I don't love him. Fear is natural, Caroline. It's what you do despite the fear. Daniel sat in the common room of a tavern near the docks, nursing his third whiskey of the day and trying not to think about the look on Caroline's face when she'd asked for time to think. He'd known, of course, that once she saw the reality of his condition, she'd realize what he'd been trying to tell her all along. No sensible woman would choose to tie herself to a man who became a violent stranger in his sleep, who could never promise her safety in the most intimate moments of marriage. But knowing something intellectually and experiencing the crushing weight of its reality were two very different things. You look like hell, my friend. Daniel glanced up to find William settling into the chair across from him, his expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. Shouldn't you be at your offices, managing your empire? Daniel asked, his words slightly slurred from the whiskey. I should be, William agreed. But Charlotte told me that Caroline returned home this morning looking like she'd witnessed a battle. I know she stayed to help you last night, but what happened after I left? Daniel's hand stilled around his glass. She saw what I really am, which is a man who destroys furniture in his sleep, a man who fights invisible enemies and wakes up with blood on his hands. Daniel's voice was flat, emotionless. She asked for time to think, William. That tells you everything you need to know. William leaned forward. It tells me she needs to understand something she's never encountered before. There's a difference between being frightened by the unknown and being frightened of you. Is there? Daniel asked bitterly. She pressed herself against the wall to get away from me. She couldn't get out of there fast enough. After witnessing something that would shock anyone, William countered. Daniel, you're not being fair to her, or to yourself. She asked for time to think, Daniel said, taking another drink. That's not the response of a woman who's accepted what she's learned. It's the response of an intelligent woman who needs to process something she's never encountered before, William countered. Daniel, Caroline cares for you. More than that, she loves you. One difficult night isn't going to change that. You didn't see her face, Daniel said bitterly. You didn't see the fear in her eyes when she realized what kind of monster she'd been defending. You're not a monster, William said with quiet firmness. You're a man dealing with the aftermath of war. There's a difference. Daniel laughed, the sound harsh in the smoky tavern air. Tell that to the furniture I destroyed last night. Tell that to Caroline, who pressed herself against the wall to get away from me. She was startled by something she didn't understand. William insisted. Once she learns more about what? Daniel interrupted, his voice sharp. What are you talking about? William paused, studying his friend's face. You don't know, do you? Daniel, you're not the first soldier to have difficulties after the war. There's a name for what you're experiencing. A name? Soldier's heart, William said quietly. It's what they call it when men return from battle, changed, when the war follows them home in their dreams. Daniel stared at him. You mean there are others? Many others. Men who've seen too much, lost too much. Men who fight battles in their sleep because their minds can't let the war end. William's voice grew gentler. You're not mad, Daniel. You're not a monster. You're a man whose heart was broken by war. Soldier's heart, Daniel repeated slowly, as though testing the words. Once Caroline understands that your episodes aren't about violence, but about protection. It doesn't matter, Daniel interrupted. William, I appreciate your loyalty, but some things can't be fixed with good intentions and hope. I am what I am, and what I am isn't suitable for marriage to anyone, let alone someone like Caroline. William studied his friend's face, noting the defeat in his dark eyes, the way he held himself like a man who'd given up fighting. So you're just going to run away? William said. You're going to get on that ship tomorrow night and abandon the best thing that's ever happened to you because you're too afraid to fight for it. I'm not running away, Daniel said with quiet dignity. I'm protecting her from a lifetime of fear and uncertainty, from nights like last night, over and over again. You're protecting yourself, William shot back. You're so terrified of being rejected that you're rejecting yourself first. Daniel's fist clenched around his glass, but he didn't argue. How could he explain to William, who'd never woken up with blood on his hands and no memory of how it got there, that some kinds of love were too dangerous to pursue? The ship sails tomorrow at midnight, Daniel said finally. I'll be on it. And Caroline? We'll find someone who can give her the life she deserves, Daniel replied, draining his whiskey. Someone who can hold her through the night without fear of becoming a monster. Someone whole. William stared at his oldest friend, seeing the pain beneath the stubborn resignation, the love Daniel was trying so hard to deny. You're making the biggest mistake of your life, William said quietly. Perhaps, Daniel agreed, but it's my mistake to make. He rose from the table, leaving money for his drinks, and walked toward the door. Behind him, William called his name, but Daniel didn't turn back. Outside, London hummed with its usual activity. Merchants hawking their wares, carriages clattering over cobblestones, the eternal rhythm of a city that never paused for individual heartbreak. Daniel walked through it all like a ghost, already gone in spirit, if not in body. Tomorrow night, he would board the ship that would carry him back to Boston, back to the careful isolation he'd built for himself. Back to sleeping alone in chairs and avoiding the kind of intimacy that might hurt someone he cared about. It was better this way. Safer. If it felt like dying, well, perhaps that was what love was supposed to feel like when you weren't meant to have it. Chapter 18. Caroline stood before her dressing room mirror, watching Jenkins fasten the emerald silk gown that had been specially ordered for the Rothbury ball. The dress was exquisite, worth more than most people earned in a year, but Caroline felt like she was dressing for her own funeral. You look beautiful, my lady, Jenkins said softly, arranging the delicate pearl combs in Caroline's dark hair. The emerald brings out your eyes. Caroline barely heard her. Through her bedroom windows, she could see carriages already making their way toward Rothbury House, carrying London's elite to what would undoubtedly be the social event of the season. In a few hours, every person who mattered in society would be gathered under one roof. Every person except the one she most wanted to see. He won't be there, Caroline said quietly, more to herself than to Jenkins. My lady? Caroline met her own eyes in the mirror, seeing the determination that had been building all day. He won't be at the ball. He's probably already making final preparations for his ship. Jenkins continued arranging Caroline's jewelry with practiced efficiency, but Caroline could see her confusion in the mirror's reflection. How could she explain that the man she loved was planning to sail away forever because he thought he was protecting her from himself? My lady, perhaps you should attend the ball anyway, Jenkins suggested gently. Your absence would be remarked upon. My absence will be the least remarkable thing about tonight, Caroline replied, her voice growing stronger with each word. Jenkins, how quickly could you prepare a traveling cloak and my darkest dress? My lady, Caroline turned from the mirror, her green eyes blazing with purpose. Because I'm not letting him leave London. Not without a fight. Jenkins's eyebrows rose in alarm. Lady Caroline, surely you don't mean... I mean exactly what I said. Caroline began pulling the pearl combs from her hair with swift, decisive movements. The ball can proceed without me. Half of London society can gossip about my absence. I don't care about any of it. But your reputation can go to the devil, Caroline said firmly, reaching for the fastenings of her emerald gown. I'm done caring what anyone thinks. Jenkins stared at her mistress in shock as Caroline stripped away the expensive silk like it was nothing more than a costume she no longer needed to wear. Help me into the dark blue wool, Caroline commanded, moving toward her wardrobe with military precision. And fetch my warmest cloak. It's going to be a long night. Lady Caroline, where exactly are you planning to go? Caroline paused in her preparations, meeting Jenkins's worried gaze with calm determination. Wherever I have to, the docks, every tavern in London, his ship if necessary. I'm going to find Daniel O'Connor and convince him that walking away isn't protecting me, it's destroying us both. But the scandal will be nothing compared to the regret I'll feel for the rest of my life if I let him sail away thinking I don't love him. Caroline's voice grew softer, but no less resolute. Jenkins, I've spent 4 years being the perfect widow, following every rule of proper behavior. And for what? To end up alone and acceptable to people whose opinions I don't even value. Jenkins began helping Caroline into the simpler dress, her movements automatic despite her obvious concern. Your family will be expecting you at the ball. Then they'll be disappointed. Caroline fastened her cloak with steady hands. I need you to send a note to the Rothbury ball. Tell them I'm indisposed. Don't give any other details. What shall I tell your brother if he comes looking for you? Caroline paused at her bedroom door, considering the question. Tell him the truth, that I've gone to fight for the man I love and I won't be back until I've found him. She was gone before Jenkins could protest further, her footsteps echoing through the quiet townhouse as she made her way to the stable yard. Within minutes, Caroline was in her carriage, giving her driver instructions that made his weathered face crease with concern. Begin with his lodgings on Cheapside, Caroline said, settling back against the leather seats as the carriage lurched into motion. Then the taverns near the docks. If he's not there, we'll try the shipping offices. Begging your pardon, my lady, but the dock district at night ain't no place for a lady alone. Then it's fortunate I won't be alone, Caroline replied calmly. I'll have you with me. As the carriage lurched into motion, Caroline settled back against the leather seats, her mind already racing ahead to where Daniel might be. Daniel stood outside Rothbury House, watching the steady stream of elegant carriages depositing London's finest at the front entrance. Gas lamps flickered along the street, casting dancing shadows on the faces of men and women dressed in their finest silks and jewels, all eager to see and be seen at the social event of the season. He should not be here. Every rational thought in his head screamed that he should be back at his lodgings, making final preparations for tomorrow night's departure. His passage was booked, his few belongings packed, his affairs in London settled. There was nothing left to do but wait for the ship that would carry him back to Boston, and the careful isolation he'd built for himself. But standing in the shadows across from Rothbury House, Daniel knew he couldn't leave without seeing Caroline one last time. Even if she looked at him with fear or disgust, even if she cut him dead in front of all society. He needed to see her face, to carry that final image with him across the Atlantic. Coward, he muttered to himself, but he didn't move away. The truth was, he'd been circling this decision all day. After his conversation with William at the tavern, after the long afternoon spent wandering London's streets like a lost soul, Daniel had finally admitted to himself that he couldn't simply disappear from Caroline's life without some form of goodbye. He owed her that much, at least. Daniel checked his appearance in the window of a nearby shop, hardly recognizing the man who stared back at him. His evening clothes were properly pressed, his hair neatly combed, his face freshly shaved. He looked like any other gentleman attending a society ball, which was exactly the illusion he'd been cultivating since arriving in London, the illusion that was about to be shattered forever. Taking a deep breath, Daniel crossed the street and approached the entrance to Rothbury House. The doorman looked him up and down with the practiced eye of someone trained to distinguish between invited guests and presumptuous gatecrashers. "Good evening, sir. May I have your name?" "Daniel O'Connor," Daniel replied, surprised by how steady his voice sounded. "I believe I'm expected." It wasn't entirely a lie. William had mentioned that all family friends were welcome at the Rothbury balls, and Daniel supposed he qualified as a friend of the Sears family, even if that friendship was about to end, along with everything else. The doorman consulted his list, frowned slightly, then stepped aside with professional courtesy. "Of course, Mr. O'Connor. Please enjoy the evening." Daniel nodded his thanks and stepped into the marble entrance hall of Rothbury House, immediately struck by the opulence surrounding him. Crystal chandeliers cast sparkling light over guests dressed in the finest London had to offer, while the sound of string music drifted from the ballroom beyond. This was Caroline's world, one of elegant wealth and social refinement, where a man's worth was measured by his title and his bloodline rather than his character. Daniel had never felt more out of place in his life, and that was saying something for a man who'd spent 6 years feeling like he didn't belong anywhere. But Caroline belonged here. She moved through this world with the grace of someone born to it, and Daniel had no right to ask her to give it up for a broken Irish sailor who couldn't even promise her safety in his sleep. "Daniel," a familiar voice cut through his dark thoughts. "What on earth are you doing here?" Daniel turned to find Lucy Pembry approaching, resplendent in sapphire silk that complemented her golden hair. Her expression was a mixture of surprise and something that might have been relief. "Lady Pembry," Daniel said, offering a proper bow. "I hope you don't mind the intrusion. I wanted to speak with Lady Caroline before I leave London." Lucy's expression immediately grew more serious. "You came to see if she'll have you." It wasn't a question. Daniel nodded slowly. "I need to know for certain. If there's any chance she could accept what I am, then I'll stay and fight for her. But if not, you'll sail at dawn," Lucy finished softly. "I can't leave without knowing," Daniel said quietly. "I won't spend the rest of my life wondering if I gave up too easily." Lucy studied his face, noting the careful control that didn't quite mask the pain underneath. "She's not here yet. But Daniel, there's something you should know. Mr. O'Connor." Sophia Sterling appeared at Lucy's elbow, her young face bright with genuine pleasure. "How wonderful to see you. I was just telling the Duke of Hartwell about your heroic defense of Caroline's honor. He was most impressed." Daniel felt heat rise in his cheeks at the reminder of his dockside brawl. "Miss Sterling, I hardly think—" "Nonsense." Sophia interrupted with the confidence of someone who'd never doubted her place in the world. "A man who would fight to defend a lady's reputation is exactly the sort of person we need more of in society. Don't you agree, Lucy?" "Absolutely," Lucy replied, though Daniel noticed she was scanning the ballroom with obvious concern. "Sophia, have you seen Caroline this evening?" "Not yet, but I'm sure she'll be along shortly. She's probably just putting the finishing touches on her toilette." Sophia turned back to Daniel with obvious delight. "Will you dance with me, Mr. O'Connor? I promise not to step on your feet." Daniel found himself being led onto the dance floor before he could protest, though his attention remained fixed on the ballroom entrance. Where was Caroline? It wasn't like her to be late to such an important social event, especially when she'd been specifically invited by the Duchess of Rothbury herself. As he guided Sophia through the steps of a country dance, Daniel tried to convince himself that Caroline's absence meant nothing. Perhaps she was simply running late, or had decided to make a fashionably delayed entrance. It certainly didn't mean she was avoiding the ball because she couldn't bear to face him. Did it? "Mr. O'Connor, you're not paying attention." Sophia scolded gently as he missed a turn. "I know you're looking for Caroline, but you needn't worry. She never misses the Rothbury ball." "I'm sure you're right," Daniel replied, though unease was beginning to coil in his stomach. The dance ended, and Daniel escorted Sophia back to where Lucy waited near the refreshment tables. Around them, the cream of London society laughed and flirted and conducted their elaborate social rituals, but Daniel felt increasingly disconnected from it all. "She should be here by now," Lucy murmured, checking a delicate gold watch pinned to her bodice. "Caroline is never this late." Daniel felt a chill of genuine concern. Perhaps she's ill or hurt. He was already moving toward the ballroom exit. "I should go to Whitcomb House, make sure she's—" "Daniel, wait." Lucy caught his arm. "She's not hurt. She's looking for you." "What?" Daniel stopped, confusion replacing panic. Caroline, miss a chance to see you before you sail away forever? Sophia shook her head decisively. She's searching London for you right now. I'd wager my best pearls on it. Looking for you, Lucy confirmed quietly, meeting Daniel's startled gaze with knowing eyes. The words hit Daniel with stunning force. You mean she's out there, tonight? I mean that she's not the type to give up without a fight, Lucy replied with gentle certainty. Even if that fight takes her to every tavern and boarding house in London. I think, Sophia said with the romantic certainty of youth, that Caroline loves you enough to abandon this ball and scour London until she finds you. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Daniel felt something crack open in his chest, not the painful breaking he'd grown accustomed to, but something that felt suspiciously like hope. Caroline wasn't avoiding him. She was looking for him. She was fighting for him. Where would she go? Daniel asked urgently. If she were searching for me, where would she start? Your lodgings, most likely, Lucy replied. Then the taverns near the docks, the shipping offices. Daniel was already moving toward the ballroom exit before she could finish the sentence. Behind him, he heard Sophia call his name, but he didn't turn back. If Caroline was out there in the London night, searching for him with the same desperate determination he'd seen in her eyes when she challenged Lady Hartwell to a duel, then Daniel O'Connor was going to find her. Even if it meant missing his ship. Even if it meant choosing love over safety, hope over certainty, the terrifying possibility of happiness over the familiar comfort of solitude. For the first time in 6 years, Daniel was going to fight for something he wanted instead of protecting everyone else from what he was. The ballroom doors closed behind him as he strode into the London night, leaving behind the glittering world where he'd never belonged in search of the one woman who'd ever made him want to try. Somewhere in the maze of London's streets, Caroline was looking for him, and Daniel O'Connor was finally ready to be found. Chapter 19. The London docks at 4 a.m. were a world apart from the glittering ballrooms Caroline had known all her life. Gas lamps flickered weakly in the pre-dawn darkness, casting eerie shadows between towering warehouses and coils of rope thick as a man's arm. The air reeked of tar and fish and unwashed humanity, while the Thames lapped against wooden hulls with an endless, hypnotic rhythm. Caroline pulled her dark cloak tighter around her shoulders as she followed her driver through the maze of ships and cargo. They'd been searching for hours, taverns, lodging houses, shipping offices, all without success. Daniel had vanished as completely as if London had swallowed him whole. There, my lady, her driver said, pointing toward a sleek merchant vessel moored at the far end of the pier. That's the Prosperity, bound for Boston with the morning tide. Caroline's heart clenched as she took in the ship that would carry Daniel away from her forever. Sailors moved about the deck with practiced efficiency, preparing for departure despite the early hour. Cargo was still being loaded, ropes checked and rechecked, everything made ready for the journey across the Atlantic. He must be here, Caroline said, more to herself than to her driver. If his ship sails this morning. She approached the gangplank with determined steps, only to be stopped by a burly sailor who looked her up and down with obvious suspicion. Ship's not taking passengers, miss. Cargo only. I'm not looking for passage, Caroline said, trying to project the authority she'd been born to despite her disheveled appearance. I'm looking for Daniel O'Connor. I believe he's booked passage to Boston. The sailor's expression didn't change. Don't know any O'Connor. Now move along before you get hurt. Please, Caroline said, abandoning dignity in favor of desperation. It's urgent, a matter of life and death. Ain't no matter urgent enough to disturb paying passengers at this hour, the sailor replied with finality. Ship's sailing early anyway. Captain wants to catch the tide. Caroline felt panic rise in her throat. Early? How early? Within the hour, I'd say. So whatever business you got, it ain't happening. Caroline stared at the ship in growing horror. An hour. She had less than an hour before Daniel sailed away forever, and she couldn't even get aboard to find him. There must be something. Lady, I told you to move along. The sailor's hand moved to the knife at his belt. Don't make me tell you again. Caroline backed away from the gangplank on unsteady legs, her mind racing through increasingly desperate options. She could send her driver to fetch help, but there wasn't time. She could try to bribe someone, but the sailor had made his position clear. She was going to lose him. After everything, the search through London's taverns, the abandonment of the ball, the complete destruction of her reputation, she was going to watch Daniel's ship sail away without ever telling him that she loved him enough to fight for their future. Caroline moved to a stack of crates near the water's edge, positioning herself where she could watch the prosperity while staying out of the sailor's sight. Around her, the docks were coming alive with the pre-dawn activity of men who made their living from the sea. Voices called out in languages she didn't recognize. Cargo creaked as it was hoisted aboard waiting ships, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell chimed 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Dawn was breaking over London, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink that would have been beautiful under other circumstances. Instead, Caroline could only watch in growing despair as the Prosperity made final preparations for departure. "Please," she whispered to no one in particular, "please don't let him leave." But even as she spoke the words, Caroline could see the activity on deck intensifying. Ropes were being untied, the gangplank was being raised, and somewhere on that ship, Daniel O'Connor was preparing to sail out of her life forever. The first sob escaped before Caroline could stop it. Then another, and then she was crying in earnest. Great, heaving sobs that shook her entire body as she watched the ship that carried all her hopes begin to move away from the dock. She'd failed. Despite all her determination, despite her willingness to sacrifice everything, she'd failed to reach him in time. Caroline pressed her hands to her mouth, trying to muffle the sounds of her heartbreak, but it was useless. All her determination, all her willingness to sacrifice everything, and it all crumbled in the face of losing the one person who'd ever made her feel truly alive. The Prosperity was 50 yards from the dock now, her sails catching the morning breeze as she headed toward the open Thames. Caroline could make out figures on deck, but at this distance she couldn't tell if one of them was Daniel. "Goodbye," she whispered, her voice breaking on the word. "I love you." It was too little, too late, but it was all she had left. Daniel ran through London's pre-dawn streets like a man possessed, his evening clothes disheveled and his breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind him, the bells of various churches were chiming 5 o'clock, and ahead lay the docks where his ship was scheduled to depart, where Caroline might be searching for him. He'd left Rothbury House the moment Lucy and Sophia convinced him that Caroline was out there somewhere, abandoning the ball and any pretense of proper behavior in favor of finding the woman who'd apparently abandoned her own social obligations to find him. The irony wasn't lost on him. While he'd been standing in a ballroom, gathering courage to ask her if she could accept his condition, she'd been racing through London's dangerous streets, proving that she already had. The docks came into view, a maze of ships and warehouses silhouetted against the lightening sky. Daniel could see the Prosperity immediately. She was already moving away from her berth, her sails catching the morning breeze as she headed toward the open Thames. Without him, he'd missed his passage, abandoned his escape route, chosen love over the careful isolation he'd built for himself. There was no going back now. He ran toward the dock where the Prosperity had been moored, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of Caroline. Had she been here? Had she tried to reach him, only to find his ship already departing? That's when he saw her. Caroline sat on a pile of cargo crates near the water's edge, her dark cloak wrapped around her like armor that had failed to protect her from the battle she'd lost. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs as she watched his ship disappear into the morning mist, and Daniel had never seen anything more heartbreaking in his life. She'd come for him. Despite her shock at witnessing his nightmares, despite her need for time to think, despite every rational reason to let him go, Caroline had come for him. And she thought she'd failed. "Caroline," Daniel called softly, not wanting to startle her. She didn't hear him over the sound of her own weeping and the general noise of the harbor. Daniel approached slowly, his heart breaking with every step as he took in the full extent of her distress. "Caroline," he said again, louder this time. She looked up sharply, her tear-stained face a mixture of disbelief and desperate hope. "Daniel, I'm here," Daniel said simply, settling beside her on the crates without regard for his expensive evening clothes. I'm here, Mo Crow. Caroline stared at him as though he were an apparition, her green eyes wide with shock. But the ship, your ship, I watched it sail away. Without me, Daniel said gently, reaching out to brush tears from her cheeks with his thumb. I wasn't on it, Caroline. I was at the Rothbury ball, looking for you. You were at the ball? Caroline's voice was barely a whisper. Hoping you'd be there, hoping you might, that we might. Daniel struggled to find the right words. I needed to know if there was any chance you could accept what I am, if there was any possibility of a future for us. Caroline's laugh was half sob, half relief. I was searching every tavern in London for you. I was so afraid you'd already left, so afraid I'd never get the chance to tell you. Tell me what? That I love you, Caroline said, her voice growing stronger with each word. That I'm afraid of losing you, afraid of letting you sail away because you think you're protecting me from something I want to face with you. Caroline, Daniel said, covering her hand with his own. My condition, it's not something that will simply go away. There will be difficult nights, episodes that might frighten you. Then we'll face them together, Caroline interrupted with fierce determination, with separate beds if necessary, with whatever accommodations we need to make. But together, Daniel, not with you carrying this burden alone. Daniel stared at her, this magnificent woman who'd abandoned a glittering ball to search London's most dangerous districts for him, who was willing to build a life around his limitations rather than demanding he overcome them. I missed my ship, Daniel said wonderingly. I'm glad, Caroline replied without hesitation, because I have no intention of letting you board another one, not without me. Daniel's smile was the first genuine one he'd worn in days. Is that a proposal, Lady Caroline? It's a statement of fact, Caroline said, her own smile breaking through her tears like sunlight after a storm. You're mine, Daniel O'Connor, nightmares and all, and I'm yours, scandal and all. Daniel kissed her then, right there on the London docks as the sun rose over the Thames, surrounded by sailors and cargo and the smell of tar and fish. It wasn't romantic in any conventional sense, but it was perfect. Two people who'd found each other despite every obstacle, choosing love over safety, partnership over protection. When they finally broke apart, Caroline rested her forehead against his, her breathing still unsteady from crying and relief in equal measure. What do we do now? She asked. Daniel's smile was answer enough. Now we go home and tell your family that you're marrying an Irish sailor with soldier's heart. And then we plan a wedding. And then we build a life together. In London, in Boston, wherever you want to be. As long as we're together. Caroline's laugh was pure joy, carrying across the water like music. Together, she agreed. I like the sound of that. As they rose from the cargo crates and made their way back through the waking docks, hand in hand despite the scandal it would cause, neither looked back at the ship that was carrying Daniel's old life toward the horizon. They were too busy planning their new one. Epilogue 2 years later, August 1822. The morning sun sparkled across the lake at Clarendon Estate, turning the water into a sheet of diamonds that reflected the ancient oaks lining the shore. From the terrace of the grand house, the view was nothing short of magnificent. Rolling green lawns dotted with children's laughter, gardens in full summer bloom, and the peaceful serenity that only came when family gathered in the place they all called home. Caroline O'Connor stood at the stone balustrade, her hand resting protectively over the gentle swell of her belly, as she watched her husband emerge from the lake with their 12-month-old son perched on his shoulders. Little Sean O'Connor, named for the friend whose memory had finally found peace, squealed with delight as Daniel waded through the shallows, his dark hair dripping wet and his face transformed by the kind of joy Caroline had once feared he'd never find. He's a natural father, Amelia said softly, appearing at Caroline's elbow with 2 cups of tea. I still remember when Nathaniel was terrified to hold baby Rose for more than 5 minutes. Caroline smiled, accepting the tea with grateful hands. Daniel says the water reminds Sean of the baths we give him, though I suspect it's really Daniel who loves the swimming more than anyone. The nightmares that had once tormented Daniel came rarely now, And when they did, Caroline had learned to wake him gently, to ground him in the present with her voice and touch. The separate bedrooms they'd started with had been abandoned within 6 months of their marriage, replaced by a shared bed where Daniel slept peacefully more nights than not. The healing hadn't been quick or easy, but it had been steady, built on love and patience, and the understanding that some wounds took time to close. "And how are you feeling?" Amelia asked, glancing meaningfully at Caroline's middle. "Perfectly well, though this little one seems determined to make their presence known much earlier than Sean did." Caroline laughed as the baby gave a particularly vigorous kick. "Daniel is convinced it's a girl. He's already planning to teach her to swim before she can properly walk." From the lawn below, children's voices rose in a chorus of excitement. Rose Sterling, now a precocious 3-year-old with her father's green eyes and her mother's determination, was leading an expedition of various cousins and family friends toward the lake's edge, armed with nets and buckets for catching minnows. "Mama, look!" Rose called up to Amelia, holding up a writhing fish with obvious pride. "Uncle Daniel taught me how to catch them with my hands." "Wonderful, darling," Amelia called back, though Caroline caught her muttering under her breath about wet clothes and muddy shoes. The terrace doors opened behind them, and Charlotte emerged with baby James sleeping against her shoulder. At 18 months, the youngest Sears child was the image of his father, though he'd inherited his mother's stubborn streak and his Aunt Caroline's fierce independence. "The men are deep in shipping talk again," Charlotte reported, settling into a wicker chair with practiced ease. "Something about new trade routes to India and the benefits of steam versus sail. I escaped before William could start explaining tonnage calculations." "Wise of you," Caroline laughed. "Though I'm impressed Daniel can follow the conversation. 2 years ago, he would have been too tense to sit still for such discussions." It was remarkable, really, how much had changed since that dawn on the London docks when she'd thought she'd lost him forever. The man who'd once been too careful to stay overnight with anyone now hosted house parties at their London townhouse, traveled comfortably with family, and had even made peace with his own past enough to correspond regularly with his mother and sisters in Boston. "Speaking of the men," Amelia said with obvious affection, "I believe they're being summoned." Indeed, Eleanor Blackwood was approaching the group of gentlemen clustered near the garden's edge, her hand resting on the arm of her husband Thomas, while their twin boys, nearly 2 years old and absolutely identical except for their opposite temperaments, tugged at her skirts. "Darling," Eleanor was saying to Thomas, "I think it's time for the children's lunch, and perhaps the fathers should supervise the hand-washing, considering the state they're all in." Thomas Blackwood looked up from his animated conversation with Marcus Pembry about the artistic merits of landscape painting versus portraiture, took in the sight of his mud-covered sons, and sighed in good-natured defeat. "Come along, you savages," he said affectionately, scooping up both boys despite their protests. "Let's see if we can make you presentable for your mother." The gathering of fathers and children moved toward the house in a procession that would have been comic if it weren't so heartwarming. Gabriel Rothbury, the Duke who'd started it all by marrying an American heiress, carried his and Diana's daughter Sophie while trying to convince her that flowers belonged in gardens, not in mouths. Marcus Pembry juggled his twin daughters, Lucy's pride and joy, while explaining why they couldn't take the ducklings home to London. Julian Lockhart was deep in philosophical discussion with his young son about whether frogs preferred poetry or prose, while Abigail walked beside them, her hand in Julian's, and her expression soft with contentment. And through it all, William Sears was attempting to organize everyone with the efficiency of a shipping magnate, while Nathaniel Sterling, the man who'd once threatened to horsewhip Daniel for compromising his sister, now walked companionably beside his Irish brother-in-law, discussing the finer points of childhood development with the authority of experienced fathers. "Sometimes I can hardly believe it," Caroline said softly, watching the parade of her extended family. 2 years ago, I was a widowed woman convinced I'd never find love again. And now you're surrounded by the most chaotic, loving, impossible group of people in England. Diana Rothbury finished, joining them on the terrace with baby Sophie's blanket in her arms. And we wouldn't have it any other way. Diana settled beside them with the grace that had made her a beloved duchess despite her American origins. Though I must say, Caroline, you've quite outdone yourself in the scandal department. When we heard you'd abandoned the Rothbury ball to search the London docks for an Irish sailor, it was the most romantic thing any of us had ever heard, Lucy Pembry added, appearing with her characteristic timing and her daughter's toys in her arms. Marcus spent 3 days composing poetry about star-crossed lovers and midnight rescues. Terrible poetry, but the sentiment was lovely. And now look at you all, Abigail said warmly, having left Julian to supervise the children's washing. 7 couples, 14 children between you, and not a single regret among the lot. 15 children, Caroline corrected, her hand moving to her belly. This little one is quite determined to make their presence known. 15, Eleanor clasped her hands together with delight. How perfectly wonderful, though Thomas will have to expand his children's portrait series again. After lunch, as the children settled for their afternoon rest under the watchful eyes of nursemaids, the adults gathered once more on the terrace. The conversation turned, as it often did these days, to the changes sweeping through London society. "Did you hear that Lady Hartwell's daughter eloped with her dancing master?" Diana said with obvious relish. After all her mother's lectures about proper marriages and suitable connections. "Poetic justice," Caroline observed. "Though I do feel for the girl, it can't be easy having Lady Hartwell as a mother." "Speaking of changes," Marcus said, settling beside his wife with their youngest daughter on his lap, "I heard from my solicitor that the new Marriage Act may actually pass Parliament. Women will have more legal protections in marriage contracts." "About time," Charlotte said firmly, "though I suspect we'll still have to fight for every gain." "At least our daughters will have it easier than we did," Eleanor observed. "They'll grow up knowing that love matches are possible, that scandal isn't the end of the world, and that sometimes the most worthwhile things require a bit of courage." Caroline felt the baby flutter again and placed both hands over her belly. "This little one will certainly grow up in a different world than the one we knew as girls." "A better world," Daniel said softly, having appeared behind her chair to rest his hands on her shoulders. "Thanks to all of you." "Thanks to all of us," Amelia corrected. "We've each fought our own battles, but we've won them together." As the afternoon lengthened into evening, servants appeared with wine and light supper. Lanterns were lit around the terrace, and someone, Caroline suspected it was Thomas, had arranged for musicians to play softly from the garden pavilion. The conversation flowed easily among old friends, touching on everything from politics to literature to the latest London gossip. Children were retrieved from their naps, fed their supper, and allowed to play on the lawn under the gentle supervision of parents who had learned to balance protection with freedom. "Do you remember," Gabriel said as the sun began to set over the lake, "when we thought love was supposed to be simple, when we believed that finding the right person meant never having to fight for anything?" "Thank God we learned otherwise," Charlotte replied with feeling. "Can you imagine how boring our lives would have been?" "Not boring," Amelia corrected gently. "Empty. There's a difference." Caroline shifted in her chair, trying to find a comfortable position for her growing belly, and felt Daniel's hand immediately move to the small of her back, providing support without being asked. It was such a small gesture, but it represented everything they'd built together, the kind of partnership that came from truly knowing each other, from weathering storms and coming out stronger on the other side. "What are you thinking about?" Daniel asked quietly, his voice pitched for her ears alone. "This," Caroline said simply. "All of this. How different everything could have been if we'd been sensible." "If we'd been sensible, I'd be in Boston right now, sleeping alone in a chair and wondering what I was missing," Daniel replied. "Instead, I'm here with you, surrounded by family I never expected to have, watching our son sleep and waiting for our daughter to make her appearance." "You're very certain it's a daughter," Caroline observed with amusement. "I'm very certain I'll love her as much as I love her mother and her brother," Daniel corrected. "Though if she's anything like you, I may need to invest in a very large supply of whiskey for when the suitors start calling." Caroline laughed, the sound carrying across the water like music. "She'll be lucky to have a father who understands that love is worth fighting for." "She'll be lucky to have a mother who taught him that lesson," Daniel replied, pressing a gentle kiss to Caroline's temple. Around them, similar conversations were taking place as 7 couples settled into the comfortable intimacy of people who'd found their place in the world. The candles flickered in the gentle breeze off the lake. Children's voices drifted down from open windows where they were being tucked into beds. And somewhere in the distance, a church bell chimed 9 o'clock. "To think," Julian mused, his philosopher's mind as active as ever, "that scandal brought us all together. That propriety would have kept us apart, but impropriety gave us everything we never knew we wanted." "To impropriety, then," Marcus raised his glass with a grin. "May our children be scandalous enough to find true love." "Within reason," Nathaniel added quickly, earning laughter from everyone who knew his protective nature when it came to his daughter. "To the American heiresses," William said, his arm tightening around Charlotte, "who conquered London society by refusing to be conquered by it." "To the English gentlemen," Diana countered, "who were brave enough to be conquered by love." "To second chances," Caroline said softly, thinking of her first marriage, dutiful but empty, and the love she'd found with Daniel when she'd least expected it. "To healing," Daniel added, his voice rough with emotion as he remembered the broken man he'd been when he'd first arrived in London. "To family," Amelia concluded, looking around at the circle of faces illuminated by candlelight. "Both the one we're born into and the one we choose." The toast was drunk in comfortable silence, each person lost in their own memories of how they'd arrived at this moment. The struggles, the scandals, the tears and laughter that had brought them all together. As the evening deepened and the children were finally carried off to bed, the adults remained on the terrace, reluctant to end the perfect day. The lake reflected the stars now, and fireflies danced among the garden roses. "I should check on Sean," Caroline said eventually, though she made no move to rise from her comfortable chair. "Mrs. Henderson has him well in hand," Daniel assured her. "Besides, you need your rest. You're growing our daughter, remember?" "Still convinced it's a girl?" "Still convinced she'll be as stubborn and beautiful as her mother." Caroline smiled, leaning back against Daniel's chest as he stood behind her chair. Around them, their friends were beginning the slow process of gathering children and belongings for the journey back to their various homes, though no one seemed eager to leave. "Promise me something," Caroline said quietly. "Anything. That we'll do this again next year, and the year after that, that we'll stay together, this makeshift family of ours, no matter what changes come." Daniel's arms tightened around her. "Mo Crow, we're bound by more than friendship now. We're bound by shared battles and common victories, by the knowledge that we've all found something worth fighting for. The children will grow up together," Eleanor said, having overheard. "They'll know they belong to something larger than just their individual families." "They'll have the kind of childhood we dreamed of," Charlotte added, "surrounded by love and acceptance, knowing that their parents' happiness came from choosing each other freely." "And when they're old enough to hear the stories," Marcus said with a grin, "we'll tell them about the scandals that brought us together, the duels and the dawn races and the midnight rescues." "They'll think we were terribly romantic," Lucy laughed. "We were terribly romantic," Gabriel corrected. "We were also terribly foolish, terribly brave, and terribly lucky." "The best kind of love story," Abigail observed. "The kind where everyone gets exactly what they need, even if it's not what they thought they wanted." As the last of the guests prepared to depart, Caroline found herself overwhelmed by gratitude. Not just for Daniel and their growing family, but for all of it. The friends who'd become family, the scandals that had led to happiness, the courage they'd all found to choose love over safety. "Thank you," she said suddenly, her voice carrying across the terrace. "For what?" Diana asked. "For not letting me be sensible. For showing me that sometimes the most worthwhile things require a bit of courage. For proving that family isn't just about blood. It's about the people who choose to love you through your worst mistakes and celebrate your greatest victories." "Oh, Caroline," Amelia said softly, tears shining in her eyes. "Thank you for showing us that it's never too late to choose love. That widowhood doesn't mean the end of possibility. That sometimes the greatest adventures come when we think our story is already over." The carriages were finally loaded, children bundled in for sleepy journeys home, and promises made to write soon and visit sooner. But the warmth of the evening lingered long after the last goodbye had been said. Later, as Caroline and Daniel prepared for bed in their comfortable chamber overlooking the lake, she found herself thinking about the journey that had brought them here. The broken woman she'd been after her first husband's death, convinced that duty was all she had left to offer the world. The wounded man Daniel had been, carrying survivor's guilt and terror of his own capacity for harm. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked as Daniel helped her into bed, his hands gentle with her growing belly. "Regret what?" "The choice to love me. The scandal, the social consequences, the way it changed everything about your life in London." Daniel was quiet for a moment, settling beside her and pulling her close. When he spoke, his voice was soft but certain. "Caroline, before I met you, I was existing, not living. I was so afraid of my own capacity for harm that I'd forgotten my capacity for love. You didn't just give me your heart, you gave me mine back." He placed his hand over hers where it rested on her belly, and she felt their child flutter in response to his touch. "This, our son, our daughter, our life together, it's all been worth every moment of scandal and struggle. You saved me, Mo Crow, and I'll spend the rest of my life being grateful for that." Caroline felt tears slip down her cheeks, but they were tears of joy, not sorrow. "I love you, Daniel O'Connor, beyond reason. And I love you, Caroline O'Connor." As they settled into sleep, Caroline's last thought was of tomorrow, of breakfast with their son, of preparing for their daughter's arrival, of the letter she'd write to Lucy about the evening's perfect chaos, of all the tomorrows stretching ahead, filled with love and laughter, and the beautiful mess that came with choosing family over fear. The American heiresses had indeed conquered London society, but more than that, they'd created something lasting and beautiful from all their scandals and struggles. They'd built a family bound not by blood, but by choice, by shared laughter and tears, by the understanding that love was always worth fighting for. And Caroline O'Connor, formerly the twice-jilted Lady Caroline Whitcomb, had never been more grateful to have learned that lesson when she did. The moon set over Clarendon Lake, casting silver light across the peaceful water, and in the great house, 7 families slept the deep sleep of those who had fought for happiness and won. Outside, nightingales sang in the ancient oaks, and somewhere in the distance, a church bell chimed midnight, marking the end of one perfect day and the beginning of all the perfect days to come. In one of the many master-sized bedrooms, Daniel O'Connor slept peacefully beside his wife, his nightmares finally banished by love and time, and the knowledge that he was exactly where he belonged. And Caroline dreamed of dancing at her daughter's wedding, of watching their son grow into a man who knew that love was worth any risk, of growing old surrounded by the impossible, wonderful family they'd all built together. It was, she thought even in sleep, exactly the ending she'd never dared to dream. The end. Thus concludes the American Heiresses series, with 7 couples who prove that love conquers all, even English propriety. Their children will grow up knowing that the best love stories are the ones where choosing each other requires courage, and that sometimes the most beautiful families are the ones we build by refusing to let society dictate our hearts. The Regency era's 9 brilliant years of scandal and romance may be drawing to a close, but love stories have a way of echoing through generations. And when these children come of age in Victorian London, they may discover that the family tradition of choosing passion over propriety is one worth preserving. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of The Widow's Most Improper Kiss, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.